Hello? Is this thing on? Hello? Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello there. I'm back. I'm back, guys. I'm still alive. In spite of the rumours, I've not retired. I'm still here. Mr. Pedo lives again. Mr. Pedo rides again. How's it going, guys? How was the vacation? Yeah, it was good, thanks. It was good. Yeah, I'll be back properly tomorrow. This is just like a sort of, you know, chill stream. We're going to call it a chill stream. But I'm back a little bit early. Call it a day off stream, even though I've just been off for a week. Yes, exactly. How's it going, guys? You good? Yes, happy to be back. Glad to be back. Glad to be back, guys. Glad to be back. But no, I had a good time away. Can't complain.
Do you have a rape fetish?
This is just a little chill rape stream. Hail rape, hail rape, hail rape, hail rape.
Thank you. Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. I've also not really had a time to, you know, catch up with everything that's been going on. So I don't really know what the best stories are at the moment. So I'm not really ready to do like a full proper stream yet. But don't worry, guys. Tomorrow we'll be laughing.
Do you have a rape fetish?
Yo, thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. New Societified video on Edwin. Oh, yeah, maybe. I don't know, maybe. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that. I want to cover the new stuff that's been happening rather than old retrospectives, but maybe I'll get to it at some point. I've been away almost 3 weeks and missed the nutty professor offing himself. Honestly, I'm feeling a little bit, you know, I'm feeling a little bit out of sorts. It's always a bit weird coming back after a week off. So I'll just take today to reacclimatise and remember how to stream after a week off, you know? Yeah, I saw some stuff about GTA. What's going on with that? Apparently Dark Viper's involved. Is that true? Is that for real? You should only just flip flop. Why don't you fuck off for an hour, dude? Holy fuck, man. So obnoxious, dude. So fucking obnoxious straight away. Is it just me or does the mic sound like? Oh, hang on. It could be because of this. Hello? Is that better? Well, it's pointed at me now. The problem is you take a week off and there are stories to talk about, but then you just don't really know what's going on. Do you know what I mean? You're just a bit like, okay, all this stuff has happened. Where's all the stuff to talk about it? Where's all the stuff to cover? So I just need a day just to reacclimatize and stuff like that, you know? Yes, I saw the Carmelo Anthony stuff. We'll do that at some point, definitely. Chud comes back and the Kick phone app is suddenly updated. Coincidence? Hey, Chilipi! Thank you for the raid. Hope you're well, mate. Glad to see you streaming. That's awesome. Hope you're doing well. Chud's been coding. I just feel a bit weird. It always feels a bit weird when you take a week off. And then you come back and you're just like, what is this again? How do I do this again? At least Chud doesn't have to cover a week of Lego for his quiet quitting holiday. Oh, that's another thing I saw. Is it true that bricks and minifigs settled or something. Is that right? You should be used to it at this point. Very funny. God, there's so many little bits and pieces as well that I just, you know. Oh my God, dude. Yes, Redditzilla dropped a video. Yeah, I saw that. They settled with Brian and are going after that bitch, the old franchise owner. Well, who are? Bricks and Minifigs. Bricks and Minifigs are. Please don't joke about this. I'm already afraid he will Colmax. Well, what are the good stories then, do you think? What's the good stuff that's been happening? What's been going on, guys? What's been happening? I'm not going to do a week of Bricks and Minifigs, but I do think the settlement's probably worth covering. That's probably worth a little bit of coverage, isn't it? Yeah, Dark Viper getting raped. I'm looking forward to that. I'm definitely looking forward to Dark Viper getting molested by Take-Two or Rockstar, whoever it is. Okay. What is this you're sending me? Let's have a little look. Oh yeah, I covered all the Gideon stuff, I think. Was there anything else with the Gideon stuff?
We gaan langs bij Nathan Kofnes, de meest gehate academicus aan de UGent en sinds gisteren preventief geschorst.
Dude, what? It's not in a language I understand.
Well, they've shut me out of my email account. They've banned me from campus.
De brief van de rector bevat een aantal heel concrete elementen en beschuldigingen aan Kofnes' adres.
Things that are being pointed out is comments you made about Professor ARDAY. For example...
So basically, I mean, I guess we'll just get into some of this stuff. I've got nothing really lined up. I'm just chilling today. So if you got stuff on this, do link it. But basically, this Kofnes guy lost his job. So Nathan Kofnes, and it wasn't even for the racist stuff that he'd done before, because that happened before this university took him on. So the university took him on, knowing obviously all of his research and background and knowing that he had all this kind of like IQ analysis and shit like that. But he lost his job because of the ARDAY stuff. So, I mean, it is literally Floyd 2.0 that we're dealing with now. It's Floyd 2.0. It's exactly the same fucking shit as Floyd. You know, someone losing their job because they dared to criticize a fraud huckster black guy. Isn't it fucking mental, dude? Like, you're seeing it happen again. People that are ringing alarm bells about a fraudster that happens to be a black guy and also is lightly hired because of the DEI stuff, you know, they're then getting in trouble because of it. When all they're doing, and all he did was he wrote an article where he explained the plagiarism, and I've not read every single word, but skimmed through it, and it just seemed to be talking about plagiarism. Do you know what I mean? It was just about plagiarism. It wasn't about his, like, I mean, there was obviously an aspect of talking about the DEI stuff, but it wasn't like he was like, this low IQ black shouldn't even be here. He was just talking about the fact that he plagiarized, you know? Yes, Woke 1.0 was crazy, by the way. We'd never do that again. Yes, exactly.
You called him mentally disabled?
He called himself cognitively impaired. What I said was very similar to what he and his own supporters say.
Ghent University also points out in the letter that you called Jason ARDAY a worthless scholar.
No. Yeah, well, he is.
I mean, yes, he is. There's other things I've been watching about this. Analysing his kind of, you know, analysing all of his kind of academic output. And it's all just race slop. All of it is just utter fucking race slop. It sucks.
That's why the university placed him under investigation and why there's a scandal.
Professor ARDAY is dead now. Some hold you personally responsible for his death.
Thank you, Possum, for the sub. Thank you.
Now, that's a very tricky question, right? I did take an action which set off a series of events that led to a tragic outcome. If I say that I'm not responsible, then it sounds like kind of I don't appreciate the consequences of what happened. If I say I am responsible, I mean, what are the implications of that?
Some accuse you of taking pleasure in his downfall.
I had zero interest in Jason ARDAY. I had no ill will for him. I wanted him to stay.
Yeah, I think that having listened to this guy's interviews and him talk about this, I've come to the inevitable and undeniable conclusion that he's just incredibly autistic. He is one of the most autistic individuals I think I've ever seen. Did I take pleasure in his downfall? Yes. Yes, because I've spoken about the Floydism stuff, and it felt like a great example of how Floydism had this impact and this influence. And then you saw it on this kind of, you know, international scale. It was being talked about all over the fucking place. And it's like, yes, this is the central aspect of all of the hysteria that followed Floyd. You know? This is the central aspect of the whole thing. It's this kind of progressive mentality, this BLM-centric, identity-obsessed, progressive leftist mentality, you know, and it is like such a classic tale, you know? Oh yeah, I saw the new Jar video. Also, I think he was getting into some sort of beef with Sensitive Society on Twitter. But yes, I've got that to watch. Yes, I think that'll be good. But yeah, Sensitive Society was like freaking out at him on Twitter, going on about his fucking views. I mean, dude. Very funny. Very funny. Hope you had a good... Thank you, Crispy Legs. It was great. Just got back from holiday and I went to Spain. It was horrible. What was wrong with Spain? It's sunny, isn't it? Yeah, Dark Viper, Jar. I've seen some of the stuff. But obviously, guys, if there's anything you think that would be of interest, do stick it in the Discord. Do put it in one of the recommendation channels. But yeah, today we're just catching up with some news, just having a sort of, you know, I need to learn how to stream again. It's been a week. I've forgotten how to stream. So we need to learn again. And then tomorrow, we're going to be back in the normal flow of things, hopefully.
Professor and live his best life. This was about DEI and Cambridge. ARDAY was just incidental to that.
Incidental,
Do
but
you
now
have
he
a
said,
rate
of course,
fetish?
that you in some way...
10,000 year Jar rage. I cannot wait for when Jar makes an attack video on you, old man. 2026 is the year of the hard R Jars.
Thank you for the kicks. Thank you.
underestimate the human toll this would take.
The fact is, he was an influential, powerful...
Anyway, guys, I'm not even fucking listening to this. I'm too distracted. Right, lock in. Let's lock in on this. Come on, I want to do a little bit of ARDAY stuff. Because ARDAY has had the last laugh. Kofnas has lost his job over this.
It sounds like kind of I don't appreciate the consequences of what happened. If I say I am responsible, I mean, what are the implications of that?
Some accuse you of taking pleasure in his downfall.
I had zero interest in Jason ARDAY. I had no ill will for him. I wanted him to stay professor and live his best life. This was about DEI and Cambridge. ARDAY was just incidental to that.
Incidental, but now he said, of course, that you in some way underestimate the human toll this would take.
The fact is, he was an influential...
Bro, dude, the fucking human toll it would take. And it's saying, oh, this guy's in this position of prominence at Cambridge because he's plagiarized. Like, yes. Yes, I'm back. Yes, Todd, I'm back. I'm back. Hope you get gems today. I'm just catching up on news and politics and stuff today. My normal stream, if you want like a normal stream, tomorrow is a normal stream. Today I'm learning how to stream again because I've forgotten.
Powerful person who sought power and fame. You have to be allowed to critique such people even if there's some risk that they will take it the wrong way or feel very bad about it.
You said in a podcast interview, and I quote, "After the revolution, I will be the head of the Department of Eugenics and Race Science at Harvard."
Oh my god, that was an obvious joke. That was a fucking joke, dude. That was so obviously a joke. People are so upset about what's clearly a joke.
What did you mean by that?
It was a joke. I made a joke.
Dude. Oh my god, man. I saw people literally freaking out about that on Twitter. Oh my god. The guy that exposed ARDAY said he wants to be head of race science for Harvard, as if there's going to be a fucking position for that.
I didn't even realize the camera was rolling at the time. So, okay, you saw the worst thing I say when I think no one is listening, that it's not being recorded. That's it.
And is it really a joke?
Well, I mean, the joke is based on some kind of truth, which is that I think that there should be a science of race. I think that academia should study race, should study hereditarianism.
So it's not actually a joke?
Well, the joke is that I'm going to be head of the Department of Eugenics and Race Science. People are taking it too seriously, in my opinion.
On social media, there's a
He's
lot of
just so autistic,
personal attacks aimed at Rector Petra de Sutter, rather viciously attacking her identity as a trans woman.
If somebody has misgendered...
What? Oh yeah, that's another aspect to this as well. That's another detail of this too, right? So this guy got fired, okay? This guy got fired. And the person that apparently made the decision about firing him was some former Green Party transgender individual. Or something like that.
Rector de Sutter, I had nothing to do with that. And I'm getting harassed, I would assume, a lot more than Rector de Sutter.
Are you?
I'm flooded with death threats, just countless, every time I open my email. This is an example of hate mail, since you asked for the most recent, stay safe, kike.
Based. Okay, hang on a sec. I think that's probably some far right guy, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that's some far right dude. I don't think that's one of the lefties. They call you a Zionist. If it was a lefty, they'd say, stay safe Zionist. Not stay safe K-word. Leftoids hate Jews now. Yes, that is true. That is very true. There has been a lot more anti-Jewish sentiments coming from the lefties. That is true.
Me, I am the Jew in this case. You know, just don't tell people my exactly safe.
Wait, what was that?
Me, I am.
Oh, what is this? What is this? Some sort of altar for dead Palestinians that you want to celebrate?
The Jew in this case. You know, just don't tell people my exact address, and I think I'll be okay.
Because just to be clear, it is your ambition to stay on at Ghent University, or isn't it?
Well, I'm not out to be fired. It's my job, so.
Ja, hij zegt.
Okay, where's the story about him getting fired? I can't find him getting fired. I can't find the firing situation. Because from my understanding, I don't actually looked at it in detail because I've been away and stuff. But from what I understand, Kofnas got fired, and it was nothing to do with his race realism takes. It was purely as a result of writing about ARDAY, I'm pretty sure. Dude was goymaxing. Oh, dude, I saw this. Dude, this is great, man. Kofnas might be my new favourite Jew, I must say. I think very little actually turns policy-wise on the IQ debate within race. So he's talking about IQ. Never go full Kofnas. As a Jewish intellectual myself, I can't quite get behind the thrust of your criticism. Enjoy your afternoon. I didn't know you're Jewish. We should engage in ethnic networking sometime to subvert the goyim. Fucking hell, man. That's funny, though. He's a funny guy. He's a funny guy, dude. He's very charming. And in spite of his autism, he's exceptionally charming and funny. Even though he's a bit sort of, you know, autistic in his delivery. I actually saw, dude, I saw some posts. I saw the rare Kofnas Giga Chad somewhere. Yes, it is funny. He can be the last in the oven. Okay, dude. But yes, I do think he's like a massive, you know, racial guy. Anyway, here's his thing with it. Here's him getting fired. Academic who accused Jason Arday of plagiarism suspended by university. Yeah, yes, dude. This is the one. This is the one that I saw, dude. What the fuck is this, man? Oh my god. This story's so funny, man, because now you've got this, you know, weird little, you know, IQ race academic guy. And he's just this little autistic fella that happened to have written an article about this that brought forward all of this attention. And now he's like at the spotlight, but he's some weird little autist, so he's not got like much charisma and screen presence. But then he just sounds based. What I want to know is how the fuck are you going to top yourself over some academics? Well, the reason that Arday killed himself, it was twofold, as far as I can tell. It was his ego getting, you know, irredeemably wrecked off the back of this all getting exposed. You've got to think, in the course of a matter of weeks, the entire facade all came tumbling down. So he probably had like massive ego death. And then on top of that too, I think there was a narcissistic kind of like streak of, well, fuck all you guys, I'm going to show you. You know? It's like a sort of a mentality of wanting to punish those that have attacked you and make them feel bad for having done so. Just, do you know what I mean? Yeah, there was a vindictive streak. There was a vindictive streak to it, exactly. And I think, you know, it's clearly been successful. And for anyone that said, like, you know, woke 1.0 was great. I mean, this is woke 1.0 again, isn't it? You know, you've got this black person beyond reproach, beyond criticism. Someone's dared to criticize them. And now they're suffering consequences because this other person decided to kill themselves, you know? An academic who accused the late Cambridge professor Jason Arday of plagiarism has been suspended from his post at a Belgian university. Nathan Kofnas, a self-defined race realist who argues genes play a non-trivial role in intelligence differences between racial groups, was among those to question Arday's work and achievements. This prompted a weeks-long plagiarism row prior to his death on 14th of August. Kofnas said he was under investigation by Ghent University for discriminating against Arday. Right. So there we go. So there it is, guys. So if you're wondering why it is that Jason Arday was able to, you know, have this velocity to the upper echelons of Cambridge and it not be questioned or queried by more people, there's why. There's your answer, guys. There's your fucking answer. There's your answer. Don't dare question the magical Negro professor, lest you have your job come into fucking consequence. Jason Arday is the greatest professor that ever lived. No, he's not. Are you sure you want to lose your job? Jason Arday is the greatest professor that ever lived. Yes, hire the race realist guy, then get surprised when he does race realist analysis. But that being said, his analysis of Arday was not significantly rooted. I mean, obviously it's his belief. But his actual analysis of his work was fueled by the plagiarism allegations. You know, that was the fundamental aspect of what he was talking about in all of this. It wasn't about his race beyond it being he's a DEI hire. He was taken on as a product of his race. It wasn't he's an idiot because he's black, you know? God, this is crazy, though, that he's been suspended. So I said he lost his job. I don't think he's lost his job. I think he's just been suspended, you know? Oh, hey, Gringle. Jason Arday as Harry Potter. He sacrificed himself to kill Lord Voldemort. Very based, indeed. The university said a staff member had been notified of a preliminary disciplinary investigation and suspended as a precaution. In a statement regarding Arday's death, its rector, Petra de Suter, who, for those of you that don't know, I think you need to see a picture of this individual, because it tells you everything you need to know. Oh my god, dude. What the actual fuck, man? That's them there. That's them there. Well, it's a trans woman, I'm pretty sure, isn't it? Aren't they a transgender person? Yes. Petra de Suter is a Belgian gynecologist. What? Gynecologist? What the fuck? That's a bit weird. What's going on there? What's that all about? What's going on there? Oh, the Grown Party, which I'm guessing is the Green Party, right? Yeah. Social justice, human rights, and ecologism. So that is essentially the Green Party. She is the first transgender minister in Europe. Nigel Farage in a wig. Wow. From the opposite side of the political spectrum, perhaps. But yes, something along those lines. Sure. So anyway, guys, that, ladies and gentlemen, is who is now making this comment about it. Its rector and vice-rector said they took recent public statements made by a postdoctoral researcher at Ghent University regarding this matter very seriously and had taken appropriate action. They said the university stood for respect of human dignity and opposes discrimination, hatred, and racism. Okay, but hang on a sec. They took him on in the first place. They took him on in the first place, didn't they? How on earth can they possibly say this when they took him on, knowing he's some race and IQ guy? And it's all he fucking bangs on about. Ridiculous. Okay. I don't really understand that. Maybe there's like a separation in how people get hired. So it could be that someone gets taken on and it's kind of separate to these people. So that's why they're like, oh, this guy's a bit racist. And it's like, yeah, his whole fucking underpinning ideology is about how there's IQ and race differences. They said Arday's death should prompt reflection. Oh, hang on a sec. We attach great importance to academic freedom and to open academic debate, even when views are controversial. However, that freedom is not unlimited. It goes hand in hand with responsibility and may be restricted in order to protect the rights of others. They said Arday's death should prompt reflection and that lessons should be learned regarding the way we treat one another both within and outside the academic world, particularly when people become the subject of public controversy. Okay, Kofnas works as a postdoctoral researcher. And his role was terminated. I don't know if his role was terminated. I just think they renewed his contract or some shit. But anyway. To his view that, under a true meritocracy, black people would disappear from almost all high-profile positions outside of sports and entertainment. That's not true. That's not what he said. Dude, all of these... Dude, as much as I am blue-pilled and love the mainstream press, having covered this quite a lot now, I must say that I am very... my eyes are very open to how dishonest they're being about this guy. Because he wasn't saying that, you know, in my view, this would be the case. He was saying that according to Harvard's own assessment, they would disappear. He was saying that if Harvard had a meritocratic system that was based predominantly and primarily on grades and stuff, or IQ, I can't remember what the detail of it is, but he was saying that according to that metric or that measure, that would happen. And on top of that as well, the other thing too is I was quite taken aback. If you read his article about ARDAY, he even said there are some blacks that could do the job. He said, I got a black mate. Because he was saying that there's people in the UK that could do ARDAY's job. It's not that there's no blacks that can do it. It's just that, you know, his interest is, or his academic research or ideas are about, you know, the interplay of IQ and race and academia and stuff like that, you know. Kofnas claimed to have put ARDAY's work through plagiarism detection software, which found that many passages are lifted with minimal editing, sometimes retaining copy editing mistakes from the original source. Yeah, we get the gist. We get the gist. So anyway, Kofnas. So ARDAY is at the last laugh. I think ARDAY has genuinely won in many ways. Because as much as it's a very clear, evident story of what happened, the kind of suicide has led to this black Floyd-esque hysteria. And anyone that's questioned it, reported on it, spoken about it, is considered as like a bad person. And we obviously, before I left, we watched Navarro Media bend the knee to this. And there's a few journalists that have reported on this that are actually a bit more robust that I've seen, like this guy.
Jason ARDAY is dead, and the racist mainstream media killed him. That has been the narrative spun since the disgraced Cambridge professor was tragically found dead at a property in South London last Friday. ARDAY's awful, untimely death.
Yeah, dude, honestly, we spoke a bit about it before I left, but there was this petition that was doing the rounds, right? And it was to limit the number of articles you could write about someone in a given time frame. What? What? Have you thought about that for more than 1 second? As Harmful Opinions thought about, mentioned on Twitter. Obviously, if you instituted something like that, it's not going to be the case that the people that you don't like are going to have the right level of articles written, and the people that you do like, do you know what I mean? You're not going to be able to have it like that. It's going to be used by rich and powerful people to suppress, you know, press discussion about a given person. You know? And also, yes, true, it does, yes. Cambridge get away scot-free from, you know, having engaged in this charade of having this guy on, in spite of the fact that he wasn't qualified. And they get away scot-free. And they're already pointing the finger, talking about sort of a racist, you know, crusade against him.
Apparently by his own hand, has been held up by activists as the grimly predictable consequence of a weeks-long smear campaign against him by the press. This was a public assassination, a lynching of a brilliant black man for having the temerity to think he belonged at Cambridge. There's just one problem with this. It's not true.
Hey!
And in the attempt to turn ARDAY into...
Let's go! Racism within mainstream media is responsible for Jason ARDAY's death. Dude, oh my God, dude. Do you, oh my God, it's like you can see the through line of approach of the tactics that are used. It's like for like. They have taken the exact framework of the Floyd thing and just applied it to this. Racism within the police force is responsible for George Floyd's death. Racism within the mainstream media is responsible for Jason ARDAY's death. It doesn't really work and it doesn't make sense. The police thing, there are things you can point to that make it more believable, even though I think there are issues with it, right? Especially all the after product of the Floydism stuff. But this, it really doesn't hit unless you are really fucking lost in the source. What racism existed there that is responsible for his death? Yes, there were racists talking about it. Yes, there was some racist commentary. Yes, there was undoubtedly people who were like, yeah, this black guy's getting wrecked and I fucking love it. But overall, the overarching story was about DEI, Cambridge, and ARDAY's fabulism, fantasism, whatever you want to call it, you know? That was the main thrusts and strands of the story about ARDAY. But they're somehow trying to twist it to it being about this sort of racism narrative. When if you actually go and look at and read the articles, there isn't really any racism in them, you know? The fact he's getting attention, yes, is because of his race, but then that's obviously intrinsically linked to the fact that he was put in his position because of his race. So you can't really, you know, untangle the two. But this is a very clear effort to evoke the same sort of narrative or mentality that kind of rose up after Floyd was killed.
A martyr brought down by a white supremacist media, we see a kind of derangement, a racial hysteria we had hoped had come and gone with 2020 and the peak of Black Lives Matter.
Thousands of people in the UK and around the world who are appalled by the public assassination of Jason Arday.
Dude! Is there a book or something that these people read? Is there some sort of pamphlet or book that explains to them, here's how you turn him into George Floyd. Here's the model. Here's the dynamic. Here's what you say. Because the through lines and the language and the words are like the same. It's like the same fucking language that's being used. The same sort of ideas and concepts that are being used here.
The lynching. The lynching.
ARDAY was the story of the summer. 2 weeks ago, he resigned from his professorship at Cambridge University following mounting evidence that he had plagiarised large sections of his PhD thesis, fabricated personal achievements, lied about racist intimidation he had suffered, and perhaps even exaggerated the...
Dude, this is the exact thing I was reaching for earlier, yes. This is what I was looking... Yes, dude. Dude. Jason Arday is the greatest black professor that ever lived. You might disagree. You might have some evidence to the contrary. But you have to ask yourself, is it really worth losing your job over? Jason Arday was the greatest black professor that ever lived. It's the same fucking thing, dude. It's exactly the same thing. Okay, and what is this thing? What? Oh my god, this is fucking awful, man. This is absolutely fucking awful, dude.
Your life is a story.
Well done, 007. A clean kill. Looks like you won't be getting away with this one.
The news is that I am in control.
Bro, this is fucking awful, man. Oh my god. So this is racist. This is actually racist, okay? So this is one of the few posts that I've seen about this that's actually just explicitly, unironically racist shit, okay? Well, I mean, you know, the way he's been presented... Wait a second, I've just realised something. They've done the shine on him. They've put the fucking shine on him. You know, he looks really shiny in every picture. They've put a shininess to him, dude. He did look really, you know, wet in every single picture. It is true. He did look very wet. He looked exceptionally wet. Glistening, yes, he was glistening in every picture.
extent of his autism in his youth. This was a spectacular fall from grace, for Arday was more than an academic. He was a sensation. He guest-edited the Today programme. He was profiled on Good Morning America. A blockbuster memoir was in the works, all off the back of his incredible story, that of the poor, illiterate, neurodiverse kid who became a top academic.
Oh, another thing that I've seen with this as well. Another thing that I've seen with this too is people are claiming that Arday was telling the truth on certain details of his story. And the thing that they're pointing to prove that he was telling the truth is him saying it before and it getting reported on in the press. And it's like, Well, that's the point, isn't it? The point is he said that he did things that he didn't do consistently through the years, which led to this kind of web of lies being propped up, you know?
Do you have a rape fetish?
Why do Brit blacks act like they were put in chains and whipped or kept in ghettos? Man, you guys really shouldn't have let these ungrateful people in.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the kick, Scrimpin. Appreciate it. I'm glad you made it out the I wasn't in Vietnam, for fuck's sake. You guys think I went to fucking Asia for like a week? No, I didn't go to Asia. I was away for a few days, but then I've been busy with the kids. Dude, honestly, man, this stuff is fucking crazy, dude. Dude, they are literally fucking obsessed with Carmelo Anthony getting raped in prison. What is this, dude? Every single fucking meme the right have produced about this Carmelo Anthony guy is, wouldn't it be funny if Carmelo Anthony got raped to bits whilst he was in prison? You know, they've got like a fucking rape fetish. Dude, that guy was right about buck breaking. Yes, even if it didn't really historically happen, the right are obsessed with buck breaking, you know, blacks that misbehave or do something terrible like kill someone.
Marathon runner and charity fundraiser. For Cambridge, he was a symbol. When he was appointed in 2023 as a Professor of Sociology of Education, ARDAY was presented as the embodiment of the barriers faced by many underrepresented groups across higher education. His mere presence was supposedly proof that Cambridge was committed to fighting the racism and ableism that supposedly lurked amongst its colleges. Since ARDAY's death, there has been a desperate attempt to rewrite recent history, to downplay his lies, to smear journalists for doing their job, and all for straightforwardly political reasons. This tragedy is being exploited to fit an agenda, one that is pro-DEI and anti-press freedom, and it needs to be called out.
See, this is the thing, dude. Why can't Novara Media are such pathetic... Novara Media, I actually, as a left-wing outlet, had some level of respect for them. Because they did seem to be, you know, not they obviously were progressive, but they weren't totally raped by this kind of woke mentality or woke mindset. And particularly Aaron Bastani was someone who was willing to be critical of like progressives if he thinks they were crossing a line or going too far or too extreme. But they've totally cucked out to this ARDAY shit. The fucking struggle... Dude, the fucking struggle session shit is fucking mental. There's another one I want to watch as well, of some other guy also doing this fucking struggle session over the ARDAY shit. Yes, they were, you just couldn't see it. Were they? Okay. Racism of the left... Well, the thing that they did for ARDAY was very religious in sort of spirit. The way that they were sort of chanting his name like a sort of religious spell or something. It was fucking mental. I was watching a bit of it when I was away.
The bogus narrative now being forged goes something like this. ARDAY was a young professor, minding his own business, when the media suddenly decided to take him down. He was accused of plagiarism, but then exonerated, but still they kept on coming. So furious were they that a black man was ever given a perch at Cambridge. It's hard to know where to start with this. By the time ARDAY resigned, the same day that Cambridge finally opened an investigation into his academic conduct, the case against him was overwhelming. The Telegraph found over 100 passages in his PhD that were identical or near identical to those in another student's thesis. Worse still, in his later papers, he was accused of falsifying data, of lifting quotes from other academics and passing them off as quotes from his own interviewees.
Oh, yes, that's another detail. There's so much here that's been missed with this. So the plagiarism stuff is bad from just like an academic angle. But there was also claims that he could have inserted quotes claiming they were from his own research, but they weren't. And I don't know what the standard is for academic fraud or whatever, but it certainly is like bad. And obviously you would expect him to explain himself. Obviously he's fucking dead now. He's roped to bits. But you would expect him to explain himself and say, you know, oh, well, here's where this came from, or that's not quite right, or something like that. So that's, if anything, possibly worse than the plagiarism. if he's used quotes or, you know, information from other interviews in his own research.
This would, if proven, amount to academic fraud, something much more serious than plain old plagiarism. And contrary to the chatter online, these weren't just wild accusations or rumours. The Times, The Telegraph and other publications pored over his output, commissioned independent academics to analyse it, and courted a range of expert opinion. And what they found was damning. The claim...
Also, people will say that that's a product of this excessive scrutiny that he received. But don't forget that he was threatening people with defamation using this very aggressive reputation management law firm, Carter Ruck. So he was using them to go after people that were making allegations. So although people might say, oh, that's because he was black, and well, no, they probably wanted to make sure that their T's were crossed and their I's were dotted, so that if they made an allegation and if they put something in the paper, they'd be able to back it up with research and evidence that they'd done to say that they hadn't had a negligence of looking for the truth. Do you see what I mean? So it's like, well, yeah, of course they're going to go into this high level of diligence because ARDAY put the word out, essentially, that he would take serious action against anyone that tried to come for him.
That ARDAY was exonerated stems from one investigation by Liverpool John Moores University, which awarded ARDAY his PhD. It concluded that his thesis was legit, as well it might, but this investigation hasn't been published. Apparently, it's strictly confidential.
Black's expanding even into non-violent crime now. Very true, but many are saying that the suicide was a product of his low impulse control, but that's racist, so I wouldn't say that personally.
In the end, John Moore's good word wasn't enough for Cambridge, which was eventually forced to open its own inquiry after years of burying its head in the sand. Similarly, activists will point to the role one Nathan Coffness has played in this story as proof that this was all a racist campaign against ARDAY from the off. Coffness, a self-described race realist, posted a blog last month detailing extensive evidence of ARDAY's plagiarism, but Coffness was hardly the first or only person on this trail. David Harris, Professor Emeritus at Plymouth Marjon University, began privately contacting Cambridge and John Moores about his concerns about ARDAY in 2023.
Yeah, someone in chat mentioned Cambridge could have put a stop to this, and it's true. If they'd have just taken action here, back in 2023, when other people had alerted, then this wouldn't have happened. We wouldn't be in this situation now. And they could have allowed ARDAY a quiet exit. And there probably would have been a bit of chatter about it. There probably would have been a bit of like, oh, look, ARDAY's gone, blah, blah, blah. But I don't think it would have blown up to be the story that it is now. Particularly back in like 2023. I think there probably would have been more support for ARDAY, and there probably wouldn't be as in-depth this kind of universal looking into his past and looking into his history. No, it was more entertaining. I agree with you. Except for the black man dying. Except for the black man dying, right? That's not entertaining, is it? Surely. Surely you guys don't find that entertaining, do you? Come on now.
Had Cambridge heeded Harris's warnings, things could have turned out very differently. Jack Grove, a reporter at Times Higher Education, picked up these leads in 2025. Grove compiled 97 pages of evidence before his editors were spooked by a legal letter from top law firm Carter Ruck. Most chillingly, ARDAY also reported Harris and Grove to the police for supposedly harassing him. Then came the revelations that ARDAY had likely embellished, invented or flat out lied about his backstory. The details certainly stretched credibility, to say the least. He claimed to have run 30 marathons in 35 days, a feat that would have placed him among the world's elite sportsmen.
Well, the thing is, that probably is over egging the pudding. I think he did. This is the problem as well. There is evidence that he ran marathons. He did run marathons. That much is true. But the extent and the level and the amount of running that he did is obviously contested. And obviously, it's difficult to disprove. Like, how do you disprove that someone ran 35 marathons years ago? But now what people are doing is they're finding reports and stories from years ago of it being spoken about. But if you read those stories, the stories themselves do not evidence or prove that he ran all these marathons. It's off the back of ARDAY saying that he ran the marathons. So it's more self-reported, but it's kind of laundered through a local press outlet. And people are using that to evidence the idea that he did it. But if he says to a newspaper, I'm running 35 marathons, And I mean, a local outlet is unlikely to do significant fact checking on that sort of claim. They're probably just going to run it and they're not going to look into it too much. So I find it, it's basically people clutching at straws, and they're desperately trying to find any angle or anything they can to try and prop up ARDAY as sort of legitimate or genuine, even though the stuff they're pointing to doesn't really show anything. Oh, so he told a paper 10 years ago that he ran a bunch of marathons. And then on top of that as well, he also claimed, what was it? He had a hairline fracture, I think. He had a hairline fracture, and he continued to run the marathons after that. And the last few marathons that he ran were with this hairline fracture that he apparently had, which is obviously fucking bullshit.
He claimed to have raised an astounding £5 million for charity, a figure top celebrities would have struggled to achieve, and he claimed to have appeared in a TV series that began 2 decades before he was born. He also said he was mute until age 11 and illiterate until age 18 due to his autism, and to have suffered from everything from cancer to locked-in syndrome. For all the talk of right-wing smears, some of the most damning exposés in this area were published in liberal outlets. The Atlantic magazine found wild discrepancies between ARDAY's memoir and his book proposal for the memoir. The New York Times spoke to old schoolmates of his who recalled ARDAY as a talkative, wisecracking child. Perhaps most damning of all, The Guardian found zero evidence to support ARDAY's claim that he'd been threatened at work by a masked man with a knife. ARDAY also claimed a pig's head was left on his parents' doorstep in London. He said the Metropolitan Police had investigated this apparent hate crime and even found the butcher where the hog had been purchased. The Met says no such investigation ever took place.
Dude, they're even trying to claim that this is true. They're even trying to claim, no, this is true, actually, in spite of there being no evidence to support it. And all of the facts seeming to be against the story. They're trying to claim that this is true. And that finding this out doesn't disprove that it happened. We're in like, what is it? What's the teapot thing to disprove God? We're in that sort of territory, aren't we? I got a pig's head delivered to me 5 years ago. Disprove that it happened. Well, it's quite difficult to disprove that it happened. All you can do is ask relevant parties and get a sort of rough idea of what happened and kind of report on that as best you can. And it seems like based on asking relevant parties, there's no evidence that this occurred. And here's the other thing about this too, right? Jason ARDAY reached out to The Guardian. So Jason ARDAY contacted The Guardian to tell them about this pig's head story because he wanted them, presumably, to run this article that was pointing out how oppressed he was. And he thought that The Guardian would be like a sort of generous ear for him to further launder his reputation. But The Guardian didn't play ball, and they went and looked into it. And from what I've read about this and from what I understand, I think that it's The Guardian looking into this claim. They then started to realise, okay, this guy's like a bullshit artist. What the fuck is he on about? And then they went on and started to look at all of these details and all of these factors. And through that investigation, then established all of these falsehoods, all of these lies and all of this bullshit. And off the back of that, they then started to investigate this, and that's where these articles started to kind of come from, you know?
The butcher, which ARDAY named, had no recollection of this episode either. When pressed by The Guardian, the butcher said, "That's the kind of thing we'd remember." I take no pleasure in recounting all of this, in light of how this awful tale ended. I repeat it only to stress that there was a story here. The insistence that this was a whole lot of nothing cooked up by a racist press is a vicious lie.
It's a nothing burger.
This matters, because the ARDAY controversy raises deep and difficult questions, not only about one man's credibility, but also about elite institutions that had, at best, turned a blind eye. It raises questions about his publisher, Simon & Schuster, which offered ARDAY a hefty advance for a memoir that couldn't withstand a basic sniff test, let alone a diligent fact check. And above all, it raises questions about Cambridge. This is supposed to be one of the top universities in the world, and yet it junked the most basic standards in pursuit of an eye-catching hire. Someone who, with his fantastical story of triumph over adversity, and in his critical race theory-infused work, was the walking, talking embodiment of a DEI ideology that becomes so fashionable following the rise of BLM. Those who argued that ARDAY did not deserve his position are being accused of racism, But if anything, ARDAY's ascent through the academic ranks underlines the racism of modern anti-racism. DEI essentially insists that academic standards must be lowered in order for ethnic minorities
Dude, the problem for me as well is I don't even necessarily like Spiked all the time. I think Spiked can be, you know, what's the right way of putting it? They're very ideologically minded. They're very explicit. They're like the right-wing version of Novara Media, right? So they've got a sort of ideological view, and their analysis is all geared around primarily the ideological view, right? But I would take Spiked over Novara Media, even though I do generally side more with Novara Media politically, because at least they're willing to stand up and defend themselves on this, and they're not just folding at the first fucking opportunity and doing this stupid apology shit. And they're actually saying, no, this guy deserved to be reported on. It's sad that he died, but that's not the fault of the press. The press cannot possibly be held to account for telling the truth about a fraud. It's fucking preposterous that we're even having this discussion, that this is on the table for a topic. That the press exposing a fraudulent academic who was put in his position because of, you know, ideology over merit, that the press are wrong for pointing that out because the guy killed himself. And now there's talk of limiting the amount of articles you can write about someone in a given time.
thrive. It also tends to elevate ethnic minority people who best fit the political script over those who are most accomplished. You see this all too clearly in the New York Times' reporting. It found that when ARDAY was interviewed...
Dude, the other thing with this as well, right? You do not need to read a single right-wing outlet talking about this, okay? You can read 3 articles. One from The Guardian, with the original reporting, this article from the New York Times, and the reporting on the memoir from The Atlantic, which are liberal left outlets, and you can get to know everything you need to know about this ARDAY guy. You could ignore every single piece of right-wing reporting about this, because they were like pigs in a trough. It was a fucking slopfest, okay? They were going fucking ballistic. They were fucking going crazy, article after article after article, okay? You could ignore every single piece and just read 3 reports from liberal left outlets, and that tells you everything you need to know about this guy. So is that racism? And the thing is, they're having to kind of stretch, you know, they're having to just stretch this kind of belief out, really, the progressive side. Because then, rather than, they can't just say, oh, this is a right-wing smear, this is a right-wing racist smear. Because you've got this substantive reporting from progressive outlets talking about this, or liberal outlets. So they're having to do this preposterous game where they act like The Guardian are at fault. And they obviously can't accuse The Guardian of being racist. So what they've had to do instead is create this preposterous idea that The Guardian broke its reporting guidelines because apparently the journalist that wrote the article didn't like Jason ARDAY. Or they were stealing talking points from the right-wing press, or some other fucking retarded point, you know? The whole thing is a total joke. Don't point out the truth. Also limit the amount of articles on slandering, because otherwise they'll top themselves. ARDAY literally aped us all into more censorship. Burn in hell. Well, the other thing too that I've seen pointed out about this, which I think is a reasonable point, not that I give a fuck about people topping themselves necessarily, but so much of the way this has been spoken about. Imagine you're sat at home. I mean, this is going to be easy for a lot of you in my community, okay? Imagine you're sat at home thinking about killing yourself, okay? You've brought great shame on your family. You've brought great shame to the circumstances of your life. And you're sat here watching as ARDAY's suicide exonerates his reputation and loads of people come out to defend him. What would you think about that? What would be going through your head? What would be going through your fucking head? You'd be thinking, yeah, I've got a lot of problems in my life. Yeah, I've got a lot of issues. But actually, if I kill myself, my slate will be wiped clean. And maybe people might even come out to defend me. And the people that are attacking me will feel bad. And another thing too, I don't know too much about this, but apparently there are these guidelines that the Samaritans have. So the Samaritans have got guidelines about reporting, and they say that, and it comes across as a little bit gay sometimes, I think, but I get it, right? The idea is if you're reporting about a suicide like this, at the end of the story or the end of talking about it, the press guidelines say, apparently you're supposed to say, if you've been affected by the story, please contact the Samaritans, da 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 da, and they give you the number. The idea being, or the hope being, that if you feel like topping yourself, having seen the story, you hopefully call up and get talked out of it. It is a bit gay, but the thing for me is, these people who are, you know, supposedly these progressive people, who you would have thought would be concerned about those sorts of things, all of a sudden throw that out the window because guess what? You've got a black corpse that you can parade about for your anti-racist, you know, DEI supporting ideology. So fuck all of that. He was a fucking martyr. He was a martyr. He martyred himself. He's killed. He's a martyr.
His position at Cambridge, he was up against 3 more senior scholars, including 2 women of colour. Despite his modest publication record, their words, he was catapulted into one of the most esteemed academic positions in the country, apparently at the expense of more qualified ethnic minority candidates. We may never know why ARDAY did what he did and said what he said, but the picture that emerges is one of a man who became trapped in his own fantasy land and who was indulged by institutions who should have known better until it all came tumbling down.
Yeah.
He was put on a pedestal from which he was bound to fall.
Yeah.
To accuse the media of effectively killing him is not only despicable, simplistic and wrong, it also risks chilling the free press, presenting scrutiny of public and influential figures as dicing with death.
Yes, dude. Yeah, this Canary article was fucking dog shit. Guardian's Catherine Viner was warned about ARDAY was at risk, yet published anyway. Do you not see the problem with this? Do you not see the fucking issue in that someone can say, I'm going to kill myself, and you can chill the press reporting about yourself? They've not thought about this past their fucking nose. They're so bogged down and wrapped up in their ideological perspective on this that they can't even think forward of how this could... Classic fucking issue with this sort of thing. They call for this censorship, but they don't think about how that could negatively impact them in the future. What if you had some fucking Zionist, for the Canaries' perspective? What if you had some Zionist that was getting a lot of scrutiny and getting a lot of criticism, and then they started crying fucking, you know, suicide, suicide, suicide to try and stop the press reporting on them? Like, do you not see the problem with this? The thing is, I think that a lot of press scrutiny and a lot of negative attention... Keep the same energy with Hitler. Yes, exactly. A lot of press scrutiny can be psychologically damaging. I think that's fair enough to say, right? I totally agree that having your entire life scrutinised, particularly if you're a fucking fraud and a liar, and it causes you this ego death, is going to be psychologically harmful for you. But it's not the press's job to manage your mental health. Their job is to report on what they think is fit to report on, okay? That's for you to handle and those around you to handle. So if there was some sort of proposal for some sort of organisation or charity that offered specific help and support to people that are in the middle of a media firestorm, then I'd be totally fine with that. In fact, I think that happens already, I'm pretty sure. Like if you go to a PR firm, they'll tell you how to best respond, how to deal with it. And on top of that as well, they'll also kind of give you a bit of an insight and a bit of an instinct into like what it looks like, what the kind of, you know, legs on it are, how long it's going to last for, you know, and so on and so forth. So I think services like this do kind of somewhat exist already. And then on top of that as well, you know, if there was something specific that helped people out that were in the middle of a firestorm, that's fine. But you can't have it that the press are inhibited from reporting or talking about a story they're interested in talking about because someone might kill themselves. Because you're setting up an impossible standard, and it would mean that anyone, even someone that you might think is getting legitimately and justly scrutinised, could say that they're going to kill themselves. And then, what, the press reporting has to stop? You're not allowed to publish an article? And the thing is, this is all a broader aspect of ARDAY's entire behaviour around this story. When it was... Dude, this is the other thing too. When it was behind the scenes and it wasn't getting broad attention, he discreetly reported people to the police and threatened them with illegal action when he thought people weren't noticing and wouldn't pay attention. So he tried to use that when it was kind of quieter, But then now it's getting more attention. He can't really do that in the same way. So instead, he has to do this kind of like Hail Mary play of, okay, well, I can't threaten you with the police. I can't threaten you with illegal threats. That's not going to work because these are like big outlets that are doing it now. So what's the last kind of thing that you can do? Well, really, it's to say I'm going to kill myself if you keep talking about me.
And it risks presenting the taking of one's own life as an almost rational response to public criticism. This is a dangerous road to go down. Jason Arday's death was an unspeakable tragedy. But amid all the hysteria of recent days, we risk learning all of the wrong lessons. Journalists are being smeared for telling the truth, while activists are insisting we swallow another batch of falsehoods. There are calls to subject the press to state regulation, i.e. censorship.
We will put Andy Burnham under as much political...
Oh, dude, I saw this as well, yeah. Dude, this is absolutely fucking outrageous, man. It is like state... Dude, it's like state propaganda levels that the Green are proposing. And there's even talk of saying that social media platforms should be obligated to show different perspectives and shit like that. It's pretty, like... I don't know, it's like fucking like, oh yeah, Orwellian. I hate using the word like Orwellian or 1984, but it is very much like that, you know? It's dreadful. It's such a dreadful, absurd proposal.
There are calls to subject the press to state regulation, i.e. censorship.
We will put Andy Burnham under as much political pressure as we can. With your help, to change that appalling state of affairs that has killed another person.
There are even lists of journalists who covered the ARDAY story doing the rounds online, including me, with activists fishing for embarrassing personal information about us.
Murderers, whom I will never call journalists, that contributed to Jason Arday's death. Please screenshot and do whatever the hell you want.
Dude, we think that witch hunts are bad. Witch hunts are really bad, dreadful stuff. Anyway, here's a list of journalists. Go and find out information about them. Dude, what the actual fuck, man? By the way, this is a facet of a fascist state, by the way. I'm not saying the state are doing this, but this is, to me, like some sort of fascistic element in that you're calling out individual journalists, trying to bring about negative consequences for them because they've reported and spoken about a story in a certain way. Creating lists of journalists to go after. Holy fuck, dude. This is fucking crazy, dude. Maybe fascist is the wrong term. Authoritarian. It's authoritarian. It's authoritarian mentality in trying to diminish and stop the free press from talking about and reporting on a story by threatening the journalists that are writing the story.
This information.
Despicably, this tragedy is being used as a soapbox, not only to call for more state control over the press, but also to shore up the toxic, racist ideology of DEI. Everyone in possession of a soul wishes that Jason Arday, the man, were still with us. To say that he erred is not to say that he wasn't a cherished friend, colleague, family member, a human being. The thought of anyone making that worst and most final of decisions grates against our common humanity. But this myth of Saint Jason, murdered by a racist press, is an affront to reason, truth, and genuine equality, which we simply cannot abide.
Let's go! Okay. So that was Spike's coverage. Now, I'm not a Spiked guy. I like watching their videos as like a right-wing or, you know, ideological right-wing perspective. Don't always agree with them, but I like watching them. And regardless of my disagreements in other aspects, that is solid to me. That is rock solid, exactly what I'd expect from a journalist that's spoken about this. You know, standing up, no, we will not be cowed by this emotional manipulation. We were right to report on this. Our analysis is correct, and that's the fucking end of it. Now, let's compare that to Novara Media, because we watched the Aaron Bastani video the other day, and they've released some... Dude, it is literally a fucking Maoist struggle session. It's fucking crazy, bro. It's crazy what's been going on over there. Like, bringing all these people on to tell them how they're wrong. Fuck me, dude. They have gone down significantly in my estimation, since all this happened.
I do think that at Novara, you had other options. And I think that one of the options was not to cover it at all. I think that option was there. And when you look at the 2 segments that Novara did, which again,
See, the thing is, this is very poisonous, because the suggestion is that you do this so he doesn't kill himself, even though you could not have predicted that that was going to happen. The truth of it is, the reason these people are saying this is because it creates an uncomfortable conversation around DEI initiatives and Floydism, hysteria around race, obsession with BLM. It raises some uncomfortable questions about some of the progressive narratives around this, which I thought Navarra were happy to have. I mean, I just maybe have missed it completely. But I thought Navarra media were all about this. I thought they were like, okay, some of this race stuff's gone a little bit too far. Let's fucking rein it in a little bit, you know? I thought they were kind of Mamdani-esque in their perspective and what they wanted to kind of focus on and talk about, you know? They wanted to make it about, you know, working class stuff and things like that. But now they've jumped straight onto this hysterical pushback and this woke 1.0-esque, you know, struggle session over talking about it. And now they're bringing on this guy that's saying, just don't talk about it. Just don't fucking talk about it. That's why I was looking at Bastani talking about it. And that is kind of feeds into it too, of like, well, yeah, Bastani's willing to call a spade, excuse the fucking phrasing. And to me, that's what it's all about. And even if other people at Navarra disagreed, fair enough, you can have your disagreement or whatever. But now he's killed himself. Bastani's been made to take the fucking knee, the most preposterous way I've ever seen, in some fucking broadcast video. And now they're bringing people on to say, no, you should have just ignored it. You shouldn't have spoken about it. But it, to me, was the prime Navarra stuff of like, look, here's an example of progressivism gone too far. Here's an example of the progressivism we disagree with.
You know, we're much more respectful and fact-based than the hysterical coverage that we were seeing elsewhere. I think maybe an issue I would have is that I think that Novara somehow almost accepted the framing. So the framing was, let's dig into his academic credentials. And I think while you did talk about Nathan Kofnas and etc., I think the brunt of some of the conversations...
Chud, my uncle is a lot like you. Hates Browns, hates disabled. Instead of being annoyed at Navarro media, watch a small independent called GB News.
Nah, GB News fucking sucks, dude. I do not watch GB News. If I'm watching a Rightoid, it has to be someone that I can at least listen to without it being this kind of hysterical nonsense. Andrew Neil, Spiked is okay sometimes. The Times, somewhat. The Times, somewhat. The Telegraph, Daily Tea podcast. Those are good, kind of more right-aligned perspectives, I think. Nick Fuentes, if you want to get a bit spicy, obviously. But GB News, it just fucking sucks. And I get it. I get the game. They're pumping out their fucking Rightoid, you know, outrage slop, whatever. But I just don't really like watching it.
Was digging into whether he had committed plagiarism or not, or what the veracity of his backstory was. And I think that was something that you could see anywhere else, right? And so if Novara has a different mission, I think Novara maybe shouldn't have done what you could see everywhere else and accepted that framing. And I remember a couple of weeks ago, I was on with you and we were talking about this small boats. And I remember that when we started the conversation, before we actually got into the meat of the conversation, I said to you that I resent that this is leading the agenda today. Because again, I thought that we were allowing, the media was allowing reform to...
Right. I love the idea that, well, I will be fair, actually. I think that I kind of see where he's coming from. But the problem with the immigration point in particular is that it has gone beyond reform. I mean, we're going to cover this rape leaflet next. This fucking rape leaflet, bro. I've been racking my brain of how to spin this from a more progressive Labour voter mentality. And it's pretty rough. I mean, dude, it looks pretty bad, man. I've not actually looked at it in detail yet. But the bits that I've seen are quite horrifying and troubling. And I don't really know how to spin it. But the basic point he's making is, you do need to be careful of letting reform set the agenda I agree with that, and I see where he's coming from. But there's some stories that are non-agenderable. They go beyond whatever progressive mentality or right-wing mentality you want to set as a narrative in the media. And that's just the story, because that has captured the broad imagination of the public. And whilst, yes, the press is responsible for that somewhat, you know, it goes beyond just reform setting the agenda. You've now got these pockets of influence on social media that mean that before reform even know what's happened, you've got thousands, hundreds of thousands, whatever, people talking about it on social media, you know, influencing and impacting people's perspectives, you know. So the media is, I think, more reactive than ever, and they're reacting to often social media commentary about a given topic rather than like what the political parties even want.
Set the agenda that day. And I feel like for the last 2.5 weeks, we've allowed bad faith racist actors and right-wing media to frame a conversation, and then the media has gone along with it. My argument...
Okay, so I think that I can see there might be some facets of the story you push back on, but the meat of it and the core of it is like undeniable. And like the question here is, how do you push back on something that's true without sounding like largely a pedant, or that you're just kind of criticizing certain flourishes of certain commentary online? Because the meat and potatoes here is correct. Regardless of who said it, regardless of who's brought it forward, he was a massive lying fraud, and you just can't really get around that.
To you guys with love would be that I think that you did something that could have been seen everywhere else. And so if it was me, I wouldn't have touched it. Or there was maybe an option to cover it in a sort of through an anti-racist lens.
Bro, you must cover the story through the correct ideological tool. Bro, what the fuck? This is mental, dude. This is absolutely mental, bro. You must cover it from an ideological perspective. And that's the only way that you should cover it. Anything that isn't an God, these people make me sick, dude.
But again, I think the option that I would have taken would have been not to cover it. That's my take on your coverage.
Okay, and this now, I think, because this is really just the scraps of the ARDAY stuff that I wanted to get to. This is the final piece of the tragic ARDAY puzzle. This is some other dude who I've never seen before. Dude, doing another struggle sesh. Dude, I love these memes, man. Dude, this is so real. They're going to be executing people for saying the wrong thing before we know it. If the Greens get into power.
That I wrote, a cortado, and I would like to say something about that now. I've written it down. I don't want to...
Oh my god, dude! What the fuck is this? This is crazy! This is totally fucking bonkers, man! What's going on over in Navarra media? I've written it down. Just so you don't commit wrong... Just so you don't commit wrong think again by mistake. Oh my god, dude. Dude, what is the thing? What is the fucking thing at the end of 1984 when the telly screens and all the fucking... You know, the dissidents have to say their piece to the people. It's that, bro. It's literally that.
Get it wrong. So I want to start by offering, my really very sincerest apologies to Professor Jason Arday's family, his friends and supporters for this piece that I wrote. I also want to apologize to you, our audience, and I wish I could apologize to Jason, but that sadly is not possible. In the week before Jason Arday tragically died, I wrote a cortado. That piece contained many failures of judgment, and I want to list them in some detail here.
Dude. See, man, I can't get over... Jason Arday, I'm so sorry for telling the truth about you. Dude, I learnt this a long time ago. You cannot placate these lefties, and all you do is tell them that this is successful and it works when you do something like this. This will not stop them, and they will understand that they have got social power over you, and they will then do this again when you step out of ideological purity lockstep with what their perspective on something is. So this is a terrible idea. Never, I mean, you know, funnily enough, Sargon ended up apologizing for the Jess Phillips thing, but, you know, in some aspects, Sargon was right in terms of never apologize. Certainly not for telling the truth about something. If you say something that's excessively provocative and you genuinely feel bad about it, fine, whatever. Maybe there's grounds to, if you genuinely feel that you got something to say sorry for. Never apologize if you're like browbeaten into it, I think is the take. It should be internal. It should come from within. This to me is a product of the browbeating that's happened, and you've allowed yourself to be emotionally manipulated. Have I ever apologized for anything? What, in my whole life? I mean, in my whole life, yes. But it's not even an apology really, but just correcting the record, I think, is important. If you get something like substantively wrong, or you know, have a perspective that's not backed up, you know, there's some things which I think you can just say, oh, I got that wrong. I don't think you need to apologize for it, but just saying you got something wrong, sure. But apologizing, no. And if you do want to apologize for something, it should be to like an individual that you've wronged, not this kind of broad to everyone shit, you know?
The first is that I was led by the tone of the cortado, which is supposed to be ironic and spiky, rather than by the topic, which really required sincerity and care. And this showed, I think, a failure on my part to respect Jason Arday's humanity as a vulnerable man at the center of a media onslaught. The point of the piece that I wrote ultimately was to try to argue that even if the allegations around elements of Dr. Arday's personal biography were true, the unending coverage just wasn't in any way warranted in the light of other currently urgent stories, as well as previous stories about much more serious and actual deception of the British public. I also, in that piece, pointed out the terrible consequences that the story would have inevitably for other black scholars who remain seriously underrepresented in academia. But my second failure, and a real failure.
Well, okay. Yes, that is a problem. I agree. I don't think every black scholar should be scrutinised because of this. But whose fault is that? It's fucking Cambridge's fault for putting this guy in a position he didn't fucking belong in the first place. None of this happens if Cambridge didn't put him in his position. None of this would have occurred. It would have been a quiet behind-the-scenes story. It would have been, you know, higher education press speaking about it. It wouldn't have gotten this broad kind of perspective that it did. This is all at the feet of Cambridge's poor decision-making.
Was that in trying to make those points, I really gave far too much weight to the allegations being made around Jason. And as a result, I treated them and I treated him glibly, frivolously, and callously. My third failure was that I attributed the cause of the media onslaught to its being the so-called August silly season. I think that was lazy and it was banal. And it meant I dodged the harder topic of discussing the racist animus behind much of the obsessive reporting, which was at that point, I think, obvious. And
this is, dude, I'm telling you, man, Woke 1.0 is over. This is, I mean, you know, it is finished, apparently. They said it was finished. And there's all these, it's funny because there's all these posts at the moment talking about the craziest bits of Woke 1.0. And then you listen to this and it's like, it never went away. It's still here. This is it again. It's happening again. It's the same shit again.
Even more damning is that the week before, I'd written about the far-right exploiting events in Ceuta to spin racist conspiracy theories to their audiences. So somehow I was able to recognize when this was happening abroad, but not at home, when the target was someone who was in more than one way nearby to me. So as I said, we at Navarra are currently having conversations, both internally and in public about our coverage of this story. I believe that my contribution in the cortado...
Dude, I'm not fucking overreacting to this, man. This is fucking mental. The temperature on this story is fucking crazy. and the amount of advocation for the inhibition of press freedom and further restrictions on speech in the UK as a result of this is shocking, but not surprising. It doesn't even make sense. I don't even know if that makes sense. But it is pretty terrifying that this is being used to mount this new crusading campaign to further restrict press freedom in the UK. And the thing is, time and time and time again, when there's been press freedom, like in question and restricted, the only people that it really seems to benefit, obviously, are wealthy people that don't want negative stories published about them. You know? It's quite rare that the common man who is getting unreasonably or unfairly criticised gets a benefit from this. It tends to be wealthy, powerful people want a story crushed or squashed or suppressed about them.
Of no value at all, indeed of negative value. On Monday, Ash published a reflective piece on the racism that fueled the campaign against ARDAY. And she ends it by saying this: if, as Andy Burnham says, Jason Arday's death is a moment for reflection, I can't say I'm wholly comfortable with what I found in the mirror, a journalist who's just as capable of callousness as anybody else. Now, an image in the mirror is a fleeting image. The image of me, also as a journalist capable of great callousness, is now permanently on the page. It's one that I can't escape. And I think that's right. I think that's a necessity to ensure that I never make such grave and irresponsible errors of judgment again. And I hope one...
I was mean in reporting the truth. Oh my God, dude. This is so alien to me. This is so fucking alien to me, dude. I'm sure it was quite mean. And I can understand maybe regretting the tone in light of him killing himself from a progressive mindset, sure. But this is all a bit much, isn't it? This is all a bit fucking much. Well, what we said was true, but in hindsight, we could have changed the tone. Would that not suffice in this situation? Nutty Professor tops himself. Yeah, that was my stream title, yes. I think that was quite a good one, to be honest.
I hope that it will allow me to help others also to avoid them in the future. And I want you to know that I really value little higher than my journalistic reputation and the trust of our audience. I know that it's now very damaged, and all I can do is my best to rebuild it. So this is only the beginning of a personal apology. The rest will come, I hope, in the quality of my work as we go forward.
Thank you for that, Stephen. And
he's literally crying. He's crying at the end. And then you've got fucking, what was his name? Michael Walker there. Sat beside, oh my God, this is fucking dreadful, bro. Dude, Navarro are raped. Navarro are fucking raped for me. I'm never watching them again. Unless it's on stream. Unless it's on stream to laugh at them. I'm never watching them. This is fucking disgusting and shameful. The bending of the knee like this is fucking pathetic.
To avoid them in the future. And I want you to know that I really value little higher than my journalistic reputation and the trust of our audience. I know that it's now very damaged, and all I can do is my best to rebuild it. So this is only the beginning of a personal apology. The rest will come, I hope, in the quality of my work as we go forward.
Literally crying at the end,
Thank you for that, Stephen. And as it's very, very clear to all of our...
And then he sat there making sure, oh my God, making sure the medicine goes down nice and smooth too. This is outrageous. I'm sickened. I'm sickened that a journalist would do such a fucking pathetic little act like this. Anyway, guys, that is the end of the ARDAY stuff. That is the last of the ARDAY stuff that I think is of interest to me. That, I believe, is the end of the story, just like the story was the end of ARDAY. There we go. Okay, let's move on to Pastures New. So, this... Oh my
UK.
God.
You can see that I've highlighted so.
Oh my God, bro. What is this? This looks like a big piece about this. Let's have a look at some of this stuff. So we're going to do the migrant rape booklet now. Look, guys, I got to be real with you, okay? I share some concerns about the migration issue, but I'm not a deport 'em all guy. Okay? I'm not a deport 'em all kind of guy. My mind has quickly been changed by stuff like this. What the fuck is this, dude? This is fucking mental. This is totally fucking mental, bro. And I know what the progressive line is. Well, we need to teach them something. Like, yeah, sure, we need to teach them how to, you know, I don't fucking know. We need to teach them how to use an ATM or something. I don't know, they probably use ATM. Some local thing they don't know. Not, don't rape. That's fucking crazy, bro. I'm absolutely aghast at this. What message are you sending if you have to dish out leaflets saying, don't rape people? Oh my God, what I do, this is fucking crazy. I'm pretty sure this is real. I'm pretty sure this is real. Andy Burnham's commented on it and been like, well, you know, I don't even know what he said. Something like, we're trying to do what we can or something, I don't know.
Certain aspects of it. Having sex or sexual contact with a child under 16. We need to tell the arrivals that this is wrong. This is an admission of danger, isn't it? Cut or...
Guys, what's the correct progressive line on this? I'm not actually sure what it's supposed to be. This is fucking mental, dude. Okay, well, let's continue. I'm sure it gets better.
Harm a girl's genitals. Again, this is...
What, dude? Yeah, we're letting a bunch of people into the country and we're going to tell them to not do female genital mutilation and not to rape under 16-year-olds. We've got to give them a little pamphlet to let them know. And this is good. This is good because we're teaching them. We're integrating them. That's the word. We're integrating them. Like, this is well... The problem is, even if you want to try and defend this, unfortunately, I think that old righty Nick Ferrari's right here. This is an admission of danger. Because you're admitting that these people have got a totally alien worldview to us, to the point where they don't understand the problem. I mean, to be honest with you, one thing I will say is that we probably want to give this to some Europeans, don't we? Because the age of consent is like 14 in some countries. So that's the only angle I can think of. Other than that, we're raped. We're totally raped.
Isn't it? Cut or harm a girl's genitals. Again, this is an admission of failure, isn't it? Talking about what you can and cannot do sexually and with children. And it goes on. That's a child abuse section. I've got one here. Understanding behaviours and expectations in the UK. It goes on and on and on.
Okay, where can I see the document? I thought he'd go over the whole document. I want to see the document.
And on, and it talks about how we understand it's going to be difficult coming from your home country. Then it says what is expected of you. You cannot stop a woman from working or studying. Control what a woman wears or where she goes. Stop a woman from seeing friends or family. Make decisions for a woman without her agreement.
See, the thing is, I think everyone kind of knew that they were like this, but this is an admission that they're like this. This is admitting, yeah, these people are totally, you know, antithetical to our society and total savages. It's kind of like just, it looks bad on paper, as they say. It looks bad on paper. And the thing is, even if you want to say, well, they just don't know, they're from a different culture, etc., 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 right? Then the reasonable response to that is, well, why are we putting up, why does society have to burden the risk of these people not adhering to these principles and standards? Why is it society that bears the brunt of this risk so that we can adhere to certain, you know, things? Like, I agree with the idea that we should adhere to the, what is it? The 1950 asylum shit or whatever it is, right? But at what point? So, like, if in doing that, you end up having 1,000 people come in on a rape and have to be told this. It just seems unreasonable that then society burdens the brunt of that responsibility. Because politicians that are adhering to these rules are not bearing the brunt of this beyond not being re-elected. It's people in local communities that are bearing the brunt of the risk of this. I mean, this is like, it just looks dreadful no matter which way you slice it. And I think it does speak to this issue of, well, yeah, we're bringing people in that we need to tell not to rape and that they can't control women. Oh, is this it here? Oh, there's a whole... Oh, it's online. Okay, we'll look at this. We'll look at it in full.
This is extraordinary. And now all the people, some of you who phoned me and have phoned this radio station and expressed valid concerns because of the arrival of mostly undocumented young males, and at the very least you've been called Little Englanders, at the worst you've been called racists. How does the government respond to that now? Because now we can see your concerns are absolutely right. And you could look at a string of cases. Just recently, an Eritrean man who raped a pensioner outside church in a 20-minute attack.
Male pensioner, that's important. Make sure to make that clear. Male pensioner. It was a gay rape. It was a gay rape.
The pensioner was male and in his 60s.
Hey!
That man from Eritrea. There are plenty of others that I could
love the fact that he knows. He knows that's the juice. He knows that's the sizzle. He knows the fact it's a gay rape is the sizzle of that story.
The Pakistani man who raped a 16-year-old girl in Nottingham. The pair, one Iranian, one Egyptian, who raped a 21-year-old girl. The Afghani who was jailed for 15 years for raping a 12-year-old girl. On and on and on it goes, as this admission of danger is utterly now implicit in putting this out. Why else would they need to do that? What does it tell you about the controls?
Oh, I do. Hey, Soldier Boy's baby daddy. Thank you for the sub. Thank you. This is BS journalism.
Do you have a rape fetish?
Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Thank you. The problem is it in a very explicit way on paper shows the culture gap that exists between our country and where they're coming from. And I think it's written down. So if someone says these people are coming over, they're from a different culture, and there is a high chance that they might have bad views that lead them to engage in bad actions, how do you respond to that now, knowing that the government agrees and are trying to make efforts to make them not do that? What is the response to that? Because the government have got a document that says, yep, you're right, we do need to tell them not to rape because, you know, we need to try and educate them out of... And the other problem as well, you can't just tell someone not to do something and then they stop doing it, right? Imagine it was the other direction and you, as someone that's been brought up in a liberal-minded society, were put in the Middle East, in Iran, and were told, we do things differently over here. You can treat women like shit. I mean, maybe some of you might actually be okay with that one. But you know, when your entire life you've been guided down a certain mentality and perspective, and a certain pattern of behavior, or a certain, you know, behavior is put upon you by your upbringing, it's difficult to overcome that. And it's something that will take time. Yes, because we don't rape. Yes, obviously rape happens in the UK. Yes. But what is this? Oh, white people rape too. Well, if we've got our own rapists, maybe we do need to stop bringing in more fucking rapists until we deal with the rapists that we've got. Like, what is this response to? This is like when you talk about the Pakistani Muslim grooming gangs. People go, oh, Jimmy Savile was a pedo. Yes, Jimmy Savile was a pedo. They were homegrown rapists. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. Obviously, I think that's the case. But the problem is, we are, in our good grace, bringing people into the country, more people, well, not now, but previously at record levels, who represent this increased and enhanced risk. So much so that we need to tell people not to rape. Dude, when you go to another country, you don't have to hand out leaflets to fucking white British people saying, don't rape. Please don't rape our citizens. Like, do you know what I mean? That's the difference. That's the difference in mentality. The point is, people coming from that culture are also vulnerable to that behaviour from native Brits. What, of being... What? Who do you think's getting these leaflets? 16-year-old girls? Or fucking 20-year-old men? Like, what you want, dude? What? It's dude, it is obviously primarily aimed, these segments at least, are aimed at males that are coming over to try and stem the flow of rapes that's happening, that's getting bad press.
What does it tell you about the supposed border force checking of these people that they get in? This is an abject admission of failure and an admission of danger. Make no bones about it. And if you were one of those protesters, and you're at Epping, or you're in London, or you're anywhere else in the country that there were, how do you feel now that you've been called racist? Isn't that the reality?
Okay.
More broadly on the subject of education, I'm sure you've also seen a couple of front pages that has this story of the Home Office leaflet or booklet telling asylum seekers they can't rape or beat up women when in Britain. I appreciate that guidance needs to put out, but what does it say about some people?
It just sounds dreadful, man. No matter which way you slice it, no matter which angle you come at this from, you could be the most progressive-minded person going, okay? And that sounds fucking bad. I know it's the framing. I know it's the rightoid framing. But there is literally a government document that is handed out to migrants, apparently, that says, don't rape, please. Oh! Anyway, let's see what old Labour have got to say about this.
People are attempting to gain entry to our country, Secretary of State.
Well, look, I think it's pretty straightforward that we should be explaining to people and being clear about people the expectations, the rule of law.
Here's a question. Did we have to hand this out to EU migrants? Was this something that we needed to give to EU migrants when they came over? Or is it a certain cohort of migrants that we are, you know, concerned about from particular countries that we're dealing with? Maybe
in this
Why
country,
is it necessary? What is the difference in cultures that we're experiencing, do you imagine?
Well, you know, people coming from other countries do have different cultures, and we have to be absolutely clear with people of how much we abide by the rule of law in this country, what the rule of law is about, what some of those laws are, and that if people break those laws, they will be treated very harshly. They will be deported. They would have any claim to asylum, completely squashed at that point as well. So I think it's right that people understand the expectations and the consequences if they break the law in this country, and that's something that we have to constantly educate lots of people about, and that's important that we do so.
Dr. Rakib Ehsan is a social...
Okay, Okay, that sounds like a Jew, to be honest with you. Let's read the actual document, okay? Maybe we're overreacting. Let's have a little look at this document. So this, I'm pretty sure, is the one. Yeah, this must be it. Published 19th of August, 2026. Okay, guys, let's put ourselves in the head of an asylum seeker, okay? You were in the UK because you were seeking asylum. We understand that coming to a new country can be difficult, and that laws and customs here may be different from your home country. In the UK, there are laws that protect everyone's safety, dignity, and rights. It is important that you understand them, because not following UK law can have serious consequences. You could get in trouble with the police. Lose your... Dude, I love this, man. The first gambit is, don't rape because you might get in trouble with the police. Or you might lose your asylum support. Oh my God, dude. This is just sending out a message that they're total savages. This is fucking absurd, bro. This is fucking mental. Don't rape. Not because it's wrong, but because you might get in trouble with the police. Lose your asylum support, it could affect your asylum claim. This booklet will help you understand what is expected of you when living in the UK. These rules and expectations are not just for people seeking asylum, they apply to everyone living here. Okay, here we go. Gender equality. Thank you, Inside Out. Pleased to be back. Pleased to be back. Great to be back. In the UK, men and women have equal rights. This is an important part of UK culture and is protected by law. Women can work and earn their own money, study and go to school or university. Don't forget, you need to be in the mindset of an asylum seeker, okay? So presumably you think the opposite of this, I'm guessing. Travel freely. Choose who to marry or choose not to marry. Make their own decisions about their lives. See, I do think, yeah, the response would be something like, well, white people do bad things too. Or, what else are we supposed to do? What else are we supposed to do? What else are we supposed to do? Well, the problem is, that response gives ground to the perspective that we'll stop letting these people in because it's fucking insane. That's the issue that you come to. Because the response to this would be, well, we need to substantively change our laws because we're letting in people that are clearly this, you know, explicit threat to our way of life. You know, if this is the perspective that they're coming to the country with, you know? And I guess I don't really know how to engage with that. In terms of like, well, yeah, you've got a point. Like, you've got a fucking point. If we're down out, please don't rape leaflets. What is the response to that? That isn't just, well, we've just got to follow the laws that we've got in place. Women do not need permission from a husband, father, brother, or any man to do these things. Men and women are treated equally. Okay. And then we just saw that bit there. What could happen to you if you not follow these rules? Their country normalizes this behavior and they never go through stuff like mandatory content classes like we have in Europe. Well, but that's the problem, isn't it? Is I don't even disagree with what you're saying, Flip Flop. Yes, I understand they come from a different culture. But then, because of the way it's structured, you're asking the lowest rungs of society to accept the risk. Well, I mean, to be fair, Labour are trying to change it and they're trying to shift them off to these campsites or whatever, right? But as time goes on, they'll, generally speaking, be moved into the lower facets of society. So there's a reason reform support is so fucking high in these poor areas. It's not just the press fucking pulling their strings. It's people in these communities seeing firsthand in front of them the consequences of these immigrants and asylum seekers getting stuffed into cheap housing all around the country. And then they end up in these poor areas. And, you know, they're being asked to shoulder the risk of all of this politics, you know. That's why I think one of the reasons you get this massive reform support in these areas is, yeah, sure, some of them are racist. But look at how the dynamics changed over the past sort of decade. You know, it used to be these marches were just like racist thugs, like the EDL and shit like that. And now it's all fucking women and all shit like that. And do you know what I mean? Clearly there are communities that are unhappy with the state of play. And stuff like this just inflames it further. Oh, by the way, those immigrants that were stuffing into cheap housing near you, by the way, we've got to give them a leaflet to tell them not to rape, just so you know. Treating someone... So, yeah, it just talks about the gender stuff. Okay. Okay, domestic abuse. Domestic abuse is when someone hurts, threatens, or controls their partner or family member. It can happen to anyone, regardless of gender, age, or background. Domestic abuse includes physical violence, threats, controlling behavior, emotional abuse, taking away documents. What is expected? You're expected to treat your partner and family with respect. Let them make their own choices. Never physically or verbally abuse or control them. Okay, here we go. So, but that, okay. The other issue that you've got too with this kind of white people do this as well is that white people do this in spite of the structures of our society being against it. So they're like an anomaly, right? Rapists are like an anomaly in our society. Whereas it seems like these guys, rape is the norm. Rape is the norm for these societies. Hence the need for these fucking pamphlets. And also, even with the entirety of our schooling structure and mentality being to support the idea of consent-based sex and be against rape, rape still occurs. And then we've got this cohort of people that are coming in that seemingly are from this culture, which has got the opposite perspective, and that rape is sometimes based. Do you see what I mean? It's what is this? Oh shit, hang on a sec. Suspected spam number. Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. I keep getting these spam calls. It's so annoying. Okay, so let's see what they're teaching these asylum seekers about consent, okay? Consent means both people freely agree to sex or sexual contact. In the UK, the law is clear and strict. Both people must agree to sex or sexual contact of any kind. This means both people must say yes freely without threat or pressure. Dude, do you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the Don't Be Rama Rama video. In that you're kind of reaching people where they are. So people laugh about the Rama Rama video, but the progressive mindset on it is, well, that's what they understand is a bunch of, whoa, look at this, you got a music song about not sniffing petrol. You're kind of meeting people where they are. Or poo in the loo as well. Yeah, we see it as absurd because we're like, yeah, of course you shit in the toilet. Of course you don't sniff petrol. And there are people that maybe go against that, but they're like an outlier to normal society. Whereas here, it's the same thing where we're meeting people where they are, and where they are is thinking rape is okay. Thinking rape is alright. Oh, it just looks bad, man. It just looks bad. That's the issue you got. I do see the angle here of, well, of course, we've got to teach them. We've got to tell them, you know, about this stuff. But the stakes are quite high. These people are going into communities and we're not going to know if this has caught hold and whether they actually agree with this or think this. And also, there's a difference in one's mindset structurally between thinking rape is wrong because it's immoral and thinking it's a wrong act, right? Because by that mentality, you're going to be against it even in circumstances where you might get away with it, right? You're not going to be necessarily an opportunist. Well, obviously some people are still, but you're not going to think, well, I'm going to get away with it, so I'll do it. You'll think, no, it's wrong, and therefore I'm not going to do it. Whereas the mindset here seems to be not explaining, and it's a very difficult thing to get across, isn't it? Like, why is rape bad on a sort of principled basis? But they're taking the shortcut and they're saying, well, the reason you shouldn't rape is because you might get caught and your asylum claim is going to be affected. So you're setting it up so that people are thinking it's bad, not as a product of rape being wrong, but as a product of if you get caught, you could get in trouble. And could that not invite this mentality of, you know, opportunism, essentially? Well, if I can get away with it, then that's okay, because it's only if I get caught for it that I'll get in trouble for it. And yes, it is obviously difficult to get across the ethical arguments about rape in a pamphlet. And this is like a shortcut, really. It's, oh my God, dude. I can't sweep for this, guys. Normally I'm all up for sweeping. This looks pretty fucking rough. And it does, unfortunately, back up the idea that there is a risk and a danger from these people. Because if you've got someone, if you've got an asylum seeker and they've had to be handed a leaflet that says, don't rape, is it unreasonable that a regular person might look at an asylum seeker and think, well, they've had to have a leaflet to tell them not to rape me? I mean, especially after the pensioner story. Especially after the pensioner story, I'm now a little bit worried myself, you know? What is this, dude? What the fuck is this? Albinos do not have gold nuggets stored inside their skulls. I think the idea is to have a deterrent, and telling people not to be immoral has never worked in human history. I do see what you mean. I just think that it fuels the argument that these people are a danger and we're putting ourselves at risk for bringing them in if we're having to hand them out leaflets saying please don't rape. And it's just a boon. It's a boon to reform and restore as well, I guess, because they're able to point to this. I mean, this is like gold. This is like gold dust for the rightoids to point to and go, look, they're going to tell these people not to rape. We were right. You are in danger. What? This is obviously fake, man. This is fake. Fake news. Albinos do have gold nuggets stored inside their skull. Attempting to extract them may impact your asylum claim. Okay. As James O'Brien talked about this, he's probably the best example of someone who might well have a good defense for this. Has he got the correct narrative to put out there? Chud seeing this as a purely political issue. Total cynical Jewish raped pedophile.
Do you have a rape fetish?
What I don't understand about the pensioner buggering is how do you rape an old man for 20 minutes straight, no bust?
Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Thank you. What is this framing? What do you mean framing? I'm talking about the broader political implications of this. Alongside saying this is fucking mental that you're going to hand out leaflets. Dude, I said it right at the start. I said it right at the start. It's fucking crazy that you've got to hand out a leaflet to an asylum seeker saying, please don't rape people or you might get arrested. There's also a political conversation as well as the fundamental issue. Yes, these pamphlets are making Labour look bad. Yes. Because there is an underlying issue that validates the rightoid point, which is that these people are a significant risk to the country. You understand there can be two separate things happening at the same time. There can be a condemnation of the fact this needs to be handed out in the first place. And there can be a discussion about the political ramifications of this. And Reform are not coming at this from the perspective of, you know, they care about political power. Their concern is gaining political power by any means necessary. So when I say that Reform, it validates the narrative, it's that Reform are going to take advantage of this in order to bolster their political position in light of bad polling, which has happened as a result of, you know, Nigel Farage getting exposed for the bungs that he's been dished out. So I think that multiple things can be true. I think there is a political dynamic to this, and there is a genuine question and concern and thing of safety too. You see what I mean? Anyway, in the UK, the law is clear and strict. Both people must agree to sex or sexual contact of any kind. Okay? Making notes. This means both people must say yes freely without threat or pressure. Someone can change their mind at any time, even if they said yes before. If someone is asleep, drunk, or unable to respond, they cannot consent. Consent is needed in every situation. This means even if you're married or in a relationship with someone, they must consent to sex every time. If you have sex with someone without their consent, this is called rape. Rape is a serious crime in the UK. Rape is very, very serious in the UK, guys. You could go to prison, lose your support and accommodation, and it will affect your asylum claim. You're expected to always make sure the other person freely and clearly agrees to sexual contact. Never use threat, force, or pressure to make someone have sex. Never try to have sex with someone who is asleep, drunk, or unable to consent clearly. Stop if they say no or change their mind. Oh, I see the right. So there's these little portions here, right? So this is in there so that people can go, no, look, this is for 16, this is for 15-year-olds. This is actually aimed at the 15-year-olds so they don't get raped. So they don't get raped. When I think, realistically, looking at some of those videos of the immigration centres, I think it's quite evident what the target audience for these leaflets are. And I don't think it's 15-year-old girls. I'll put it that way. I do not think the primary intended audience is 15-year-old girls getting statutorily raped. Or 15-year-old boys, possibly. Reddit is sweeping for this by saying it's basically the same as workplace sexual harassment training. No, it's not. Workplace sexual harassment training goes above and beyond the basic legal principles that we have, right? And there's things you could do in a workplace that might not be against the law, but would be considered inappropriate because, you know, I mean, some of it could just be giving unwanted excessive attention to a female colleague or something like that, you know? But I think there's a substantive difference between, hey, don't stare at your colleague in the office and do not rape someone, please. You know, there's a substantive difference between those 2 points. Chud should get that training. Dude, I have had all the fucking rape training you could imagine, okay? I've had a significant amount of rape training. But the thing is, this is the thing. It's society version. No matter how you try and justify this, or how much you try and say that this is the right thing to do, all you can come back to then is, well, we've got a legal obligation to have these people in the country. And that then leads to the question of, is it right that we have a legal obligation, particularly when these people tend to end up in some of the poorest areas of the country, to have these people come in when we're having to dish them out a leaflet at the front door that says, you know, please don't rape? You know, if I was holding a party, right, I would expect people to know not to clog my toilet. I wouldn't want to have to hand out a leaflet at the door that says, please don't stuff toilet paper down the toilet, clogging it, thus having to get a plumber out, you know? I would expect that people would generally understand. And if there was a bunch of people that showed up that wanted to come to the party, and they were like, sorry, we don't understand about this clogging toilet thing, if you've got a leaflet that potentially explains it, I might not want to let them in.
There are exemptions for religious groups in the UK, like some are able to carry knives. Given what the Prophet did and since he is the perfect man, it could be argued that Muslims should be exempt of rape and age of consent laws.
Very true. Thank you, Baldrick, for the tip. Thank you, thank you. And then imagine if I said, well, I've got to be honest with you. Most people know not to clog my toilet, and it's going to be a fucking hassle if you come in and clog the toilet, so I'd rather not let you in. And then someone came along and said, but there's a law from the 1950s that you must let these people into your house, and it's your job to explain to them not to clog your toilet. And I'm like, okay, fine. If it's the law, so be it. And then I let the people in, and then my toilet gets clogged. Well, I'm going to be annoyed, aren't I? I'm going to be fucking annoyed. What I'm saying is getting raped is a bit like having your toilet clogged when you think about it. Oh no, dude, that's my dude. In the UK, people have different beliefs, religions, cultures, relationships, and ways of life. You must treat others with respect, even if you disagree with their beliefs or how they live. What is expected of you? When you're in public, alone or with friends, you must never make sexual comments to someone, even if you think it's a compliment. Whistle or make kissing noises at someone. Okay, right. I know people are going to do the whites do this as well. When was the last time you saw someone do something like this? You know, in all the times that I've travelled over the past year, I cannot remember the last time I saw someone making like a woman uncomfortable in public like this. White men yesterday. Well, you would say that, wouldn't you? You would say that. Follow someone or block their path. Make rude or offensive gestures. Verbally abuse someone because of their gender, religion, or how they look. White building site workers are whistle rapists. Bullshit! That is total bullshit, dude. That is like 1980s era shit. What the fuck are you on about, bro? That is total bollocks. The idea of the fucking builders whistling at women as they walk by. You're literally living in the fucking 80s. If that's true, you're living in some pocket dimension in the 80s. That's a fucking meme, dude. Builders do not do the fucking wolf whistle shit anymore. You know, standards and the way they act has changed dramatically. Oh, sorry, I mistook you for someone else. I didn't realise you were winding me up. Me when I'm chasing women at 4 AM with a gun through dark alleys, but my white jeans always make me let them go. Make rude or offensive gestures. Verbally abuse someone because of their gender, religion, or how they look. Also, the other... Okay. There's another problem that I've got with this as well, right? Within a human, within a normal human, there is an innate respect that one tends to have, right? It's not absolute, and some people take the piss. But like when you go to a foreign country, right, generally speaking, unless you're some football lout or something like that, there is a kind of inherent respect that you have for that country's rules and laws. Like, for example, drinking in certain Middle Eastern countries, you know? And some people take the piss, don't get me wrong. But, you know, I'd wager that most holiday goers are reasonable. Although, there was one story recently that I saw. Hang on a sec. That maybe goes against this. Did you see this? This is fucking crazy, man. Dude, what the fuck is this, man? Drunk Brit, 30, admits pulling down underwear and squatting on packed plane. What the fuck? Oh, no. No. A woman is admitted to exposing herself while drunk in full view of other passengers mid-flight. Sarah Parker was on her way to Melbourne on a TUI flight, obviously. Despite being instructed to remain seated, Parker, who boarded the plane drunk, disobeyed the pilot and got out of a seat during takeoff to use the bathroom. Cabin crew informed her she was not allowed to do so. It was then that she pulled down both her shorts and underwear and stood in the aisle where fellow travellers could see her. Oh my God, man. The boozed up Brit from Halifax, West Yorkshire, appeared before Manchester Magistrates Court where she pled guilty to outraging public decency. Parker's charge stated that she behaved in an indecent manner by pulling down her shorts and underwear, squatting and exposing her vagina in full view of other passengers. Oh my God, man. She also pled guilty to... Okay. Jesus, man. District Judge Simon Blakeborough told her, exposing yourself on a plane full of passengers is quite serious. Now, the thing is, you perverts would be like, oh, that's so based. I'm telling you, it wouldn't be based. If you're waiting for if you're on a flight and there's some dumb bitch ignoring orders, causing a fucking issue, and then they start going, you know, you'd be like, what? It would be not a pleasant experience, okay? You guys are acting like you'd be sat at home jerking off to porn. It wouldn't be like that, dude. Everyone would be like, oh, it'd be horrible. Also, you'd be, you know, you'd be singled out as a pervert for staring at this drunk woman's snatch as she's bandying about on a plane. Also, yeah, she probably stinks. Very true. She probably stinks, true, too. So anyway, guys, as I say, it's not just the Muslims. It's not just the Muslims that need training on how to behave. It's also white women as well. Okay. So what else is there here? There's just advice about different things here. Oh, this is the whole article. So there we go, guys. There we go. That is the article. Let's see what other analysis there is of this. I don't want to listen to all these fucking callers, man. Let's listen to the experts talk about it. God, they really went to town on this one.
Policy analyst and independent expert in social integration. This leaflet, these brochures or booklets, good thing or bad thing? Good morning.
Well, I think that morning, Nick, I think that what it really shows is that we have a truly dysfunctional asylum system, and our lax border security poses a fundamental threat, especially to the public safety of female citizens in this country. If you have an asylum system where the Home Office has to issue guidance to asylum applicants on matters of domestic violence, child sexual abuse, the basic rules of sexual consent in this country.
In the UK, both people must say yes to sex. This is called consent, Doctor.
It is absolutely remarkable. I think that firstly, if you had an asylum system, for example, which ultimately prioritised women and girls at risk of sexual violence in their homelands, in their countries of origin, in conflict zones, in insecure displacement camps, then you have to ask, would you have to issue that guidance to begin with? So I think this is also an admission that our asylum system is ultimately being oversaturated by illegal migrants.
No, you don't understand. There's a little bit in it that says if you've been affected, for the 15-year-olds that are getting raped that are coming over. Well, I don't know who this guy is. Dr. Rakib Ehsan. I thought he might be some sort of Jew that's trying to make us hate Muslims, but I don't know anything about the guy.
Disproportionately young, male, unattached, and originating from countries where, when it comes to the rights and treatment of women and girls, is so culturally distant from mainstream British life.
What does the government need to do now, Doctor?
Well, I think the government has to do a number of things. I think it has to reevaluate its relationships with international conventions and treaties, especially the European Convention on Human Rights. I think that what it needs to do is need to introduce an asylum system, and that would also include reforming existing legislation.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? Is if adhering to these rules means that you're bringing in people en masse that are such... that you perceive as such a risk of committing these crimes that you need to hand out this mass-produced leaflet in order to explain to them why they shouldn't rape. It does call into question if there's a suicidal empathy that is then occurring. Because has this ever had to be done in history, that you've had to dish out leaflets to say, please don't rape people when you're here? Right, there's some cultural gap, sure. But I think of like the cultural gap of my Iranian taxi driver that's lived here for 20 years, who presumably understands that you can't rape. And I don't know, I guess. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Some Iranian that came here 20 years ago is trying to escape or get away from some of the dynamics that exist in those countries. Do you see what I mean? Like they're trying to escape the negative implications of an Islamist theocracy. So maybe they don't need it because they're like, yeah, this fucking sucks. I want to go somewhere where it's not legal to rape a bitch. But now they're having to dish out these leaflets. I mean, is this unprecedented? I don't know anything about the material that's given to immigrants to know if this has happened before. Is this a new thing? It seemingly was only published a few days ago. And is this a response to, is it the press reporting? Is it the perception? Or is there some sort of information that the government is looking at that is demonstrating that there is a higher risk from certain groups of immigrants that are coming in, that they've decided we need to do this in order to try and stem the flow of rape that's coming from these people? I don't know.
Such as the Human Rights Act. So collective national security, public safety is at the heart of our asylum system and how we go about immigration and asylum policy, because we've seen so many instances. Nick, the reality is, and I don't say this lightly, the country, for example, is experiencing an Afghan sex crime wave. There's numerous cases now, but that shouldn't be a surprise because Afghanistan is ranked 181st out of 181 countries on the Georgetown Institute's Women, Peace and Security Index. So importing a large number of males from that.
Okay. Mohammed Raqib bin Hassan is a British writer, journalist, media commentator, researcher, and author of the book Beyond Grievance. He is of Bangladeshi Muslim origin. Okay, so he's not a Jew. He's not trying to sow Jewish descent. He is an actual of Muslim origin himself. Okay. Interesting. Okay.
Country, then naturally that's going to undermine public safety, especially of women and girls. But I have to say, you mentioned that case. It doesn't seem that even male pensioners are safe from this problem.
You're right. That offender was actually Eritrean, but I did mention others who were Afghan. You're right. Dr. Raqib Ehsan, thank you. Social policy analyst, independent expert in social integration. So here's...
Okay, but this is a dishonest comparison, isn't it? Because there are people who go to Cambodia specifically to conduct sex tourism. So you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot here, because what are you suggesting? That these immigrants are coming here for a rape buffet? Are you saying we need to tell them because we're worried they're going to come here to rape everyone? But yes, that's because Cambodia has got a known problem with child sex tourism. And so an American tourist going to Cambodia, it is suspicious. There is an inherent suspicion there. No, I did not go to fucking Cambodia. Why would you go to Cambodia? Why would you go to Cambodia if not to fuck kids? Bro, what do you mean Vietnam? There's other reasons you go to Vietnam that aren't just raping children. Asylum seekers are... Yeah, are we saying that asylum seekers are suspected rape tourists until we determine otherwise?
It's the reality. The safety of girls as young as 12 and male pensioners in their 60s, the safety for the government is with a series of leaflets.
Yeah, honestly, they need to update the information after that pensioner got raped to tell them that you're not supposed to pull drunken pensioners off into the bush to rape and molest them either. They need to make sure that information is in the document too.
That's how seriously they treat the safety of the whole age range across there. They're going to give people a leaflet. Where did you learn that you're not allowed to beat your wife? Where did you learn that you can't have sex with children under the age of 16? Where did you learn that to have sexual relations you need consent from both parts? I doubt you learnt it from a government booklet, did you? No, and that's the reality, the consequences of importing people from cultures where, to use the doctor's point, they stand 181 out of 181 countries for areas such as this. Don't for a second pretend that in countries where these people are coming from, there is the same level of concern. There is the same level of protection for women. I think the Taliban have just celebrated 5 years in power in Afghanistan, and the plight of women, I wouldn't say the position, the plight of women has gone backwards. They're not educated. I don't think they can go out in certain clothes.
I think the best way I can think to really formulate this in my own head is, how many rapists do you let in before you start to question the legal grounds you have to follow to let these people in en masse? What are the statistics on asylum seeker rape? I don't even know what the fucking stats are on it or what the details are. Because you hear stories about it. And I think, well, there's going to be a few bad apples, but the overarching good of bringing in people that are in a bad way and helping them overrides like one bad apple, right? But if you had if you brought in 1,000 people and 10 of them were rapists, 100 of them are rapists, 200 of them are rapists, etc., etc., or you could tell that X amount would go on to rape someone, at what point do you say, well, we should question that and we should query that? You know? I don't think it's 99 out of 100. Is it? Dude, I don't know. Dude. No, I don't think I've become an Anglo-Pigeon because I still support the idea of having a fair, reasonable asylum system. I don't agree with deport them all. I don't agree with send them all back. But that being said, this leaflet is quite troubling. And it suggests at the very least that the government recognises there is a problem they need to manage because they're having to dish these leaflets out. When previously, I don't know how it was managed, but I don't know, was it ever a case in history before the recent Boris wave and so on in the backlog that we had this issue where we had these rapes happening and we're like, yeah, these asylum seekers are coming over and raping a bit too much. We better start dishing out a leaflet.
That is the reality of people arriving here, and they suddenly see the liberated way the West runs, and then some of them, not all, some of them end up in court. Emma Wolf is author and political commentator. Your take on this leaflet or booklet? Good morning.
Good morning, Nick. Well, it's a leaflet. It's a booklet. It's the kind of 7-page pamphlet that you find in every NHS waiting room. Do you have any confidence that a single one of these mostly young men are going to sit down, if they have the English to read this, if they have, you know, the language skills to read it, are going to sit down and read this information, read this advice from the government on entry to this country and take it on board and change their ideology? To say
you cannot overwrite a lifetime of ideology being pumped into you. You know, someone growing up thinking that rape is cool. Like, people rape in spite of it being wrong, you know? It's like an anomaly. Whereas these people coming in, it seems like it's the norm, and they're going to be told, no, it's not the norm. But you can't just say to someone, this thing that you've grown up your life believing is wrong now. It takes time to override that and overcome that. And I just think that a pamphlet is demonstrating that there's a perception of risk from the government side. And I don't think you can pamphlet your way out of a fundamental belief or fundamental cultural view like that. It's not possible to pamphlet your way out of that.
Brilliant. And asking your viewers there, where did you learn that it's not okay to beat your wife, your mother, your sister? Where did you learn that women are equal, that women can go out and see friends and family, that you do not have sex without consent, that you do not have any kind of physical contact with children, with young girls? To say, Nick, that this doesn't fill women like me or girls and women with confidence, and men too, because we see that and we know about cases of children as well. To say it doesn't fill us with confidence, it fills one with terror, to be honest. Fills one with terror to have this so starkly laid out about the potential danger, the wildly different ideology that these many undocumented migrants...
What did James O'Brien say about this? Surely James O'Brien's commented on this, hasn't he? What did he say about the rape pamphlet? The rapeflet, as I'm going to be calling it. What is... My vibe is that in the mainstream press, this is something that will likely be ignored by liberal pundits because it just looks bad and you can't really sweep for it. Do you see what I mean? So I think it will just be ignored rather than be engaged with. Because what do you even say? What do you even say? They're dishing out leaflets telling migrants not to rape.
Will be bringing with them to this country, into this country. It's terrifying.
To the protesters...
So many of us have been saying this, as you say, for months and months and months. A few months ago, at the beginning of the summer, I was at a splash pad with my 5-year-old boy who was running around in his swimming shorts. There were little girls there running around a splash pad next to the paddling pool in central London, like little knickers, little swimsuits.
Yeah.
Whoa!
And there were men there filming. And I did not feel, foreign men, and I did not feel able to say...
Wait, what? There was a bunch of foreigners at a swimming pool filming little girls in knickers. What the fuck, dude? What about the boys? What about the boys?
Why are you standing here filming? I don't know. Are you the father of somebody here? You should not. It's terrifying. And we see this and we talk to women. And I've talked to women, grandmothers and mothers, who say, well, I can't let the little girls play out now. I can't. These are on council estates. These are paddling pools. These are splash pads. These are playgrounds where little girls are not safe to play out.
Well, it's a good job they got the pamphlet, because now they know not to do that, because it's weird and perverted and pedophilic. So don't worry, they've got the leaflets now. They've got the leaflets, don't worry about it. Okay, I can't... Dude, has anyone in the mainstream press of a progressive mindset actually spoken about this? I've got one maybe. Dude, this is the issue, man, is the mainstream press completely... Well, I won't say that because I don't know. I've not seen what reporting has and hasn't happened. But why doesn't the mainstream press fucking head this on a little bit, or say talk about it, or say, you know, this is clearly a fucking big story. What I mean by the mainstream press is like, you know, more liberal-minded press. Like Nick Ferrari's talking about it, but he's a fucking rightoid, you know? And it's all your fucking rightoid slop news channels that are discussing this. You basically cede the entire conversation to them. Chud's starting to open his eyes about the mainstream press. Dude, it's not opening my eyes to the mainstream press. I think the mainstream press is as good as it gets, in spite of their faults, in spite of their issues. I agree. You're the one that should be given the liberal perspective here. Well, I mean, I know what the arguments would be, and I just don't find them particularly satisfying. It's, well, whites rape as well. Or it's, what else are we supposed to do? We've got a legal obligation to have these people here. We've got to try and stop them raping somehow. I just find them a bit unconvincing and a bit unsatisfying. Like, I know what they are. I just find it a bit unsatisfying. And like, well, how do you respond to the idea that then the law should be changed to stop people that the government themselves are softly admitting of a risk because they're having to hand these leaflets out? Well, why shouldn't the law be changed then if these people are coming in and there is a significant risk? You know, how have we got to the point where we're accepting of asylum seekers to the point where we're saying, well, we believe you're an increased risk of rape. Here's a pamphlet to try and mitigate that risk.
Our country.
Emma Wolf is author and political commentator. Thanks for your input on that. Calls coming in. This is nothing but...
What do I think? I've already said what I think. I think it's dreadful and a very troubling sign that there is an identified risk of these groups of people, you know, having a mindset that would lead them to rape to the point where you feel you need to dish out a leaflet to them. That's my perspective on it. And I don't like the idea of jumping to like, we should do this policy, because I don't know what the exact answer to it is. But clearly there's a disconnect or a problem somewhere if the solution is just give them a leaflet and there isn't a more fundamental question of what are our policies and procedures in how has it got to the stage where we're almost like too permissive of people coming in to the point where rather than having a stronger line, we're saying, well, we think you're a risk of being a rapist culturally. Here's a pamphlet so hopefully you don't rape.
Mission of danger. There'll be many of you saying, well, we have white people, British people, people born in this country who are committing all these sort of crimes. Yes, we do. But we don't need to add to them. And certainly, as I made the point...
No, sure. I think making a snap judgment of this is the exact policy we should implement is not the right move here. And this is what I'm saying about reform jumping on this is, you know, they're going to spin it to their own political ends. And people are, because they've got the high ground in terms of the government has issued this leaflet. But just that doesn't mean that their solution is necessarily even achievable or possible. But there needs to be something changed. There needs to be some movement here, in a different direction, rather than, you know, just dishing out a leaflet telling them not to rape.
Point earlier, we don't need to hopefully educate people that you can't have sex with someone who's under the age of 16 and you can't beat your wife. But now we have to put that leaflet out. We'll be taking your views on that.
I was just going to say you're an incredible...
Well, I don't think this is a knee-jerk reaction. My guess is that there's some information that they've got or some insight that they've got access to that tells them that certain of these groups have got a higher risk or chance of rape. Mixture of statistics and cultural stuff that is leading them to publish this leaflet, because it's now been widely discussed and publicised We're not going to listen to the calls, don't worry. I can see one other video from the mainstream press about this, from someone who I think is a bit more centre-left, I think. I'm pretty sure. But other than that, it's all just fucking Talk TV and GB News and all that fucking shit. Like, did Sky News talk about this, or any of the other mainstream outlets? Like, this is quite a scandalous thing that I think deserves some sort of, like, commentary or conversation or debate, you know, in the broader mainstream press.
I want to begin with this document, or a section of this document, to be precise. Just, if you can, just look closely at what it says at the top.
Hang on a minute. Where's I want the one with pictures. Where's the one with pictures? I want the one with pictures.
Just in case you don't know this, the legal age of consent in the UK is 16. But then you do know this, don't you? You do know this. There are men who contravene that in this country. There are boys who contravene that in this country. But they know it, and we all know it. And today, for some reason, the government, the Home Office to be precise, has brought out a document, a leaflet, essentially a few pages, for asylum seekers, reminding them of the law in this country, particularly, but not only, but particularly
Also,
as it...
The legal age of consent in the UK is 16. But culturally and socially, if you are, you know, mid-20s or older, or early 20s even, if you slept with someone that was 16 years old on the dot, you'd be, like, at the very least, socially shamed and possibly socially excised for having done that. Maybe if you were like 18, 19, 20 or something like that, it would be more of like, you fucking pedo, and that would be a bit of a laugh amongst your mates. But I think, you know, the older that you get, the more controversial it becomes. And I think that your friends would, some of them would probably not want to hang out with you anymore if you did that. You know? People would look badly upon you. And the way the leaflet is framed, you're not getting that sort of cultural dynamic. You're not getting that cultural aspect, because how can you? It's impossible. It's impossible to insert cultural knowledge into someone's head. But 16 is not the target. Do you know what I mean? It makes it seem a bit like, well, 16 is the youngest you can go. But that's not the mentality that most adult males and whatnot operate off. Most adult males operate off of, you know, a reasonable sort of age difference. Not, oh, 16 is okay because it's legal. And that's the other concern as well, is are you sort of setting the cards up that, well, 16 is all right because it's legal, but actually it's not all right. And if you're, you know, probably 20 plus, 20 or older, you would be seen in a very negative light for knocking about with a 16-year-old. And you're not really getting that from this. You're just getting the, well, here's the legal consequence, rather than the more, you know, kind of dynamic social consequences of doing something like this. Explaining this to your chat full of nonsense is useless. Very true.
Alludes to the safety of girls and women. Sexual mores, I think they call them, sexual conduct. Again, a couple of things. I can't believe that all of this, the document is called Understanding Behaviours and Expectations in the UK. I'm mystified as to how it got through what I presume were various stages of development before it was given the green light by, I presume, the Home Secretary. I don't know, but I presume so. I can't believe it got through all those levels without somebody really thinking hard about the message it would send to you and me.
Yes.
Lucy Powell was...
Yes. So, yes, it's wrong, it's bad, they're importing a bunch of rapists, whatever you fucking want me to say, right? Now let's make a political point about this, because I think we're clever enough to know that you can condemn the contents and condemn what it says about the people coming over, while simultaneously looking at the political dynamics here. But there is clearly some sort of lack of optics consideration in that there wasn't someone that thought, okay, this is going to look dreadful in the press. What does this look like on paper? What does this look like in front of a normal voter, right? We're putting a leaflet out that says it this plainly and this explicitly. Do you see what I mean? Like, there's not that consideration of just how dreadful it looks. Beyond the obvious, terrifying ramifications and ideas of what it represents. What does it actually look like on paper in front of you? Well, you're having to give a leaflet to an asylum seeker saying, please don't rape, age of consent is 16. You know? Like, this is clearly a political fucking disaster when it gets publicised. And yes, I mean, I'm pretty sure this person is not some far-righty kind of character. I don't know much about her. But even she is kind of, you know, pointing out how disastrous this looks optically.
Talking about it, was asked about it by Nick on Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning, the Education Secretary, Lucy Powell. She said, in true politician speak, we need to be absolutely clear to people coming into the country about the rule of law here. Take a listen.
More broadly on the subject of education, I'm sure you've also seen a couple of front pages that has this story of the Home Office leaflet or booklet telling asylum seekers they can't rape or beat up women when in Britain. I appreciate that guidance needs to put out, but what does it say about some people who are attempting to gain entry to our country, Secretary of State?
Well, look, I think it's pretty...
It's so liberal to think they will stop if they just have the right information. Well, I mean, I think that in terms of the idea that people will do the right thing given the right information. Whereas I look at it more so as, well, no, someone is a product of their circumstances primarily. And you cannot undo a lifetime of conditioning in one direction like that. It's not possible. So if someone has been brought up and really bought into these societal ideals of like an Islamist country with a negative view towards women and pro-rape views or whatever, you can't just undo that in one click of your fingers. It takes time to reverse that process. It's like steering the Titanic, you know, you can't just fucking turn like that from the iceberg. It's very slow. And then if you don't move fast enough or quickly enough or soon enough, before you know it, you've hit the iceberg. And the iceberg in this case is a 15-year-old getting raped to bits.
Straightforward that we should be explaining to people and being clear about people the expectations, the rule of law in this country.
Why is it necessary? What is the difference in cultures that we're experiencing, do you imagine?
Well, you know, people can...
How many asylum rapers use, I didn't know I couldn't do that here in court? Well, I don't know how common it is, but I've read at least one story of that being the defence or that being argued for some sort of mitigation and it being successful. And there's a story of some fucking brown migrant that's raped some teen, and they're like, "Oh, I didn't know." And they're like, "Oh, well, okay. In that case, we'll be a bit lenient. No prison, but don't do it again, and you're on suspended license for whatever period of time."
Coming from other countries do have different cultures, and we have to be absolutely clear with people of how much we abide by the rule of law in this country, what the rule of law is about, what some of those laws are, and that if people break those laws, they will be treated very harshly. They will be deported. They would have any claim to asylum, completely squashed at that point as well. So I think it's right that people understand the expectations and the consequences if they break the law in this country, and that's something that we have to constantly educate lots of people about, and that's important that we do so.
There's all kinds of laws in this country, but there's very specific kinds of crimes that they're focusing on.
Yeah, dude, hang on a minute. That's actually true, isn't it? Dude, there's tons of laws you could talk about. Bro, there's tons of laws you can talk about to an immigrant coming in, right? Traffic laws, or I don't know, what other fucking laws are there? Shoplifting. Dude, why, dude? They don't have to tell them shoplifting's wrong, do they? They don't have to say to them, don't steal a Mars bar from the local convenience store, because that's seen as bad over here, because you get your hands cut off if you do it over there. But no, we got to tell them rape's bad. We got to really hone in and focus on that. Why is that, I wonder?
this leaflet, which is sexual crimes. The Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, has been speaking in the past hour in Bradford. Have a listen.
It's made explicitly clear what the UK law is,
No, I
and what
can't.
the societal norms
I
of
can't.
the UK
No,
are,
I can't.
and
I
that's
can't. I
why
can't
this
do
approach
it.
is being taken.
Well, the Home Office itself tweeted this morning more than 80,000 criminals and immigration offenders have been returned, doesn't say where to, but since July 2024. Returns have reached a near decade high, with removals now at their highest level since 2016. If you come here illegally or you break our laws, you will be sent home. So that's very definitive. You will be sent home. It's not always the case in reality, though, and it isn't even the language that's used in this document. In part of this document, it says you could be deported, you could be arrested. And I wonder whether that is a factual admission. It might not be, I might be reading too much into it, but a factual admission that that actually rape and sexual assault in this country is often not prosecuted. So for the Home Office to say you will be prosecuted, you will be deported, wouldn't be true, because it isn't true of many crimes committed of that nature committed by British men in this country. But here's what bothers me about this document. See this? I'm showing you in case you're looking at a clip or watching it online. Child abuse is a serious crime in the UK, and then they
Wait,
list,
what? We missed the child abuse segment. Sorry, I had to take a piss. Sorry, I had to go and read my document to remind myself not to rape, because as a white guy, sometimes we rape. Okay, come on, let's see what Andy Burnham actually said about this. So I do think Sky News had that. I do think I saw that on Sky News. Right, Andy Burnham, migrant. Will that bring it up? Okay. I can't find the clip. I can't find the clip, dude. Where's the clip of him talking about it?
Little picture there, little cartoon of a poor disconsolate little boy being shouted at, by the looks of it, by his dad or by an adult, whoever.
Dude, why are they white? What the fuck is that about it? Oh my god. What's that all about? Shouldn't they be brown? Because we're giving it to the migrants, I mean.
The adult is.
Honestly, I think this is one of those where the Home Office has probably unilaterally made some decision that's created this blowback for the government. And now Andy Burnham's got to find his best way to fucking sweep for it. When, you know, he knows this is like one of the top topics for voters at the moment. And basically Labour have got to do even better than a reasonable level. They can't just do a decent job or an okay job. They've got to like really go above and beyond to show that they're dealing with this problem seriously because of this negative perception that they've got. And then something like this happens, and yeah, it's obviously a complete fumble and disaster to try and explain away, you know? I'd be surprised if Andy Burnham knew specifically about a document that was being dished out to migrants. That's very, it's very departmental. Do you see what I mean? Like, there's obviously the various departments of state, and they do things that are, you know, not necessarily signed off by Burnham. And this kind of leaflet doesn't strike me as the kind of thing that Burnham would be like, oh, there's a new rape leaflet. And in fact, I would wager that Burnham, if he knew about the leaflet, would probably have put a stop to it. Much like, there's obviously public stories about these prisoners getting released, and he stepped into that debate because he recognised what a hot potato it was. So I'd be surprised if Burnham was like, yeah, there's massive discontent about immigration at the moment in the country. Yes, let's release a leaflet that tells them not to rape. That's a good idea. So I would have thought from a purely pragmatic perspective, regardless of his opinions about it, he would say no to the rape-flet. Also, where's the...
But in the list of things that are against the law under child abuse, the final example on the list is, and I'll use the language of this leaflet, cutting or...
Hey!
Why is it every time you leave to get milk you're gone for like a week? Do you have another family that isn't parasocial on the internet? Whatever. Never leave again.
Thank you for the 420. Thank you. We're back to normal, guys. We're back to normal.
Harming a girl's genitals known as female genital mutilation. That's at the bottom of the list. Now, given the people who this is aimed at and some of the countries from which they come, I would have put that at the top of the list, wouldn't you? I'd have certainly put it as high up as raping girls under 16. And it even says, if you have sex with someone under 16, you are raping them. Therefore, you are not having sex, are you? You are sexually assaulting. Some of the language falls down, even if you thought this was useful, and I don't. But if some of the language used falls down in what they claim they're trying to achieve. But anyway, I think this is a disastrous mistake for the Home Office, and I think it will go down in their history as one. And the reason I do is... Look, if you've listened to this programme for a long time, you'll know I'm not get all asylum seekers out basher. That's not how I come at this. Okay. You know, there are a couple of things, aren't there, in our own sort of Christian teaching that has shaped, whether you're a Christian or not, that has shaped the laws of this land and the social mores of this land. And one of them is helping the stranger. But another one is... the old millstone round your neck if you harm the hair on the head of a child. So we're a seesaw on that, aren't we? We understand that we should welcome the stranger, but we also understand that we shouldn't indulge.
Yeah, sorry, when I was away for a sec as well, it's like, is it particularly comforting? Especially when you're mitigating the risk of these people raping by giving them a leaflet. To say, well, if you rape, you'll get sent home. If you rape, you will get sent back. And it's like, well, that's great and all, except for the person presumably that got raped. Because as a result of this policy, a person was raped that wouldn't likely otherwise have been raped. Like, it is the exact policy of that person coming into the country that leads to the circumstances that create that rape occurring. So is it much comfort that, well, you did get raped because we've got this adherence to this Christian philosophy and law of helping asylum seekers out, but we sent them back, so it's all sorted now. Like, I don't feel that's a particularly strong message to send in light of, you know, well, we've got this situation where we're dishing out these anti-rape leaflets to people.
The harmful stranger. And I think this...
No, my point isn't about putting them in prison. My point is, why are we bringing them here in the first place? I mean, we're not bringing them here. It's a product of circumstance that they're here. But the way that we handle it and deal with it, I think, is reasonably being called into question as a result of us having to issue anti-rape leaflets en masse to these people.
Document is an admission from the government, accidental probably, an accidental admission that they have in numbers.
Like, for example, do we genuinely think, even a progressive-minded person, do you genuinely believe, and you can never be absolute with this, like, you're never going to get it to 0 people that aren't genuinely seeking asylum. But these people that are particularly coming over on boats, do you genuinely think that these people are all legitimate asylum seekers in the way that we would think of them? You know, someone that is desperate, poor, running from oppression, running from some sort of terrible negative thing that they can't escape otherwise, that they have to leave and go to another country. Well, I mean, it's a bit of a rhetorical question, really, because I know most people in this chat are just racists and will be like, yeah, fuck them all. But I think that, particularly when you've got incidences, or like, one thing that happened off the back of the Boris wave, apparently, is there were people that would come on a student visa, and then they'd switch whilst they're here and say, I'm seeking asylum, and I'm actually escaping oppression back home. And then, because of the way the law's structured, you have to, like, assess and look at their asylum claim. And then that opens you up to all sorts of legal protections if you then get found to not be a legitimate asylum seeker, to preventing yourself from being sent back, and so on and so forth. So you've got these asylum seekers, and that is often used as this kind of emotional thing of like, but they're asylum seekers, we've got to help them. And I agree with the concept of if someone is a genuine asylum seeker, we need to help them. Like, one thing is maybe discerning more rapidly and without the legal red tape. Is someone actually an asylum seeker, or are they taking the fucking piss? Because if someone is not an asylum seeker and they're a fucking legitimate asylum seeker, and they're a fucking rape threat, then to me, it seems insane that we spend too significant a time assessing that and not dealing with it more quickly. And we are obviously bound by legal, red tape to some degree. But then that gets into the whole meat of it, doesn't it? Is, do we have the right level of red tape? Are we tying ourselves up too much in it? And now we got this situation where we feel the need to issue out these pamphlets saying, please don't rape, please don't rape, please don't rape. God, she's fucking ugly, isn't she? Jesus.
Indulging the harmful stranger. And not just indulging, inviting them in, or finding that they are here, even if they're not invited in, finding that they are here and not doing enough to establish they need to get out and then getting them out. Not doing enough to establish that if you have got young men...
Well, I would agree with you normally. But there was that old pensioner that got raped. These asylum seekers now are going by the any hole is a goal mentality. So I think they're past being particularly discerning about the particular individual that they're raping. And I think it's just a kind of free-for-all of any sort of like willing hole can be fucking raped.
And the Home Office will know this. There'll be people in the Home Office well aware of this, and in the international development sector as well. A lot of young men coming from various countries deep in conflict. Think of places like Sudan, think of places like, historically, this isn't a new problem. Think of places like Uganda, people who've been, as boys, brutalised by militia in their own country. They've been made into child soldiers. If you do anything today, if you're concerned about this document and you want to read more about it, read about child soldiers, boy soldiers.
Oh my God, dude. I guess I can see where she's coming from. These people are sort of hurt. It's like, well, okay, that sounds bad, and I feel bad for them, but I don't think that we should be situating these people in poor communities where the fucking temptation to rape is all around them.
What they go through is horrific. And I understand, and I understand why some of them end up looking for asylum in another country. I absolutely do. I understand why their mothers might send them away at 13, tell them to pretend to be 17 and get the hell out of there. I understand all of that. However, some of those men, either because they've been child soldiers or because they've been raised in an environment that puts women very much at the bottom of the heap, this leaflet won't do it. This leaflet reads like the kind of leaflet I used to get at school telling me how to brush my teeth properly. It's, understanding behaviours. Yes. Behaviours.
Okay, come on, let's see the full context of the Andy Burnham clip. Oh, come on, Andy.
Today, the Home Office is issuing a booklet, as you know, to asylum seekers, advising them what is and isn't appropriate, indeed criminal behaviour, particularly sexual behaviour in this country. Why is that necessary for the government to do that?
As a government, we have a very clear principle. If you break UK law, you will be removed from the country. And we have seen that in relation to immigration, where removals are significantly up.
Oh, I see. Right, I see what he's doing. So he's not really addressing the concern or question. He's just saying, well, we get rid of it. We got a hard line. They're basically fronting this hardline perspective on immigration rather than actually engaging with...
I'm currently working to ensure that foreign national offenders who can be removed from the prison system are removed from that system. So it follows that if we're taking this approach, people are made, it's made explicitly clear what the UK law is and what the societal norms of the UK are, and that's why this approach is being taken.
Today, the Home Office is issuing...
Dude. I mean, he's obviously not going to get into it in a quick question. But it does obviously raise concerns about our approach if this is the route that we're taking. And there's not a more fundamental question of the legitimacy of the process if we're having to issue out anti-rape leaflets. So I can't keep Fatima at home and beat her with rocks when she spills my pot noodle. No, that's not allowed. That is not allowed. Oh, by the way, I got a kick earlier and I missed it. Thank you for the chingle kick, whoever sent that. Very much appreciated. I mean, the thing is, dude, it's... I don't want to sweep for Burnham here, okay? I do like Burnham. It is a difficult thing to really engage with. It was a mistake to release it. I think it's a dreadful mistake from every possible facet and angle that you can look at it with. Well, all he can do is respond to it getting publicised. Like I said, I don't think he had a hand in it getting written. It's one of those, it's probably a departmental thing. And then it becomes a story and he's got to address it. And he's probably been briefed of the best angle to go at it with.
Do you have a rape fetish?
Time to go into the streets. UK's rape culture is under threat.
Thank you. Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. What did Farage say about this as well? I bet Farage was like a dog. Dude, the thing is with someone like Farage is you think of him because of his presentation as someone that is like deeply concerned about the country. And I'm sure he's got some level of concern, don't get me wrong. But you know when these rape leaflets dropped, he was like sat at home like, oh my God, he was rubbing his ass together like, oh, let's go. Nice, easy press day for reform. We just bang on a bit because it's just totally raped. And it's just an easy fucking, it's like a tap in. It's like a tap in for reform.
I don't think you can call rape and genital mutilation a behaviour. You know, this isn't a document about British cultural life and, you know, how to cross the road, what the red light means, what the green light means, how to access a library. That's not what this is. This is saying, don't commit the worst of...
Okay. Bro, Anglo Pigeon spends his days just watching these videos of immigrants getting fucking pestered.
Hello, geese. So here they are. Another lot. This one's getting a little bit aggressive. Look at him spitting. God, look at that look. Look at that look. What a disgusting...
Hey mate, I swear to God, that old bus is full of Somalians. Look at them.
Hey mate, what do you reckon? Why are you doing that for?
Dude, they're going for English language lessons at the local primary school. Leave them alone. How are they going to learn English if they don't go to a primary school to do it?
Crimes against the women and girls of this country. These are our rules, these are our laws, which are broken by British men in this country. It's important to say that. But I actually think for the purposes of this conversation, you might disagree with me, and do call if you disagree with me, but I think that is a false comparison, a false dichotomy to make. You know what I think about violence against women and girls in this country by men from this country. You know what I think. And you know I think it's pervasive, and you know I think we don't do enough about it. You know that. But I think that, whilst that's a horrible thing, the vast majority of men in this country, even those that do commit crimes, but let's talk about the ones that don't, the vast majority of men in this country do respect women. They might get some things wrong, but they're certainly not out to harm the vast majority of women. I think
I think that the difference for me is that because our society, particularly in the last 30 or 40 years, I mean, maybe, you know, well, I don't know, even, I guess you've got the marital rape thing, which suggests some sort of soft, I don't know, misogyny of thinking that it's not possible to rape your wife. Where did that end? Wasn't that quite recently? But anyway, we obviously did have a more kind of egregious past on this stuff, but we've obviously moved forward, and particularly in the last... Well, the thing is, so it might have changed in the 90s, but then that change would have happened as a result of backlash. So there's probably time before that where it was recognised as being wrong. Do you know what I mean? So say like the 80s. But the point is, particularly over the last 30 or so years, there has been a massive, you know, push, and that's on top of the grounds of recognizing that things like rape is wrong, and 16 should be the age of consent at a minimum, so on and so forth. But yeah, I think that nowadays in 2026, if you're a guy in this country, any crime that you commit against a woman is in spite of knowing that it's wrong to do so. Like, you know what you're doing is wrong, unless you've got some sort of psychological disorder. But you don't think, oh, it's okay for me to rape this person. Or you put it in your head that you're not raping them, that you're doing something else that's acceptable. But you know that the act of rape itself is wrong. Whereas it seems like in this instance, the idea that rape is wrong is almost like alien to these people. Like, it's a preposterous concept that rape is something that you can even do. Let alone it being a wrong thing to do. And I think that's the difference for me is, whilst yes, white people do commit heinous crimes, because of the way that we're all brought up in society with a shared understanding of that being wrong. And the social contract concept, we've all signed up to this idea that raping someone is wrong, but these people that are coming in have not signed up to that same mentality. And they've signed up to like a very different mentality on these topics. And it's how do you balance our, I think, correct desire to help people out from another country that are escaping, abuse or whatever, whilst also protecting ourselves from the worst impulses of people that have got significant cultural differences from us. And it does seem like previous, people with not seemingly had these issues or these problems in quite the same way, where we've had to produce a leaflet that says, please don't rape people when you're here.
Have behaviors that fall below what I would regard as a gold standard respectful behavior towards a girl or a woman. That doesn't make them a rapist necessarily, but they know the laws, they know the rights and wrongs of it. If we have to educate somebody not to rape a girl and not to mutilate their genitals, don't we just have to look at the whole policy from scratch? Because in this document, without saying the words, of course, but there is an inherent and probably accidental admission that we've got a problem. We've got a problem. And that the numbers of people, and some of the people, not all of the people, but some of the people within those asylum numbers, which have been growing and coming across those boats in different ways, and the lag in the asylum process. Labour have been speeding it up since they got into power, yes, but it's still slow. That allows for these crimes to take place, because asylum seekers aren't locked up 24/7. They shouldn't be locked up 24/7, but there should be a way. It should be a priority, surely, to keep girls and women safe. If you think that amongst the men coming in, young men coming in, outside of a family unit, outside of a normal setting...
Well, I mean, that then gets to the thing is there needs to be probably some compromise somewhere, right? And if you're saying we want to have this expansive asylum, or not even expansive, but this asylum policy that follows the letter of the law, what measures do we take to protect society? And it gets difficult, doesn't it? Because you can't really, you can, from a certain political perspective, justify locking them away until we figure out what's going on. But then you get to the kind of concentration camp kind of mentality. And obviously people aren't going to want that on the more progressive side. But if you are genuinely of the belief that they're of such a high risk that we need to mitigate that by giving them a leaflet saying, please don't rape, it does seem there needs to be some reckoning with that. Or something needs to change. The only piece of the puzzle that I'm missing is, what is the actual rate of rapes from these asylum seekers? How significant a problem is it in these asylum communities? What are the actual statistics on it, Out of how many asylum seekers come in, what percentage of them go on to commit some sort of sex crime, They won't tell the public. Is that true? Do they genuinely not release the statistics on this? There must be some sort of statistics that you can look at. Would be the better solution not to be set up refugee camps closer to the centres of immigration and try to process asylum claims there, give food, water, shelter and safety without having them actually integrating with the community before knowing who they are? Well, the thing is, Labour are taking steps towards that, not in quite the way that you're, you know. Why not give them a leaflet on how great gays are and see if they'll rape one another? Yes. Now we're talking. Now we're thinking outside the box. Yes. If they're raping each other, the problem solves itself. They get their end away in a way where it's all circular amongst themselves. No one's going to care about that.
Outside of their own country, in whatever number the Home Office knows or thinks or estimates those to be, if they are a danger to women and girls, something as flabby as this, something as pointless, I think, as this document, is not the answer. It's not the answer. Something much more muscular is the answer. So do you think that this leaflet, as I do, is plain and simple an admission that we are, in our asylum policy, allowing dangerous men into the country? And another thing, before I stop for now and wait for your calls, do you remember when Kemi Badenoch said, I don't agree with everything Kemi Badenoch says, why would I? But when she said not all cultures are equal, there were many Labour voices taking her to pieces over that. I agreed with her. We talked about it on air. Of course, that's the case. You know, we either believe in the standards of our...
I don't know the story of that particular thing, but this leaflet is just an explicit admission that not all cultures are equal. Because if all cultures were equal, you wouldn't need to tell people from certain cultures not to rape women to bits. And also, dude, I just think back. Do you remember all the discourse around how there's a rape culture in the West? And there was all this commentary, and there was that statistic of 1 in 5 women have been raped in all of this business, or 1 in 4 women have been raped. And that was apparently based on like faulty research, because rape evokes a certain image in the mind, but the way the question was asked, it included a bunch of stuff that we probably shouldn't include as rape or something, I'm pretty sure was the dynamic behind it. Yeah, rape on colleges, yeah. And they were saying that, oh, well, look at all this rape that's happening. But there was so much behaviour that was like, well, that's not really rape. That's bad, but it's not rape, you know? And now we are literally, I mean, what, dude? There is a leaflet now that I think demonstrates that Labour agree that there's a degree of importing a rape culture that we need to mitigate against. But the thing is, importing is a bit deceptive. It's not really the right word. It's not like Labour want these people to come over here, right? These people are turning up and they're saying, we're asylum seekers, and Labour's hands are tied by the law that they have to assess and consider the claim in a way that has due process. They can't just say, no, you're not, fuck off, you know? And there is this kind of other issue as well of, you know, how legitimate are these people? I don't know how widespread this is, but there's obviously reports you see about, oh, asylum seekers are told to be gay. And there's literal, you know, behind the scenes video or secret videos of this.
I just got off the boat and all the women look dreadful. I don't want to sound ungrateful as an asylum seeker, but is this really all you can offer?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the tip. Thank you.
Country or we don't. I'm not saying they're always upheld, but we either agree in women's freedoms and safety from sexual harm, or we don't. And whether we either agree that women should be allowed to work and make their own decisions, or we don't. And we do. We do agree that. The law in this country agrees with that, whether you do or not. The law does. The government does. The vast majority of people do. So that is a standard set by us about our country and our culture. And if you look to a country like Afghanistan, but it's not only Afghanistan. Afghanistan is clearly the worst offender at this point. But you look to Afghanistan, nothing about what is currently enculturated in Afghanistan about women and girls is anything, I mean, I don't think it's anything less than psychotic behaviour, pathological behaviour by the Taliban is pathological and brutal and cruel and sadistic. It's nothing you want in this country. It shouldn't be controversial to say that.
I don't think she's saying that Afghanistan is the worst. I think it's just an example of the problem in the cultural gap between our society and their society. In that there is just a completely different bottom-up mentality when it comes to how things should be run and structured, and their perspective is rooted in this, this Islamist theocracy. So obviously, in everything, all the negative, all the things that we see as negative coming off the back of that, approach to women, punishment for gays, although some of you might even agree with that, to be honest, so on and so forth,
So why was it controversial when Kemi Badenoch said it, and just in a different silly leaflet that literally, I think, stylistically reads like how, give this to your kid. You used to get them in school, I did when I was a kid, how to brush your teeth properly, that kind of thing. That's what it reads like. And saying to people, don't cut or harm a girl's genitals or you could be deported, could be, might be. Even that lets us down. It's an admission, isn't it? That they have not.
Yeah, bro. It should be, you will be deported. Why is it you could be? Why is it not, you will be deported if you rape, if you do this, if you do this? It's a bit soft. It's a little bit soft, isn't it? Should the language not be a bit fucking stronger? If you rape, you will be deported. A little bit children of men-esque mentality with the immigrants. We need a little bit of that. We need a little bit of that going on.
Got a handle on this threat. That's what this document is. It's an admission. So stop all the clocks, I say, and do things differently. David in Chorley. Hi, David.
Hi, Sheila. Spoke to you many a time before. It's the first time I'm going to slightly disagree with you, actually.
That's all right. You don't even need to do it slightly if you feel.
We've got one boys. I'll always respect.
Dude, I'm honestly, James O'Brien must have spoken about this. I do not believe that James O'Brien has missed an opportunity to sweep for migrant rapists. Has he not spoken about this at all? Surely it's in his wheelhouse, isn't it? Leaflet comes out, the riotoids are banging on about migrants. It's right up his fucking street.
Enough to do it slightly. But Sheila, I just think that in a world where lawyers now will practice the skill of getting guilty people off offences, where we have people coaching asylum seekers in how to claim benefits and how to basically lie to make sure they try and get kept in this country. We need to make the implicit explicit to people coming in from a culture that might think it's okay for a 12-year-old girl to marry a 40-year-old man, might think that mutilation of genitalia is okay because it was done to their mum. Let's put it in black and white to say that we make
that's nothing new. That's nothing new.
The problem is that it opens up legitimate further questions. You can say, well, we need to do this. Based on the state of play at the moment, we need to do this. Sure. We've got this asylum policy where these people are coming in, saying asylum, we've got to assess their claim, we've got to follow a certain procedure and due process. But then the question becomes, are we doing that to our peril? And do we need to review the process then, a la reform, if we're doing it to the point where we mitigate the risk of these people coming in by dishing out a leaflet? Because all you do is you end up reverting back to, well, that's what the law is. And I agree with that. I agree that is what the law is. But then if we're at a point where the government is issuing leaflets just demonstrating there's a threat from these people, well then, yeah, surely it's time to review that and say, are we, being too gracious and generous in how we're approaching this because of the legal framework that we're stuck in?
GM education, that's nothing
No,
new.
it's not, but this is.
But it wasn't done in a leaflet, was it? It was done in, even 30 years ago as a reporter in Liverpool, it was a story I covered because there's a big Somali community in Liverpool, and we discussed it on the radio. I met Somali families, I spoke to GPs who were dealing with it. That kind of granular, face-to-face level of education around behaviour and the law isn't new. Anyway, you know what I've said. You keep talking.
Yeah, and I accept that.
But the problem, okay, the cheap labour point, that applies to legal immigration, right? It doesn't apply to asylum seekers. Because legal immigration is something that can be, you know, controlled for, and you assess someone's work visa in a way that they're not here demanding fucking bread and water now and need money now. So you get to kind of assess the legitimacy of their claim and whether or not we need them as someone that can come and work. Whereas these asylum seekers are just rocking up and they're like, oh, by the way, I've just escaped being bummed by the Iranian regime. Can you help me out, please? And then you're put in this position where you've got to kind of deal with them as they're in the country, you know? So I think that the cheap labor thing, like, that's for assessing a work visa, whereas this is someone claiming they're in need and they're going to essentially take from us whilst they get on their feet. And that should happen, but only to people that legitimately need it and deserve it, not to some fucking raper that's been prompted by an NGO to say that they're gay just so they get an asylum claim in the country, you know?
And it isn't you, but when we've got people coming into this country illegally on boats that English isn't their first language, that a simple text that tries to make it clear to them that this is not acceptable here. Be aware. Hopefully it can't, but I don't think it can do any harm by doing that.
Come on, James.
We can debate about the language and the tone. But if it's trying to set a line for these people to say to them, listen, that's making it very clear to you that behaviour is not acceptable in our culture, I can't see what harm it does.
What about the fact that FGM, for example...
Well, I don't think the leaflet causes harm in itself. It's more... What message does it send, or what does it say about the government's perspective on these people that they feel the need to issue them a leaflet saying, please don't rape? And then what broader questions are there about the process that we're currently engaged in, that we feel that we're in this position where we got to do this, and we can't just say, well, we think you're all potentially rapists, so why don't you fuck off? Which obviously isn't possible, isn't plausible under the current system. But it raises questions about the process as it stands.
Is 1, 2,
anyway,
3,
I'm more or less
4,
done
5.
with this. Is there, dude? Honestly, I'm a bit taken aback by how little coverage there is of this in the press. This has been. I saw this fucking loads. There's loads of shit on X about this. Did Sky News not even run a piece about this? Surely Sky News must have spoken about this. Surely to God. What? Come on, there must be something about this on Sky News. A little video at least. When did it happen? Oh, 4 days ago. Maybe I'm not going back far enough. Let's have a little look. Come on, where is it? I can't seem to see it anywhere. Surely there must be something about this. A little story. You know, government pamphlet to asylum seekers causes controversy. Okay. What is this? Oh, this is Ground News. Oh no, dude. Oh no. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, there are only 7 on the right. Oh, Daily Express. Daily Express got in on it. Jesus. What was the centre publication? Oh, it's Internet Newscast. Not familiar with that. Okay, well, there we go. Ground News says it all. That seems crazy, though. That only reports on, like, printed or words, not on video, though, right? Well, I mean, it's not... It's a story that I thought would elicit some coverage. Not saying it needs to be, like, headlines, but certainly just a little think piece or debate. Like a little debate that you have, you know? Like you have a pro-immigrant person on, an anti-immigrant person, and they sort of talk about it, you know? Something like that you normally see off the back of this. But I think the press are focused on Harry and Meghan moving back to the UK and this car crash, which I do want to get to as well. No, there really does not seem to be any mainstream coverage of this. It's mental. I mean, I think the thing is you want to talk about it, if not just to address it and give your piece about it, so you don't end up with all the racists taking the fucking narrative. Okay. Surely Nigel Farage spoke about this. What did he have to say? Normally they talk about the politicians talking about it. But I guess in this case, they didn't fucking bother for some reason. Oh, he's on Talk TV talking about migrants. No, I can't find a quick clip of it, but I'm certain that Nigel Farage would have touched on this. It's exactly the kind of thing that he'd jump on. Well, yeah, they're still feasting on Arday's corpse, aren't they? Arday's corpse is still good for the eating. Okay, anyway, guys, there we go. There we go. So there's the rape pamphlet. See, listen, if you want to see the, I know about the Mansell stuff. I'll cover that tomorrow. I heard that he settled, yes. Mormon Logic, once again, showing his autism with his obsession with the fucking bricks and minifigs thing. But I do want to talk about it. I do want to cover it. But for now, guys, I've got another story for you. So, the other day, thanks to Flip Flop, one of the good things he's done for once, okay? Flip Flop told me about Irish travellers, pikeys, driving cars down the wrong way, the wrong way down roads or something like that, right? You remember this the other day when we spoke about this? Well, that has now come to the mainland UK because apparently there was an incident, and I've seen a lot of commentary about this, but I haven't had a chance to get to the bottom of it. But they're saying that there was a crash in Middlesbrough that killed a bunch of people, including 2 coppers. And they're saying that it's pikeys that did it. But I don't know exactly. So we're going to find out together. So let's get into this and see what's going on. I guarantee you if it's pikeys, they won't say, because they never fucking do. They never say it's a bunch of dirty fucking caravan pikeys that did it. They just go, oh, they got links to the traveller community or something like that. But let's find out together, guys. Let's get into this. So I didn't actually know this. When I saw Cleveland, I was a bit confused. But apparently there's a place in the UK called Cleveland. So once again, America are just stealing all of our place names.
It was in the early hours of Saturday when tragedy struck on this dual carriageway near Middlesbrough, after a car driving on the wrong side collided with a police vehicle. This Ring doorbell footage captures the minutes before the crash. A Volkswagen Passat flagged as suspicious was reportedly being chased by multiple police cars because they believed the car was using cloned plates. According to the police, officers then seized their pursuit and the Passat continues towards the A66. And it's there, 10 seconds later, that it crashes with another police car that was driving on the right side of the road. The whole pursuit lasted just under 7 minutes. All 7 occupants of both vehicles were pronounced dead at the scene.
So that is going well. I don't know. I saw some reports claiming it was as high as like 150 miles an hour. Yeah, I saw that Anglo Pigeon. Is that true? Because that sounds fucking ridiculous, bro. 150 miles an hour is like the top end of what a car can do. I find that hard to believe. Who gave this woman a presenting job? Yeah, it's you know, I think she's like a diversity hire, legitimately, because I think she's brown or something, and she's got a fucking lisp. I mean, surely that is, you know, if you've got a lisp, how can you possibly be expected to do a presenting job? It's like getting a wheelchair person to be a swimmer or some shit. Oh, there's another wheelchair person to look into as well. I just remembered. There's more wheelchair investigate. I saw another wheelchair video that looked funny.
The two armed police officers killed have been named as PC Matthew Blades and PC Tom Clough. Tributes have been pouring in from their colleagues, and this from their local MP.
It's a real tragedy to see these lives cut short. And also, of course, I want to pay tribute to those brave police officers as well who were at work in action protecting our communities. And they should have been.
No one is going to call a spade a spade. In fact, I should probably just be careful because I don't actually know if it's pikeys or not. I've seen it stated that it's pikeys. And also, I saw another statistic bandied about, which I need to look into. But it was claimed that 22% of pikeys die in car crashes. 22% of pikey males cause a death is from a car crash. Is that true? Is that a real stat?
Coming home from the end of their shifts to see their loved ones, and that's an absolute tragedy, and it's heartbreaking for all of those involved.
The 5 occupants of the Volkswagen Passat were in their late teens to early 20s. They've been named as Michael Robert Cahill.
Oh my, Pikey! Look at that gold chain. That is easily identifiable Pikey wear right there. That fucking massive chunky gold chain.
Jacob Matuak, both 23 years old. Mackay Saddington, 18. Theo Ray on the left. And Cole Robert Worthy on the right. Both were only 17 years old. A TikTok account that includes photos of one of the teenagers has this video that shows a police pursuit from a few months ago. There are fears of a worrying social media trend where young men post themselves driving dangerously, bragging and taunting the police for social media likes. TikTok has previously said it removed content that glorified violence or criminal activity that could harm people.
Yeah, also, I do think there's a question for TikTok here. In the, how the fuck are you allowing this sort of material and this is mental. Surely posting material of you breaking the law like this should be account termination fuel. But I guess TikTok's rules are just different. I don't fucking know. I don't know why this is allowed on TikTok for some reason. But you would have thought this would be, like, put a stop to that. At least can the video, get rid of the video.
Including risky driving.
Oh my fucking God, dude.
And they've now banned this account. Just a week ago, Ireland was shocked by a similar fatal crash. 5 teenagers there involved in a high-speed pursuit were killed whilst driving the...
Oh! What the fuck, dude? That is not a normal car crash. That is not a normal fucking car crash, dude. That is fucking insane. How does a car even get like that from a fucking crash? FF 9000. Thank you for the 50 kicks. Thank you. Yeah, that's a good idea. Kicks to pay respects. I like the sound of that. Not to the pikeys, to the innocent victims.
The wrong way. They were in a stolen BMW and sped off after police tried to pull them aside. 3 sisters and a 7-year-old boy were seriously injured in the other vehicle. Near Middlesbrough, the A66, the site of the crash, remains closed. The police watchdog will continue their investigation over the next few weeks as they try to give all 7 families.
Chad, I looked up the stats and you make it sound like all pikeys are criminals, but in reality it's only 83% of them. Wait, what? That can't be true. That can't be fucking true, dude. Okay, what is this? 50% of travellers die before 39. 70% fail to live past the age of 59. The startling findings contained in the new book on traveller mortality suggest that life expectancy in the traveller community is equivalent of that to settled people in Ireland in the 40s. Oh my God, dude. They are literally living in the past. I fucking hate pikeys. Cancer is the most common cause of death for females. Coronary illness and road traffic accidents were the most common causes of death amongst male and females combined. Now, in fairness, to sweep for the pikeys a little bit.
American racists absolutely confused seeing the pure undistilled British racism on display.
Thank you for the 333. Thank you. In fairness to pikeys, they are on the road quite a lot, if we're being honest. Okay? So, bear that in mind. You might be thinking, what? That's ridiculous. They must be doing all dangerous driving. No, it's because they're driving around in their caravan all the time. Oh. Bloody pikeys.
Much needed answers. And within the last hour, PC Clough's family have released this statement. They said, he was our hero with a fantastic sense of humour, always on public duty throughout his short life.
So I'm guessing it was like there's no avoiding it. It was too fast for the police to do anything. And also these pikeys would drive, the alleged pikeys are going the wrong way. Oh, dude, I wanted to talk about this as well. Send me anything you've got about all of the gaudy, tactless funerals for the pikeys. Let me just watch one more quick news report about it, and then we'll look at some of the fantastic funerals they've been getting.
You see it only briefly, pursued by a police car, and then another two. They didn't know it, but the five aged 17 to 23 and travelling in the car at speed were minutes from death. They'd turned onto the A66.
Anyway, dude, Americans don't get it. They don't understand it. They've got a very romanticised idea of the gypsy. They think of like a Romani in one of those little painted wooden caravans, when the reality in the UK is anything but. It's basically a bunch of jobless criminals turning up with nothing to do and then breaking and then pitching up in a local car park and smashing up the windows of the people parked for work and shit like that.
Heading to Middlesbrough, one of the most known and well-used roads in the northeast of England. A separate police car, not pursuing, was driving the right way. The resulting collision was fatal for everyone. PC Tom Clough was an Iraq war veteran. PC Matthew Blades, a dad of two little boys.
Oh God,
they were entirely committed to their civic duty to serve the public.
What we need to do, I think, as a community is come together.
Bro, that is fucked up, man. I can't even think of anything funny to say about that. It's just fucking insane. You know, just a couple of coppers trying to do their job. And they get smashed to bits because some dirty pikeys decide good zogbot. Oh. Survived Iraq but killed by a couple of pikeys. Pikeys are more deadly than ISIS.
In solidarity with Cleveland Police, make sure they know how valued what they do is and how important it is to communities right across our area, because it's very easy to criticise the police, but actually what they do is tremendously important to local people, and they are held in very high esteem by the communities of Cleveland.
In the car, Jacob Matusiak, Mackay Saddington, Theo Ray, Michael Robert Cahill and Cole Robert Worthy. We now know a little more about how it unfolded. At 3:36 a.m, a Ring doorbell captures that pursuit on a residential street called Lime Road and turns a corner onto the Larches. Police are following because intelligence had detected two cars with cloned number plates. But the pursuit was then called off when the five in one of the cars went onto the A66 driving in the wrong direction. PC Clough and PC Blades...
Yeah, so this is apparently police procedure in the UK. I don't know what it's like in America. But if a pursuit ends up with the car going onto like the wrong side of the road, particularly like an A road, they just call the pursuit off because it's too dangerous. But then it raises the question, you just basically leave this car to drive off without any sort of inhibition. Like, how do you stop the car then? It probably is better, yes, because it creates more risk. But then this is the fundamental issue with police pursuits, is that you can't notify the car that you've stopped chasing them and that they can slow down. So from their perspective, they just want to fucking get out of there. So they're going to likely continue to drive dangerously because they're trying to evade pursuit without knowing the pursuit has stopped. Same with the rapes, give them a pamphlet. Go around to caravan sites around the UK, handing out pamphlets saying, it's dangerous to drive at 70 miles an hour down the wrong way down the road.
Were in a marked armed response vehicle, which had been dispatched to search for the Passat. Over the weekend, Cleveland Police also put in a Section 60 order over this area of Middlesbrough, which gives them extra time to stop and search and deal with disorder. 12 arrests have now been made, and on the street where the doorbell cam picked up the chase, they haven't stopped thinking about the families of all those involved.
I have seen them before with the police lights, you know, and that, but it's heartbreaking. Really is. I feel so much.
Do you have a rape fetish?
Painful.
Welcome back, Chud. Did you see your colleague Duck Viper leaked GTA 6 while you were gone?
Hey! Thank you for the kicks, thank you. Yes, I did see a bit about that. I need to get all the deets on it. But I will, of course, be talking about Dark Viper getting raped by fucking Rockstar tomorrow. Thank you for the kicks, though.
So you've seen this before happen round here?
Oh, seen the police chasing cars down here, definitely.
How do you feel about what this has done for Middlesbrough as well?
We are at the top of everything that's wrong, aren't they? Everything that comes out, we're at the top of the list. I just don't know how are we going to get back to some normality in life, because it just seems to be spiraling out of control.
A social media account which showed one of the teenagers shows this pursuit from a few months ago. The car driven on footpaths and off-road. The account banned from TikTok, which says it removes content that...
Fucking hell, dude. How do you contend with this, man? What do you do about this? People that are just this flagrant with this kind of abuse of our good-natured society. It's fucking sickening to me. It's disgusting and sickening. And this is the locust-like mindset of the PIKEY. They are like a cancer. They are, you know, it's like Agent Smith and Matrix talking about humans being a cancer, but it's about PIKEYs, and it's true. They are like a cancerous entity. They bring nothing. They bring nothing to society but misery and crime. And they pitch up in an area and just make it a bit shitter. They shitify any area that they go into. What is the upside? Someone tell me the upside of a bunch of PIKEYs moving in down the car park down the road from you. How is your life enriched by the culture that they bring to you? Just like, well, hang on, that's not like refugees. At least refugees bring their food recipes. What food recipes are PIKEYs bringing?
Could harm people, including risky driving. In Middlesbrough, the Independent Office for Police Conduct is investigating, and there have been requests for all not to speculate on causes while that continues.
Cleveland Police says there's no evidence to suggest that any of the filming that took place was for the purposes of TikTok. 4 of those in the Passat had previous convictions, but driving the wrong way at speed.
Wait, what?
Filming that took place was for the purposes of TikTok. 4 of those in the Passat had previous convictions.
For what, exactly? I did see one post about this with some extraordinary amount of convictions of one of the people. The leftist programming leaving Chud's body at Mach 20 as soon as PIKEYs are vaguely mentioned. Well, the thing is, you know, the immigrant thing is there are immigrants that, you know, like it's not one uniform thing, right? You can have an immigrant live next to you that's of a certain nature, a certain perspective. I have never met a good PIKEY. I have literally never in my life met a good PIKEY. My earliest memory of knowing of PIKEYs is that because I grew up in council housing, and my mum ended up buying a council house because of the right to buy scheme. Thank you, Margaret Thatcher. And she bought the council house that we lived in and then sold it and then moved forward, essentially. Bit of social mobility, should we say. But because I lived in council housing, you obviously ended up with people living next to you that sometimes were like, you know, whatever, right? And a bunch of pikeys moved into the house next door. And it was fucking shit. It was horrendous. They'd leave, they basically took all of like the goods out from their house and just dumped them outside, and it looked horrible. And they were just like obnoxious, and oh, it was horrific. And then from there, every single time I've known of or had interactions with pikeys, it's been terrible. I've never had an interaction with, I can't think of a good interaction with an individual pikey, nor can I think of an interaction or a time that a group of pikeys has been in a certain area and it's had a positive influence and it's been good, or there's been some upside to it. It's, you know, the one I can remember most vividly is this place that I used to work at. Some pikeys pitched up and they went into like this car park that was behind the office that I worked at. And it was just miserable. It was fucking miserable. You know, constant complaints about cars getting smashed, obnoxious pikey youths being like fucking talking a load of shit and stuff like that. You know, when they're the ones that aren't supposed to be there. You know, they're not supposed to be there. These people are there to do an honest day's fucking living, and these pikeys are just smashing their window. And the thing is, I could even understand, as much as I still would think it's bad, thieving something, right? You don't have something, you thieve it, you sell it, you get money, right? I can at least understand the dynamic of that criminality. But some of the criminality that they engage in is just totally like rootless and baseless and unnecessary. And it just causes like pain for no discernible upside to them beyond some sort of like fleeting, you know, feeling of adrenaline for smashing a window. Like, to me, they are not human. They're not human to me because they like just smash something because it's fun. And that's their mentality. That's all that they've got. And that's all that they can think of. And the thing is whilst I could understand some teens doing some crazy stuff, I get that. The mentality amongst the pikey community is not to, you know, have an extreme measure against that. Like, if you're a parent and you found out they're like locusts and wasps. If you're a parent and you found out your kid had smashed a car up, you would take some sort of serious action to deal with that. Some sort of restorative thing. You'd, you know, I don't know what you do exactly, but you do something to try and remedy that and try and deal with that. But these pikeys don't think like that. They don't have that mentality, you know. They wouldn't cut. They don't come up and, you know, if you were a parent, the thing comes to mind is you're a parent. Your kid smashes up someone's window. You would go to the person and say, "I'm so sorry. Here's, you know, 200 quid or whatever to get your window replaced. Sorry for the trouble." And then you'd have some sort of severe punishment for the kid, like they wouldn't be allowed to, you know, do it. They would lose tablet privileges and everything for a month, or some crazy fucking punishment that would be extremely harsh and painful for them, you know. But when pikey kids
Do you have a rape
window, Malbus, thank you for the kicks. Thank you. But when pikeys do it, their parents don't give a fuck, and they take no substantive, meaningful remedial action, at least with the locals to deal with it. You don't get 200 quid, which they presumably earned from stealing copper wire or some shit. You don't get them come up to you and go, "Oh, sorry about that. Here's 200 quid for the trouble." They don't fucking care. They don't give a shit. So there's you know, at least from the side of the normal person living there, there's no perception of any sort of negative consequence coming of that. And indeed, they continue to engage in that and continue to participate in this behaviour. It would suggest that there is no remedy for this. There is no punishment. There is no substantive negative consequence that these pikeys experience as a result of their petty, shitty, antisocial behaviour. And it does sound bad what I'm saying, but how am I wrong? What am I wrong about? That's the thing, is you could be outraged about the fact that I'm saying such crazy stuff about pikeys. But where am I wrong? That is just how it is, as far as I can tell. And if you had something to show to me that, no, you don't see, there is an internal structure and there's an internal... Show me then. Where is that happening? Where is that fucking happening? And I think that it's not, you know, there's clearly a culture gap there because they're used to this kind of traveling mentality and they've got a whole different way of life. But the thing for me is, I just don't think that you can live that life in the modern era. And the modern era is about finding some roots somewhere and growing from there. You can't just travel around the place in a fucking caravan, going from site to site, trying to cobble together a living, you know?
But driving the wrong way at speed for posting on social media has
Yeah, but the thing is with other races is that even if you've got a problem with urban blacks, right? There's blacks you can point to that circumvent the stereotype. And if there was a way I could say, oh no, look, these pikeys here, because I do have a mentality of, you know, graciousness towards any group, particularly ones that are stereotyped in there, you know. So if there was a group of pikeys, I could say, well, there's these that are doing this, that. I'd be like, yeah, sure, but I've, you know, and maybe they do exist, who knows? And I've just not seen them. But I've never seen of them or heard of them. I've never heard of or seen travellers that you can apply this to of they're one of the good ones. All pikeys are fucking scum. Like literally every single one. I cannot think of any example of a pikey that I'd point to and go, well, he's all right. He's okay. That group's fine. That group's fine.
become an issue that spans borders.
5 teenagers died in County
Anyway, I don't know if this is actually pikeys or not, so I need to get my facts straight. Show me a pikey engineer and I'll show you an honest Somalian. Okay, dude. See, look, you know how bad it is when Flip Flop, the resident libtard, is even talking about how much pikeys suck. The Irish government spends millions to help travellers and the whole campaign run by travellers is defending what they do. Even fucking Flip Flop is calling for TPD.
There in Ireland last week, seriously injuring 3 sisters and a 7-year-old boy in another car, igniting a debate there about the regulation of social media as it has here.
Anybody who glorifies dangerous driving is doing something that is truly reprehensible and unacceptable. In time we will come to all of the issues involved here, but at this moment in time it's right for the investigation to take its course.
Sometimes there are no words. There are 7 families grieving, and there are 2 little boys without their father, and the weight of that will sit with everyone here for a very long time.
Francis Reed. Well, a short time ago, I spoke to Paul Williams, the acting Deputy National Chair of the Police Federation of England and Wales, and asked him for his thoughts on the incident.
The whole policing family is still numb and still coming to terms with such a shocking event. In my whole 26 years of policing,
Wait a minute.
I've never seen anything
Hang on
like
a second.
this. It's
Regulation of social media. What about regulation of pikeys? Dude, what the fuck, man? I wish I knew it was definitely pikeys. I still don't know that for a fact. Yeah, social media, that's the problem. Not a bunch of fucking cockroach pikeys driving about the wrong side of the road at top speed because there's no negative consequence that comes their way.
absolutely shocking, and my heart goes out to the families of all involved.
I mean, Cleveland Police have said there's no evidence that filming in this incident was for the purposes of TikTok. But there are questions being asked about dangerous driving that is being filmed on social media. Is that something that your members are seeing more of?
Absolutely. It's quite frequent on social media that dangerous driving, police pursuits, police officers being baited openly in public is put on social media, and it's glorified and sensationalised while our cops are vilified. It's absolutely unacceptable that social media platforms, who are already under scrutiny for causing so much damage to people and vulnerable children.
Dude, Anglo shared an absolute gem. Okay, well, we'll get to that as well. Burn survivor Darren Harris. How do you know he's a pikey? Shouted to oblivion after stealing scrap metal.
We're now seeing another layer to this. We're now seeing crime, open crime being committed on social media.
Dude, this isn't just a car accident. This is the reason this is caught on. And it's funny because actually we covered this, flip-flop sent all the stuff about what was happening in Ireland. And we covered Northern Ireland and we covered it then. It's become a mainstream story because it involves someone driving down the wrong way on the street. And although it's unsaid by the mainstream news, it's people associated with the pikey community. Or sorry, the traveller community. That's the line that I've heard. Which means it's pikeys to me. You know? I mean, what? It's a soft way of admitting it. That's the line that I've heard. Oh, it was Ireland. Okay. It was Ireland. Right, yeah, because that's why it wasn't getting reported on as much over here, because it was Ireland. But now it's happening in the UK. Particularly the mainland UK, particularly England. Now we give a shit.
Media and the use of AI to edit this, identifying officers' personal details. And
by the way, right, AI has been an absolute boon for pikeys. And the levels of like tactless slop that they're pumping out now, particularly in relation to funerals for these fucking cockroaches, is tremendous. Like, it is utter fucking AI dog shit slop that they're pumping out. It's literally perfect for the pikey mentality.
And placing it on social media for
oh my god, dude.
Millions to view.
Why does it keep doing
It's
that?
absolutely unacceptable, and social media platforms need to take responsibility.
Because the government has asked social media companies to take down some of these dangerous driving videos.
Dude, it's so... I agree, by the way. I agree that there is a conversation about social media responsibility. But it is funny how, assuming it is pikeys, I still need to check that. Assuming it is pikeys, right? That's being completely left out of the conversation. Because to me, I mean, you could broaden it out to a question about young people doing this or something. I don't know if it's not all pikeys, but is there not a question? Like, it is preposterous to me. When I was a kid, growing up, I did shitty things, right? I did little shitter things. I mean, some of my friends took it even further, to be fair as well, okay? I told you about the, blowing up a car incident. I didn't blow up, that's nothing to do with me. But to me, a shitty thing would be like, I don't know. I can't fucking think of an example. But, you do little shitty things when you're young and you're growing up. But then if your parents got wind of it, there'd be significant negative consequence for you having done that, But none of that. Yeah, stealing a chocolate bar, stealing something from your local store. A bit of shoplifting, a bit of petty shoplifting. But this is like another level. This goes beyond. And maybe social media is such an important part because maybe that leads people doing crazier stuff. But it's totally mind-boggling to me that the level you'd get to is driving a car at 70 miles an hour or however much fast it was, the wrong way down essentially a motorway. That's the level that you get to with it.
Do you have a rape
crazy to me?
Your culture is so fucking raped that anytime something bad happens, they just want to rip away rights and make life shittier with broad laws. But TPD.
Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Appreciate that. Why does it regulate social media? Well, I think it's that you can't make driving down the wrong side of the road any more illegal. You can't really change that, but you can make it so that social media doesn't allow you to, post these videos without getting your account banned, I guess. I mean, really, it should be about them enforcing their own rules. You don't even need a government policy for this. It should be, I'm certain that TikTok has got some rule that prevents you from posting footage of you explicitly breaking the law like this. So they just need to enforce their own rules.
But, I mean, we've been able to access several of them today. It seems that unless they show something illegal, they're under no obligation to do so.
Yeah, the government can ask these individuals to take them down. They can ask the social media platforms to take them down, but without mandation, this isn't going to happen. It's still going to continue. And the fact is, there's zero
solution. I've played this before when talking about fighting.
Richter thought smashing up our arcade might help me to persuade Mickey to fight. And if that wasn't enough, he thought it would be a good idea to burn Mickey's mum's caravan while she was asleep in it.
Oh. This is what I envision for the future. Perfect. Yes, I'm going to get through your links. I need to finish the thing. I'll get through it. I want to look at all the funeral stuff. That'll teach you pikeys for smashing up car windows and engaging in petty theft of copper wire.
consequences for these people, and when we're openly putting lives at stake and causing serious harm to the public and serious worry to our officers on the street who are already overworked and stretched beyond capacity, it's absolutely unacceptable that they can get away with this. There needs to be some mandation and governance around how social media can broadcast.
Oh. Social media control? No. Pikey control? Yes. That's what I'm advocating for.
And TikTok, for instance, says it's removing incidents and videos and accounts that break our rules related to this incident, and they remove content routinely that causes significant physical harm, including risky driving.
Honestly, I do. It's very interesting how much of this ends up in what we need is more government regulation of this. It always comes back to this. What? Why is it so? I mean, I agree with some level of conversation about social media promoting this or having it on their platform. But is there no conversation about the identity of the individuals that committed this heinous act? I'm interested. What? I don't actually know. I still don't know. I still don't know. Are they actually pikeys? We're going to have to look at the funeral footage to understand.
Do you think we can rely on social media companies to police themselves?
It's clear we can't rely on social media companies to police themselves because they've been given numerous opportunities, not just in relation to dangerous driving or other crime, but in relation to abuse of vulnerable people. It just continues to happen over and over again, and there doesn't seem to be any regulation. It has to stop.
More generally, Paul, how do you police something like this? If there are people in a car who actually are baiting a chase from the police...
I tell you what you do. It's like Order 66 from Star Wars. Sorry to do a Goy-Stop reference, but I can't think of any other fucking example. Where you basically marched armed authorities onto every single caravan estate. I mean, at this point, I got to be honest with you. I don't know what other solution there is to some of these problems. Other than a final solution to the pikey question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what else to suggest. We've tried everything else. We tried giving them, what are they called? Where they going to go to their caravan. We tried giving them space to do that. They don't bother using it or turn it into a tip. They still post up wherever they fucking want to.
How do you then pursue them?
Yes, mandatory delousing for pikeys.
When that's what they want sometimes.
It is what they want, and there are numerous powers. I mean, if they're putting themselves on camera, they are identifying themselves. And then you put themselves on social media, they're identifying themselves further. There are numerous laws in relation to antisocial driving, but also public order offences as well.
Yeah, also, hang on a minute. If they're posting this on TikTok, the police now use all this fucking Plantier AI shit. Normally they're using it to track down people that are expressing racial disquiet or some shit. Why aren't they using it to track down these people driving the cars like this?
It's a question of resources, not just power. Police resources are already stretched beyond capacity. And what our cops are asking for help. They can't deal with this alone. They're asking for help from the government and from social media platforms to stamp down on this behaviour.
Paul Williams from the Police Federation. Thanks.
The problem is, even if you crack down on it on social media, they're still going to send it to their mates. Like, there's still a social... Like, it just makes it a broader thing, but they're still potentially going to send it to their mates, no? Is it going to stop it if you regulate social media? Okay, let's take a look at some of the information about these people that were killed. What the fuck is this, dude? In loving memory of... Do you see what I mean about the AI thing? Look at the state of this, man. Look at this, dude. In loving memory of Cole Worthy, forever in our hearts. Balloon release. That's the other thing I've noticed about this. All these fucking scum, these pikey scum, are doing these balloon releases. Yes, 7 people were killed. So you've got the 5 pikeys, the 5 pikey teenagers in the car, and then you've got the 2 coppers. So let's crack on and see what else we got. Oh my god, dude. Look, another balloon release. They're all balloon releases. Balloon release for Jacob, 5 o'clock South Bank Field. Orange balloons for the release. If anyone is wanting to order smoke cannons or fireworks, please message Keely. She's getting them tomorrow. That's one of the biggest crimes. They're just tactless. Totally tactless beings. Totally tactless fucking insects, these pikeys. These are who we have all lost today. Top boys. Gone wait. Bro! This is what I'm talking about, dude. This is what I mean. They're getting valorized, bro. They're fucking scum. They're disgusting scum. They're in a just world where it's in the inside of a shower, okay? But they're getting valorized by their fellow fucking pikey cockroach scum. And they're getting pushed as like, oh, poor lads, balloon release, top lads. Meanwhile, they were driving the wrong way down the road and smashed into a cop car and killed everyone. Oh my god, it makes me sick. Gone too soon, but the only good in it is you to have all gone together. Stay together up there till everyone else gets their lads. Okay, and then we've got some supplementary information here. Okay, this is a bit weird. There's a kid on there, but whatever. Bonus ball, £15. The number Goodwin for 15 bikes fresh. I wonder where they got those bikes from. Dude, pikeys nick shit and sell it. That's what they do. That's what they fucking do, bro. They nick things and sell it on social media. They steal and sell. They don't have fucking jobs. They steal shit and sell it. That's how they make money. Oh, God, it makes me fucking so mad, dude. Say no more. And there's just a bunch of caravans. Oh my god, dude. Look at the state of it. Look at the state, man. Hey! What was that? Thank you for the tip. Thank you. Thank you. Very generous. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I saw this as well. All of you are invited to the balloon release. Sunrise, sunset with a fucking bird. Forever in our hearts. The Privy's field. Oh, in a field. What a shocker. What a fucking shocker that is in some dog shit field somewhere. Yeah, okay. I've seen enough. 100% pikeys, without doubt, without question. Definitely pikeys. Apparently not travellers. They just had close links to the traveller community. Like Appleby Horse Fair, caravans, massive gold bling, boxing, lamping, and everything OTT and gaudy. Yes, dude, these people get it. These people get what they're all about. They understand. And we've actually got footage of the balloon release. What's this? Pikey funeral. Fuck. Oh, dude. It's so dignified. It's so dignified. Yeah, dude, imagine this one of your houses and you look out the back and there's a bunch of pikeys doing some funeral for some absolute subhuman shit that ran into a bunch of fucking coppers with his car. Okay, you were linking me this earlier as well. The fucking gold-plated funeral. Look at this fucking AI slop. Oh my god, dude. The AI poster, man. Oh my fucking god. All the bleached hair gypsy women. Yep, yep, yep. Dude, what is this as well, man? Look at the state of that, dude. See, if someone, I feel like if someone from normal society did something like this, they would have an extremely pared-packed, toned-down ceremony because of the recognition of what they did was so wrong. And they would have this kind of, you know, quiet reverence amongst the family, but they wouldn't take it beyond that because they'd be like, you know, God, he did a terrible thing, so let's just have a ceremony for the family. But the Pikeys, they're very different, you see. This is exactly what I'm talking about their culture. They don't have this kind of respectfulness with it. It's like, yeah, this guy did something dreadful. Let's valorize and celebrate him anyway. It's disgusting and despicable. Okay, what, dude, what is this, man? Oh my god! Dude, the fucking AI boxing glove thing, dude! Oh my god, man. What? Look at the state of this, and what is that? Boxing? Are they boxing shoes or something? Well, Pikeys love boxing. You know, people will talk about Snatch. Snatch is a realistic representation of what Pikeys are like. And they fucking love boxing. They love boxing. So a lot of the trappings of their life is around boxing, hence the golden boxing gloves, and I'm guessing boxing shoes. I don't really know much about boxing. Dude, this is all AI generated too. You can just tell from the veneer on it. Look at this. It's all fucking AI generated slop. Oh my god! You can't be serious, man. What is this? Least ostentatious, gaudy, pikey funeral, by the way. The fucking Downs kid. This is so good, man. Oh my god. This is one of the lads, right? This is one of the lads that was in the car. And this is how they're celebrating his life. I am certain that if a normal person that isn't a pikey was involved in a crash driving down the wrong way of a road into a police car, it would be small scale, opposite of ostentatious, for the family to quietly commemorate, even recognising they'd done wrong, to say it's sad that he died, he lived a terrible life, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Whereas this is about celebrating it. This is how they treat their criminals. This is how they treat some of their worst, most despicable criminals. Does that not... It makes me fucking furious. I'm like, what? This is backwards and wrong. I'm not saying that you should have a thing where you're, you know, focused too much on his crimes. I get that you want to have like a commemoration of his life, because even if he did something terribly wrong, you'd still want to have that commemoration. But there's a line, surely, and this goes way beyond it, of you know, ostentatious celebration of someone who's done something awful. God, look at it, man. Look at the air slop, it's endless. Oh my god, dude. Love you, cousin. Love you, cousin. They're not humans. They're not like us. They are not. You should not see them as human. It'll make it easier. If you don't see them as human, it'll make it easier for what is to come under the new regime. Fuck me, dude. Look at the state of it, man. What is this? Look at this, dude. How much they spend on this? Well, dude, here's the thing with pikeys, right? They rob, steal, sell, make money, and guess what? The tax man doesn't have to see a dime. You see a pikey and you think they're going to be like cash poor. They've always got a massive wad. They've always got like a massive wad of cash in their pocket. Ill-gotten gains. It's all untaxed. Because they've, as we saw on that post, nicked a bunch of bikes and then sell them for pure cash. And then they got a big wad of cash and they didn't pay the tax man or anything. How can you tax fucking the ill-gotten gains of stolen goods? You can't, can you? And they live in a caravan and they fuck off everywhere. Fucking hell, dude. Dude, someone just said, how does I turn into Hitler? I just look at the videos of it and it's easy. I'm just like, yep, I'm Hitler now. I mean, dude, what are we looking at the same video? This is someone who was part of a group that was driving the wrong way down a road and ran in headfirst into two fucking coppers and killed them. And this is the way that they're choosing to celebrate his life. It's disgraceful. Okay, what is this that you've linked me? Oh, dude, what is this? What is this that you've linked me here? Oh my god, man. What the fuck is this? I thought it was a serious video. I thought that was a serious video about this. Fucking hell, man. Dude, look at his face. I mean, the state of it, man. A stain of society, dirty burn. Whoa! I don't know how Ireland put up with them. On part. Whoa! Hang on a minute. There's a lot of anti-traveller sentiment coming out of this. Dreadful stuff. Oh my God! Where are you finding all this? What is this? Please link the Soy Jack video. Has someone got the Soy Jack video? Anyway, guys, hopefully this gives you a little view into why I feel the way that I do about the Pikeys, okay? What is this little gem-looking video that Anglo Pigeon linked earlier, though? What is it? What is this? This has nothing to do with Pikeys, is it?
When the COVID lockdown hit in 2020, many families struggled. For Darren, work as a scaffolder dried up and he turned to stealing scrap metal to make money.
Okay, he is a Pikey. Okay, he's a Pikey. He is a Pikey after all. Okay, yeah, I accept it.
But he paid the ultimate price, suffering life-changing third-degree burns. This is his story. And a warning, it does have pictures and a description of his injuries. Darren, thanks so much for coming to talk to us today. Really appreciate it, and it's really good to see you. Before we get into the story about what happened to you 18 months ago, can we talk
Also, do you know what's so funny? Dude, I fucking hate this bitch. She was defending ARDAY as well. But, yes, it's like, oh, things got tough, so they started doing crime. It's like, hang on a minute. Work dried up as a scaffolder. Maybe get another job that isn't just stealing. Is that possible?
A bit about your life before 2020, your school apprenticeship,
like
you became a scaffolder. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, basically in high school, I was in construction, and then I went off to do a plastering course around 2 years, and then halfway through, just about 18 months, 2 years mark, I changed my trade from plastering to scaffolding. And then I'd done a 6 month training course and then engaged with a part 1 and then a part 2. I was a fully qualified scaffolder. And basically that's what brought me up to obviously being a scaffolder.
And then 2020 comes and lockdown comes.
Yeah.
And work slowed down for you.
Yeah.
What happened? Did you get furloughed from the government? What happened with your financial circumstances?
Basically, my financial struggles were I wasn't up to date with my tax.
I don't actually know if he is a Pikey, to be fair. Anyway, I don't need to watch all of this. It was literally just to show you what he looked like and the claim he's a Pikey. Dude, Flip Flop has gone fucking mental, though. What is this that you sent to me? Pavey Point condemns vile racism following motorway crash. Oh no! Surely not. Pavey Point has condemned what it describes as a wave of racist abuse and calls for violence against travellers following the fatal motorway crash which claimed the lives of 5 young men. Stressed that criticism of dangerous behaviour should not be used to target the traveller community. See, the problem with this is that the fundamental issue with this perspective is that we're literally seeing funerals where they're valorising these people. So what am I supposed to make of that then? Because there's a complicity there in what's happened. I'm not saying they need to do a funeral where they say he's a real bad guy, but at least is it too much to say tone it down a little bit? Tone it down a little bit and don't be fucking so ostentatious with your funeral for your criminal fucking dirty little pikey scum family member. He said 3 of the 5 young men who died were travellers and claimed their identities prompted an unprecedented level of racist commentary online. Dreadful, dreadful stuff I'm hearing about here. Absolutely awful and dreadful. Who would do such a thing? Who would do and say such things? Mr. Collins said some posts included calls to kneecap travellers, which he described as incitement to violence, while other comments called for travellers to be sterilised or placed in concentration camps. Hang on a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Flip Flop has so much hate for filthy pikeys, but if a disgusting wretched brownie needs to be told not to rape, he cries and cries.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the tip. Thank you. He is calling for social media companies to do more to remove harmful content and for stronger measures to deal with people who incite hatred or violence. Fuck off, dude. If I want to call a spade, I'm going to call a spade, okay? What the fuck is this, dude? Who is this? Who the fuck is this? That's a pikey girl. We're being lectured. Oh, hang on a sec. There's a video attached. Oh, sorry, the video.
Certain cousins of the families. I see, obviously, a lot of hate at the moment with the situation that has happened. I understand, obviously, that it's a very, very, very bad situation to be in. Especially the 5 little boys, Lord mercy on them and give them the best bed in heaven, because nobody would wish that on anybody. And obviously the other little family with the children being in hospital. I understand that it's a very, very, very bad situation. I get that. But what I don't understand is how come there's so much hate going across these 5 young, beautiful little boys. Their life...
Oh, look at that as well. They're young, beautiful little boys, apparently. I love that. I love that they're just young, beautiful little boys. Meanwhile, in reality, they're little thugs. They're disgusting little thugs that went on a joyride and ended up killing 2 coppers and themselves.
Our talk. They're not even here to defend themselves. Nobody really, 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 really knows what happened that night. Nobody. And how...
I mean, what do you think happened, if you had to guess? Even before the information was out. What did you think happened? Do you think a couple of pikeys were innocently driving down the road and through no fault of their own got into a little accident?
How these boys can get so much hate, I just don't understand. The family needs prayers. The family needs candles lit for them. The family don't need to be sitting and seeing so many people giving so much hate. I get it. I understand that it's a very, very, very bad situation. We can't look at the situation as bad when 5 little boys are angels now. They're not here to defend themselves. God give them the best bed in heaven. How can people get up and give young little children, a child 15 years of age was in that motor, yeah? How can you give them little boys so much...
I mean, probably just easier now than waiting for them to be driving the car themselves, one would have thought, no? I mean, worse is future, no matter which way you slice it.
Hate. I understand the other man and woman and the other children. I get that. I understand that. But at the end of the day, they're still fighting for their lives. You've got mothers, they're sitting there and they're in a way where they're walking down and they can't even come or go at the moment because their child has been took from them. Their child literally has been took from them. Them mothers can never put their arms around their babies again and hug them and kiss them. And you get so...
The thing is, though, they bear some brunt of the responsibility for that. Because they have created the circumstances and the way that they bring up these scum that there isn't a familial consequence of doing something like this.
Sadly, you're raped.
Yo, Bobtrick, thank you for the sub. Thank you, thank you. Like, they create the circumstance of this by not having a stronger line against it. So it's their fault. It's their fault that this has happened, right? I mean, I don't know. It's, and also if you look at the way, from what it looks like, the way they're being treated after the fact as well. It's not a, you know, quiet, pared down funeral as a result of a recognition of how bad what they've done is. It's all fucking big, gaudy displays, isn't it? You know. This is the first Jippo I've seen post online, and it's not boding well.
So many people just coming for little children, just not even here to defend themselves. And they're getting so much hate about what happened that night. Okay, fair enough, what's happened is what's happened. But can nobody look at the bigger picture? Can nobody look back at, like, okay, the mothers, the families. It's the family and the mothers that's going through it right now. Do you think any mother and any family wants to be sitting up, watching comments, going in like that of their children? No. People should be going, putting flowers and candles and roses and praying that the family gets better and putting it out where them little boys passed away. I don't really know much about the situation. I don't know the little boys. But I've been looking at it all day. And I just think to myself, they're little angels. Lord mercy on them and give them the best bed in heaven. They're angels. The family needs prayers.
The sweeping is insane. I'm not saying you have to come out and you have to say they're pikey scum, set up the concentration camps now. But this is like all the way in the other direction, calling them angels. They're fucking angels, apparently. They're precious little angels that wouldn't hurt a fly. That's the message that I'm getting from this. Oh my god, it is infuriating. It is totally fucking infuriating. The self-sweep within the traveller community that happens in situations like this. No. There should be a more stronger and stringent mentality within the traveller community to push back on this and to stop this from happening, you know? I mean, how... I understand kids going off and doing crazy things and the parents not being able to see them all the time. But, like, stealing a car and driving it the wrong way down the road, smashing headfirst into a police car, that's a pretty crazy level of parental neglect that is would even enter a kid's head in the first place.
And you just see hate after hate after hate after hate. So what happened that night? So what? They're not here now. Them little boys are not here to defend themselves. I would love if everybody on my platform could pray for...
What is there to defend? They were driving the wrong way down the road. They stole a car. I think it was stolen. And we're driving it the wrong way down the road. What is there to defend now? What is the angle with which you would go about trying to defend them?
For the family. I'm going to put a picture up of these little boys. If everybody could light candles for them. Pray for...
Hey! Library. Thank you for the kicks. Thank you.
For their family, their sisters, their mothers, their brothers. If any of these little boys had families, wives or children or anything, and I don't think any of them did, because they're all little young boys. But if they do, pray for them. Please, I'm asking you from the bottom of my heart, stop with all the hate. Please, there's so many people going through so much. Why so much hate? They're little babies, they're children. Sit back and look at it like if you were in the situation. If you were a mother and you got the phone call, or a police officer knocked at your door and said your child was in a car accident, think of the situation, think of the bigger picture. What would you do? Because you're not going to think about what he did, yeah? You're going to say, where's my child, where's my child, where's my child? That's what any mother in any mother in the world would do. And you see so much hate coming for these little boys when they're not even here to defend themselves. Please leave them rest. Please stop giving them so much hate. Please, everybody, pray for their family. Pray for their little family. Light candles for their little family. Give them a good bed in heaven. Leave their family. Send them off.
Yes, my assumption is she's in a caravan, yes. She's 100% a pikey. So I'm guessing this is a room in a caravan. Because bear in mind, people have got a perception of a caravan, of it being like the old school, kind of shaped like that kind of things. But there's like, you know, RVs and shit. They live in RVs and all sorts of things now. It's not just the old school caravans they live in.
Give them a good, leave the family, give them a good send off. Instead of looking at so much hate and what happened and this, that, whatever. I just want everybody on my platform, please, please, I ask of you from the bottom of my heart, just to pray for the mother. And pray for the little sisters and the little brothers and the family. I'm begging of everybody, please, please, stop giving so much hate. I'm asking of you, please, girls and boys. This is for everybody in the world. That family just needs prayers at the moment.
Fucking hell, dude. Anyway, apparently she's a criminal as well. Oh my god! Look what happens when you scrape the makeup off. Oh my god. The fuck is this? The court heard 2 undercover officers purchase drugs from Donovan at a home while 2 children were present. Well, there we go, guys. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. And this person was committing crimes when the kids were knocking about. She then told officers she could also get them stolen goods as she had a robber who could get her stuff from Fenwick. Oh, most legal pikey career path. Selling drugs and selling nicked goods. Classic. Classic. Oh my god, dude. Is this another video? Who's got the TikTok? I guess it's taken down now, so you can't see it. Was in the Audi car as it was driven. Oh, they're talking about driving around the grassy field. Okay. Yeah, we've seen that already. Oh. Yeah, we've seen this already. Okay, guys. Well, I think that's it for the pikey stuff. Oh, wait, hang on. What's this? Wait. This was what I saw about the car crash thing. Okay, I'm going to speculate. The Kildare and Middlesbrough crash this week both involved a car full of teenage gypsy travellers speeding the wrong way on the motorway dual carriageway. They're likely doing it as part of a trend challenge on Traveller TikTok. Looks like my speculation was spot on. Oh my god, dude. Okay. So what is this then? A staggering 22% of all traveller males die in car crashes compared to under 1% among the general population. We essentially have a subgroup of our population who treat every car journey like a Tatooine pod race. Dude, even this guy's getting in on it. Oh, this is what you linked me earlier. Okay. Travellers' last rites, responding to death in a cultural context, compiled from data during a 10-year period between 1995 and 2004. The study found that 7 out of every 10 deaths among the travellers aged 2 years and over were male, and that the most common cause of death among males was road traffic accidents, accounting for 22%. Oh my god. Men exclusively accounted for all suicide deaths. Okay. The study concluded there had been no improvement in travellers' health and life expectancy in 20 years. Well, yes, because they're literally living in the past. Fucking hell, dude. Disparities in fatal... Oh, I see. This is the study that it's referencing. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, that was the thing that I saw anyway that I wanted to share with you. Okay, and then... Okay, what is... Oh my God. Why are you linking me more videos to this woman?
I'm not ready for what I'm about to show you. I'm telling you, I don't think you guys are ready for this. Let me show you. Please, guys, please. And I know it's a 10 out of 10. My body with a pair of jean baby shorts. Can we just have a moment when I tried that on me today? When I say that I know that I'm going to pull that off. It's going to be a 10 out of 10. That's nothing. That is...
By the way, I've just noticed. Hashtag gypsy. So there is such a thing as gypsy TikTok then? I thought it was some sort of racist meme. But no, there is actually such a thing as gypsy TikTok.
Leather. Girls. I know I'm going to look at 10 out of 10 in that one, right? I don't think you're ready.
All legally purchased, I'm sure.
Last year. Was it last year? Or the year before? I went to UB40, a reggae festival. See my
Okay,
videos.
you don't need to watch all of this, man. You get the gist. You get the gist. Pikey fashions. Okay, anyway, what else have you been linking me here on this topic? Oh, I see, okay. Travellers make up 0.6% of the Irish population. A quarter of inmates at Oberstown are from the travelling community, the Youth Detention Centre's director said yesterday. Despite. They're saying despite. Okay, and what is this? What is this then that you're linking me? What is this? A different traveller story. Wow. Not all pikeys, guys. Not all pikeys. Come on. Don't be racist against pikeys. The Pikey Civil War. It's a traveller family feud. This led to 2 people being shot to death. What? In this particular camp, they do seem to be rioting, yes. They are like the evil version of the Amish. Yeah, Amish, or whatever they're called, yes. Look at the state, man. Look at the state of it, dude. And I'm supposed to believe they're just like us. I'm supposed to think they're human like us. I don't understand. What is this all over?
You're dead!
Look at that big stick! I tell you what, set up big camps and make them fight each other. That's what we need to be doing. 2 people have been shot during a second day of violence at the Spring Lane halting site. Halting! That's the word I was looking for. At Ballyvane, Cork. Dozens of Gardaí, is that how you say it? Have responded to the incident. Locals say the areas needs to be made safe. Shit, dude. It's the fucking armed police. Oh, the Gardaí, that's it, isn't it? They've had to send the armed police out to deal with it.
Right job, you dirty scumbag! Scumbag! Happy! Yeah, get on! You bitch!
It is like savagery. It's like I'm watching a different. It's like I'm observing an old kind of tribal community in the woods somewhere fighting each other. Where is it ever like this in normal society? Yes, people have arguments, and yes, people have disagreements. But where do you have this kind of feud, this family level feud, where there's people hitting each other with sticks?
Yeah, look, there's slashes in Kieran's head! There's slashes in your head!
They're not white. They're not fucking white. And yeah, they say Hitler was wrong. Curious. Not about the Pikeys. Not about the Pikeys. She has never been to a trailer park. What, a trailer park would be this bad? You'd have like 2 feuding big families like this. I don't know about that one. You might have like a little bit of discontent and argument, but not to this scale, surely.
Get out of the way! Yeah, you can see their faces.
Dude, this is crazy, man. Oh, that was Jimmy. It was not Jimmy Carr. No one talks about the gypsies getting killed by the Nazis. No one wants to talk about the good bits of the Holocaust. Now, this is not British culture. This is fucking Irish traveller culture. Not the same thing.
He's walking away.
I can't even discern what they're fighting about. What is it even about? What is the... Why have they got big sticks? I don't know what's happening here, dude. What's the reason for this? Discontent. You can't even discern what's happening. It's impossible. It's just a bunch of random Irish-sounding noise that they're saying. Oh, we got some inside the car. Oh.
I got their faces anyway. It's Danny McCarthy, it's Kieran, it's
Wait, are the kids crying or laughing? Okay, I think they're terrified, to be fair. Pikey birds. Way! Go on, lads. Yes! Bash each other, yeah! Fight. Oh, it's a different angle to what we saw earlier. Go on, bash away! Keep bashing. Very Mad Max-esque. The fucking bird's trying to get away. Oh, look at the woman! Oh, yes! Look at the fucking woman, dude. Oh my god, it's too good, man. It's too fucking good. That is top tier.
We got stop Yeah, dirty booty, look, there's our slash.
Hey!
We're not going to bring the face off.
I'm not going to get face off. I heard face off. I heard face off. I heard face off. That's all I could make out. That's all I could fucking make out. Oh, okay. Anyway, guys, I think I'm gonna end stream soon. I don't really have much more for today. It was really just to catch up on the sort of news. But I'll be doing a normal, full, regular stream back tomorrow. Yes, I'll do the jar stuff tomorrow. Yes. Don't worry. I'll have a look at that tomorrow. Anything else put in the Discord if you think is of interest? No Cyberpunk. What do you mean? Guys, I'll be doing a normal stream tomorrow. Just chill out and relax.
There is a conspiracy that the Ceuta invasion was a revenge op gone wrong for the expose in July about Morocco using Pegasus, you know who tech, to spy on several EU presidents. Jabarut, Hacker.org.
Do you have a rape
today
fetish?
Data from 70,000 Moroccan agents.
Thank you. I'm not sure what that means, but thank you for the tip nonetheless. And thank you for the kicks. No, I'll do body cams. I'll catch you on body cams tomorrow. Guys, we've got a full week of streams ahead. I can't just burn through all the content now.
Do you have a rape fetish?
We need to spread it out a little bit so I don't just cover everything there is to talk about in one day. So it's all good, guys. Relax. Relax. Oh, there was one more quick thing I wanted to look at, actually. What's the Jar stuff? Oh, Jar made a video about Sensitive Society, and Sensitive Society was arguing with him on Twitter about it. But no, I'm gonna go. I literally only wanted to do like, well, it's more like half a stream really. I've done like 5 hours.
You just got back? How are we out of milk again already? I hate it here.
I'll be back tomorrow. We're doing a normal stream tomorrow. Yes. Well, apparently I'm in. What part is in the video? Because I actually spoke to Toastify about the Edwin stuff, because there was some stuff that happened a couple of years ago that I was somewhat involved in. Or was it me talking to him? Jar tend to end it. No, guys, what don't you understand about this, dude? I got to stream Wednesday through to Sunday. I need shit to talk about for fucking 50 hours. I've got to cover 50 hours of stream time in the next 5 days. So it makes it harder to do that if I do all my content now before I'm even technically back, okay? So if I've got 50 hours to fill, I might as well just wait for the next 5 days to do it, rather than burn through everything now in one day, and then I've got nothing to talk about for 5 days. So, I'll do body cam. Listen, body cams can come in the next few days. You guys just don't get how this works. If I talk about everything now, then I'm fucking done, aren't I? I've got nothing to talk about. If someone is interested, Morocco used Jew technology to infect the president of Spain's phone. What is this?
C'est ubuesque d'imaginer que le royaume du Maroc ait pu placer sur écoute, entendre ou infecter un téléphone comme celui du chef de l'État français.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck this is, and I'm confused already. Now, there was one quick thing I wanted to look at. So, did you see this? Target have issued an apology for an offensive outfit. An apology from us. We removed an offensive Halloween costume that should never have been part of our assortment. It is now no longer for sale. As a company, we got this wrong. and we are deeply sorry. We know this is especially hurtful for our black, capitalized B, black guests, team members and partners. Removing the costume is an important first step, and we are looking closely at how this happened and what needs to change to ensure this won't happen again. And the costume? I don't even know what it's supposed to be, but I can kind of see their point. It does look kind of insane. What the fuck is this, dude? How did this get past the marketing fucking sensitivity department? This looks fucking mental. So, dude, it looks like a jigaboo. What the fuck? It's a clown. I mean, it's a clown, but it looks a bit jigaboo-esque, doesn't it? Perfect for scare. Yeah, you're meant to wear it around well-to-do white areas, I think, in order to scare whites. Now, I'm with the anti-racists on this one. This looks pretty fucking crazy to me. You know, if it was, I don't know, if it was like a non-offensive, not even non-offensive, but if it was like a costume that was just playing on a stereotype or something, I'd be like, okay, I get why people are saying it's stupid. But this just looks like kind of rough. It looks jigaboo-esque to me. The costume is based on this.
Aim to please the best 100.
Okay, dude, I don't even know what this is, dude. I think it's the face and the smile. Well, I think that there's some I mean, I don't really see the problem with this. If it was, Native American costume, although they've put pay to that a long time ago. But if it was some sort of Native American costume and they were like, we're taking it down because it's offensive, who cares about that? But this isn't even playing on a stereotype. This is just a costume that looks a bit jigaboo-esque. I can't find any of the posts about it, unfortunately. There were posts that were showing you the kind of comparison that made it a bit more. Well, see, this is where I start to disagree with the fucking anti-racist retards. Target knew exactly what they were doing. No, they fucking didn't. They released a costume that looks like this and didn't think it looked bad. I don't think they knew what they were doing. What a preposterous idea. Why the fuck would Target want to invoke the ire of the anti-racist progressive crowd? It's the mouth. It's the red lipstick on the mouth that looks gollywog-esque. That's the problem. That's the issue here, I think. It's got a bad look about it. I don't think that it's like, you know, really bad. I don't look at it and think, oh my God, this is so racist. I just think, oh, that looks a bit rough. You know, I think for the modern era, sensitive kind of society, I don't think this is going to go down particularly well. And it's the kind of thing that someone should look at and go, are we not a bit worried about the big red lips? Is that not a bit of an issue? Are we not a bit concerned with the big red lips?
Here is this generic Halloween costume. Great, we have to market it. It's 2026, get the black in it. It only looks gollywog because of the black kid.
Or, thank you for the kicks, possibly. Can we see this mocked up with a white kid in and see if it makes a difference? Thank you for the kicks, thank you. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's a little bit insensitive, I guess you could say. And I can understand Target wanting to pull it. They've obviously gone a bit overboard in their apologetics over it. But I don't think it's that crazy that they pulled this. Also, so yeah, I don't know. What are they comparing it to here? Well, it's not really... Minstrel is the wrong thing, because the minstrel thing Wasn't that Big White Lips? Also, the other thing too is like, and this is just some random person, I guess, but like, I don't know what more Target can do. They released a costume without thinking through what it looked like. Dude, what the fuck is this, man? They're acting like this was the costume. Target issued an apology after pulling a Halloween costume that drew backlash for its resemblance to blackface and minstrel imagery. Dude, the thing that I don't understand is they knew what they were doing. Why would they want to evoke this kind of negative attention over this stuff? It's not that they look alike exactly. It's that the red lips evoke a certain image. That's the problem. I think if you put a white kid in this costume... In fact, what is so delicious about this is that Target, in their effort to be more diverse and more progressive in their marketing, have used a black child to market this particular clown's outfit. And in doing so, they've created a racial controversy because the big red lips on the black kid look bad. But if it was a white kid, I don't think you'd even notice it. So I think what they've done is they've gone, okay, let's run a black kid for this so we can hit our, you know, black kid quota for the Halloween advertising or whatever it is. And in doing so, they've unleashed an unintended racist caricature. I'm pretty sure that's what's happened here. But I mean, the minstrel thing isn't particularly... It's the lips. It's purely in the lips. The lips are the problem. The red lips are what makes that look bad, even though I don't think it's intentionally racist. It just looks really bad. How do we know that's not the kid's mouth? Okay, dude. Oh, and yes, this is the other thing that I wanted to cover. We'll dig into this person tomorrow. But we've got another one of these to look into.
Come with me to a wheelchair-accessible event in the Twin Cities, featuring my new purple wheelchair.
Well, that's new. I've not seen that before. Normally, if someone's in a wheelchair, they have to wait for someone else to get their wheelchair out. But in this instance, the person is doing it themselves. What is this, dude?
Today, we went to a farmer's market in Edina. The park that the farmer's market was located at was absolutely adorable, and it made me so happy.
This is so cute.
Besides occasionally being run over.
I know it is.
Everyone I met was so kind, and it was such a fun event.
Oh, amazing.
There were so many fun booths, food trucks, sculptures, and plants. This ramp was so much...
Also, the hair is not really doing it any favours either. She's unfortunately got the look of a faker because of her multicolored hair, so that's very unfortunate.
Deeper than it looks, but my roomies assured me that my PIKEY Q3 wheelchair could handle it, and they were there if I needed help.
It'd be so good. I'm right here with you. This is beautiful. Oh my god. Wow. Look at this. Talk about terrain. Talk about terrain.
You did it! Being able to sit by the water and look at the ducks made my heart so warm. And I safely made it back up the ramp. I love all of the adventures that my wheelchair lets me go on, and I can't wait to show y'all the next accessible event. Come with me to a wheelchair...
I mean, even if you're a wheelchair user and you're able to get your own wheelchair out of the car, could you really do it in this sort of...
Come with me to a wheelchair-accessible event
Like
in
the
the Twin
way she
Cities,
does it,
featuring
it's like
my
it's no
new
big
purple
deal.
wheelchair.
It's like it's no big fucking deal. Surely it would be quite difficult to do so, no? And then you've got the biased community note. Many wheelchair users are ambulatory. They can stand, walk short distances, but use chairs for pain, fatigue, or safety. MS, which is fair enough, chronic fatigue syndrome, and POTS. So those last two are the ones that are the Malingra specials. Standing to load a foldable chair does not indicate faking. And then what have they linked here? While why wheelchair users may stand. Well, I'm suspicious, but we'll be finding out more about this individual tomorrow. We're giving a little dig into their social media history to see what's going on there. So yeah, there we go. Are there any other news stories that I've missed? I had a look and I looked at the American stuff and it was all boring fucking Canada treaty shit, which I did not give a fuck about. But other than that, it's been ARDAY stuff. What else has been going on? Anything else? Oh, the Lindsay. Yeah, I want to do this. I want to cover the Lindsay Clancy case, but I want to do like a whole thing about that. But unfortunately, you know, I need to actually. I say unfortunately, I don't mind doing it. It's just like trying to find all the information about it because it's one of those stories that's been going on for so long. It's all quite kind of disparate and all over the place. No, I'm not talking about drama stuff. I mean like news. Oh, I don't think I spoke to my mum about the Lindsay Clancy stuff. So I don't think that... Oh, wait a second. That reminds me. Speaking of fucking wheelchair and fraud, I found another thing that Indians are taking advantage of. I don't fucking believe it, dude. Look at this. Another scam the Jeets are pulling. Look at this. Flight to India. This is insane. So basically, if you're in a wheelchair, you get like favoured use of an airport. They'll take you through the airport and give you extra assistance. You'll get through security quicker and all this stuff, right? So what the Indians have done is they figured out that if you pretend to be in a wheelchair, you get through security and stuff quicker and get a better treatment at the airport. So presumably there's all these Indians that are faking being in a wheelchair to get through security quicker. Is this the ISAT thing? Is this the fucking ISAT thing? They could be incest beasts. That's true. But it's basically another angle and another dynamic where the Indians are just absolutely taking the fucking piss. So, yeah. Another angle for the Indians to scam is pretending to be wheelchair bound so they can get through airport security a little bit quicker. It's fucking wretched, man. But yeah, I've not really seen much else. Oh, people are talking about apparently Harry and Meghan are moving back to the UK, which I could not care less about. That is a story that I really do not fucking care about. The royal family stuff is really just not of interest to me whatsoever. What's the story here? Just they're moving back when they moved away because she's black or something.
For 6 years, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex have sent digital postcards from the life they've built for themselves in California, an Instagram idyll full of sunshine and smiles. But the couple have clearly been planning a return to the UK for some time. Their children are enrolled at a British school, and a private residence has been found outside London. Harry was last in the UK, as far as we know, last month, at an event in Birmingham
only stuff like this. This is really... I do not give a fuck about any of this shit, man. Honestly, I don't know how people get so... Unless it's Prince Andrew getting exposed for being a pedo. How the fuck are people so interested in, like, royal family shit, man? Traitor. Well, I don't think part of it is I have to care about what the royal family are doing. Is it? Is that how it works? I mean, it is drama, sure, but it's not drama that I'm particularly interested in. I'm sure if you like it, fair enough. I don't really think it's bad to like it. It's just that I don't really care. But there was like tons of videos about that I saw. And then it's just more US-Iran stuff. And something to do with Canada? I don't really know what's going on. Apparently there's some sort of Canadian tariff they're implementing, and that's causing some issue. Very boring to me. But I'm sure if you're over in America or Canada, it's interesting. But anyway, that was all the news that I saw. That was all the news that was of interest. Yeah, I think it's the reason the Harry and Meghan thing is interesting is because of this perception or this narrative that the royal family look down on the marriage because she's black, apparently. But yes, guys. So that was all the stuff I had for today. I will be back tomorrow. We're doing a normal stream tomorrow. I'll probably be starting between 10 and 11. We'll be catching up on things, getting into the actual stories that matter. Like the Edwin Generations video and Jar raping sensitive society. It's going to be great. So come by then. Okay. See, look. It looks fine when it's a white person. It looks totally fine. It's only because it's a black kid that it looks racist. I'm telling you. It has to be a black child for it to look really bad. No, dude. That would not work as an emo. People wouldn't know what the fuck it is. After like a month, after people have forgotten about the story, people wouldn't have a what would it even be used for? You guys see like a picture and you're like, new emo. I mean, I need to delete a bunch of the fucking emotes to never get used. They're just clogging up the emote list. What would be the context to even use this as an emote? It makes zero fucking sense. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go through and trim some of the emote fat because there's a bunch that don't really get used or are a bit dated now. But I'll just have the ones that are mainly used. Oh wait, what? Wait a second. Owen Jones released a video. Oh my god, dude! I was done with the ARDAY stuff, and now you pull me back in. Owen Jones released a video about it. Jason ARDAY smears fall apart.
Professor Jason ARDAY was hounded to death after a media campaign so intense, so vitriolic, so unrelenting, that it went beyond what you'd expect if he was, I don't know, a cabinet minister guilty of grave corruption or harm to others. But he was...
What are you on about, dude? The last cabinet minister that had a significant corruption scandal was Boris Johnson, and rightly so, it was reported about and discussed extensively. Also, the ARDAY stuff was primarily reported by The Telegraph, The Times, The Spectator, I remember, and Spike Magazine. And those are the main outlets that were talking about it. The mainstream outlets barely spoke about it. They spoke about it when he resigned, and then they made a big meal out of the fact he killed himself. That was it. So this idea that he was subject to the same scrutiny, he was subject to a lot of scrutiny, and there was definitely a pigs at the trough mentality because the story was selling well. And I'm not saying that to say they should restrict it. It's just that it was very evident that the story was doing numbers, and so every effort was made to find some new angle to come at it from. So that is true. But that wasn't just a product of, oh, he's black, so let's go to town. It's, wow, there's a lot of interest in this crazy story about this guy that was promoted above his station, seemingly as a result of DEI initiatives, is getting exposed as a massive fraud. Let's write a bunch more articles about it.
He wasn't a cabinet minister. He was a university professor. A university professor the vast majority of people had never previously heard of, and he certainly wasn't guilty of grave corruption or harm to others. Now, according to an analysis by the media watchdog News Corps, 249 articles were published...
Oh, by the way, that's the outlet that on Twitter, their response to someone saying, what should we do, is they said something like, the press should not be able to bully someone to death for racist reasons. Someone was looking for a specific response as to how you mitigate this or stop this, and they said, the press shouldn't be allowed to bully someone to death for racist reasons.
About Jason ARDAY in just 22 days before he died. By contrast, they say, the UK media...
Also, this is quite dishonest too. Because some of the reporting was not just about Jason ARDAY. Obviously, the delicious narrative of him being a fraudster and having all these fucking, crazy lies told about him. Or him telling all these crazy lies about himself. But some of it was about institutional scrutiny. Some of it was about scrutinizing the likes of Cambridge and other academic institutions for letting this pass by without them noticing it. So it's dishonest to say this is all about ARDAY. Obviously, ARDAY was a central figure, but some of it was saying, how the fuck did Cambridge not pick this up? And so on and so forth. So it seems to me like they're just counting every single article. And yes, there was a lot of coverage of ARDAY, but some of it was about the institutional scrutiny, not just about ARDAY himself. Yeah, exactly. Like, is this all just about ARDAY, or is it any article mentioning him?
22 days before he died. By contrast, they say, the UK media mentioned Peter Mandelson 119 times in the weeks after the Epstein files were released. In 2023, they additionally...
So, sorry. What is the suggestion here? Is that Dude, what is the fucking suggestion here? That Mandelson was not adequately covered? You could not fucking move for articles about Mandelson. I really question the way that they've gone about this. Because the suggestion would be that ARDAY received more substantive coverage than Mandelson, which isn't fucking true. Peter Mandelson was covered extensively at the various parts of the controversy, from him being exposed in the Epstein files, through to him being revealed to have emailed Epstein this information, through to there being pressure that led to him leaving. And also bear in mind, the coverage of the Mandelson stuff then led to pressure that was partially the reason why Keir Starmer eventually ended up resigning. There were other reasons too, but questions and scrutiny of Keir Starmer's decision to have him as ambassador was one of the things that contributed to the Prime Minister fucking resigning. So this is like a very dishonest kind of count thing that they're doing, when I don't think just counting the number of articles really tells you how broadly or how substantively something was covered. And I think, 50 articles in Spiked magazine is a different type of coverage to 10 articles in the mainstream press, because everyone knows Sky News and everyone reads Sky News and everyone reads Channel 4 News or whatever, or BBC News even. There's an understanding and knowledge, and people see that more than they do 50 articles in fucking Spiked magazine, which is like a culture war right-wing publication at the end of the day. So there's this kind of dishonesty about what an article represents. And one mainstream press article is way more substantive and relevant and contributing to a discourse than 10 articles in a magazine like Spiked.
A white Cambridge professor named William O'Reilly was found guilty of plagiarism, and only the Financial Times covered it. There were two key claims made to present Jason ARDAY as a serial liar.
So again, this is like comparing apples and oranges. This other guy, did he have the same background, the same race concept as to why he was hired, and so on and so forth? There's obviously substantive differences between ARDAY, a serial fantasist who concocted the entirety of his life story on bullshit, and this other guy who seemingly had some plagiarism thing. Because the thing is, plagiarism does happen in higher education. It's not to say that it didn't happen and doesn't happen. And there may be some people that should be punished more harshly. But there is obviously more substantive dynamics to the ARDAY story that made it more interesting to the general population than just some stuffy old professor copied some other person's work. So, again, just very dishonest comparing these things to try and act like there aren't other factors of the ARDAY story that made it more publicly fascinating.
One concerned his claim that he ran 30 marathons in 35 days, and another is his claim that he played semi-professional football. These claims were ridiculed and attacked extensively across the media. Toby Young and the
So I think the marathon thing was... And I think that the reason the marathon thing was mocked was possibly like a question over whether someone could do 30 marathons in 35 days. But there was also the claim that he had a hairline fracture when he did like the last 9 marathons, which seemed completely unbelievable. And the semi-pro footballer thing, I don't think that was scrutinised or mocked that extensively. I think it was more so just kind of thrown onto the pile of, oh, you were one of those as well. And it's a bit like the boy who cried wolf, in a way. The boy who lied about all of his life. Because if you've got so many other things that you're lying about, of course, any claim that you've ever made is going to be called into scrutiny, even if it could possibly be true. Now, I think the semi-pro footballing thing could well be that he played football at a certain level. I'm not completely against that. But it sounds like it's kind of a zhuzhed up claim. But I don't think the football thing was a massive part of the reporting. That's more of like oh, he also claimed this as well. Isn't that fucking crazy? But I don't recall that being particularly scrutinised or substantively scrutinised as much as the running claims were. And the thing is, the marathon claim was also alongside the claim that he'd run 600 miles in, what was it, 6 days? Was that the claim? Yeah, 300 miles in 3 days, I think. 600 miles in 6 days. So there was a sort of, it wasn't just the one claim. It was the totality of claims that he made about his experience running, alongside the hairline fracture claim, that contributed to the preposterousness of the story, that I think contributed to the way of getting spoken about that did. And the thing is, I don't know what the marathon thing is. I don't know. I think he did run some marathons. I think he did run marathons. I don't think that is in question. It's the amount of marathons and the substantiveness of his running achievements that was called into question.
Tater used the marathons as a central example in his article on the 31st of July, headlined, Professor ARDAY is the gift that keeps on giving. He used this particular example, running marathon.
Hey, true. Dude, they're saying the quiet part out loud there, aren't they? I feel like that when there's a story about... I felt like that during the Pirate Software coverage. He's the gift that keeps on giving, because there keeps being stuff to talk about, and the story's very popular. On the face of it, utterly incredible, but it begins to make sense if you think of ARDAY as an Ali G-like character designed to test the limits of how unwilling white do-gooders are to challenge the claims of black people suffering from intersectional oppression, however implausible. I mean, yeah? Yes? Is that not true? Sure. And test the limits he has. He chalked up some truly extraordinary achievements in ultra-endurance running, or so he says, completing the 600 miles from Edinburgh to London in just 6 days, 50 miles short of the world record for ultra-distance running over 6 days, and 30 marathons in 35 days. And notice during the latter feat, he suffered a hairline fracture on day 21, and according to him, his leg swelled to twice his size. Yet remarkably, he went on to complete another 9 marathons. So you notice that, yes, this is getting called into question, but it's alongside the rest of the claim too, that he did the last 9 while having a hairline fracture with an inflated leg. So I agree that there was the scrutiny of the 30 marathons in 35 days. Possibly that was true, or did some marathons at least, and it was zhuzhed up. But the hairline fracture thing seems implausible. Totally implausible.
To call him an Ali G-like character. Giles Corrin in The Times said the claims took ARDAY into genuine playground territory, comparing it to a school friend who claimed his dentist father had been on the first moon landing, before saying it becomes difficult to tell where ARDAY's truth ends and bullshit begins.
Yes! What is wrong about that? What is wrong about that, exactly? This seems to be true to me, that you can't tell where the truth ends and the bullshit begins.
Tom Slater for Spiked, in a piece headlined The Not So Talented Mr. ARDAY, described him as a plagiarist, a fabulist, an authoritarian, as well as a DEI princeling.
Hang on a minute.
Described him as a plagiarist.
Why is he
a
calling him an authoritarian? Thank you, Oak Dog, for the sub. Why is he calling him an authoritarian? Why doesn't Owen Jones explain that a little bit? Well, it's because he used the police to try and shut down journalism. And he's saying it as if it's a preposterous claim. But it's not, because he tried to use the police to stop a journalist from investigating him.
A fabulist, an authoritarian, as well as a DEI princeling, mocking the marathon claims as part of a cascade of bullshit, as he puts it. Well, new analysis by the brilliant journalist Imran Mullah at Middle East Eye suggests, in fact, that both...
Oh, God, dude. Why is the... Hang on a minute. Why the fuck is the Middle East Eye reporting on this? Dude, haven't they got shit to talk about in the Middle East? Why are they talking about this? Sounds like an ideologically compromised bullshit fucking story to me.
Both the claims about the marathons and semi-professional football are true. On the marathon, the outlet reports, ARDAY does in fact appear to have completed the challenge, which involved raising money for two charities, Shooting Star Children's Hospice and a homeless charity shelter. They note the reporting of the Richmond and Twickenham Times on the 16th of June 2010 that he was an energetic lecturer who was set to push his body to the limit by...
Okay. How does this prove that he did it? This is just saying, this guy is saying he's going to run a bunch of marathons. How is this proving that he actually fucking ran them? So, what we're saying is, ARDAY is a proven fabulist and liar. Oh, hang on a minute. It's actually true. Look, Jason ARDAY said. Jason ARDAY said. Jason ARDAY said. Well, why am I going to believe Jason ARDAY? This is clearly some local outlet that's got some guy that's come to them and is saying, I'm going to run a bunch of marathons. And they're going, oh, sounds good. Right, that's a good article. Write that up. Yeah, years ago he said he was going to do it. Well, hang on a minute. Let's see what else they've got. Let's see what else they've got here to disprove these horrible, horrible lies they've been telling about the best black professor that ever lived.
10, that he was an energetic lecturer who was set to push his body to the limit by running the London Marathon route every day for 15 days, followed by a run from Piccadilly to Teddington and back again for the second part of the challenge. They interview ARDAY, who discusses being taken to a homeless shelter by his mother at the age of 17 and wanting to do something to help people who are homeless and badly housed, adding, I've been training now for a few months now and I feel confident that I will complete all the marathons within reasonable times, but I'm under no illusion it's going to be tough. I found his Just Giving page from the time. It was headlined.
Okay, this is dreadful. This is literally grasping at straws. How does an article from seemingly before the marathon happened, where they're reporting what ARDAY is saying he's going to do, because there's no way of telling if he's going to do that in the future, how does this demonstrate that he completed the marathons? This is very desperate. You can tell how desperate progressives are about this, because all they've got is clutching at straws, desperately trying to prove some little facet or aspect of the story true. And even if this article proved that he'd ran these marathons, where's the evidence that he did so whilst having a hairline fracture with a swelled up leg and did 9 marathons with a hairline fracture? So they can't even prove a small facet aspect of the story true. But even if they could, it still doesn't address the fact that there were other aspects of his story that are still bullshit.
30 marathons in 35 days, in which he says the target is to raise £5,000 for these two chosen charities. It shows he in fact raised £6,285 thanks to donations by 217 supporters. Middle East Eye also notes on a story which appeared in My London at the time, headlined, Teacher preps himself to run 30 marathons in 35.
Okay, teacher preps himself. And how do we know that he's prepping himself to do this? Because he said that he's going to do it. This is actually shameful. The straw clutching the progressives have come to try and defend fucking Saint ARDAY. None of this demonstrates any of it. This is ARDAY saying years ago that he was going to do it. And this is the problem with all of ARDAY's claims. That he said he's going to do something, but there's no evidence that he's actually done it.
5 days. It said he was taking on the challenge of a lifetime by attempting to complete 30 marathons in 35 days between the 19th of July and 22nd of August. Adding, Jason has been training since November and follows a grueling schedule, running 7 miles from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. and another 7 miles between 10 p.m. and midnight. In between, he teaches at the college. They further report an article in the Richmond and Twickenham Times reporting he'd completed his first marathon, writing, Jason ARDAY set off from Clapham at 6 a.m. yesterday to run the 26-mile course, which took in the sights of central London and Teddington before finishing in Putney. And it included a photo of ARDAY.
Okay. So I think this proves that he ran a marathon. Yes. I do think that he ran a marathon or some marathons. But just because he's ran a marathon doesn't mean that he's ran 35 in 30 days or 30 in 35 days, whatever it is. So the idea is to disprove this. They're showing, oh, look, here he is running. Okay, great. I'm sure that he's ran at times in his life, possibly even ran a marathon. But this does not validate the claims that he made about the marathon in its totality, let alone the hairline fracture
And
claim.
Twickenham Times reporting he'd completed his first marathon, writing, Jason ARDAY set off from Clapham at 6 a.m. yesterday to run the 26-mile course, which took in the sights of central London and Teddington before finishing in Putney. And it included a photo of ARDAY running. They further report this is Middle East Eye, Your Local Guardian story on the 13th of August, which reported that the end is in sight for an energetic lecturer who has nearly reached his target of running 30 marathons and 30.
So what is this reporting based on? Like, the thing is, for these... God, Owen Jones is a total fucking hack. Totally dishonest, a wretched leftoid hack. These local outlets love running feel-good stories, okay? So they'll often run... You know, I know of someone who got into the local paper by doing some feat like this, right? And it's not like they actually check. They just get someone come forward, say that they're doing it, go, oh, that's a feel-good story, ask them a couple of questions and put it in the paper. They've hardly got some substantive fact-checking team that's going away and saying, where can I find proof of these fucking marathons? Right? Because it's not that high stakes at the time. Because...
Do you have a rape fetish?
Yo! Thank you for the kick, Smoky Guru. Thank you. They're not going to know that this is going to be part of some big, massive scandal in years to come about, you know, the credibility of fucking Cambridge. So they're likely just publishing this story as a sort of, almost like a, what's the right word? Like a sort of goodwill thing. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, this guy's saying that he's running a fucking marathon. Well, we're just going to publish that because that sounds really hecking good. And, you know, do you know what I mean? But there isn't any substantive evidence that they're going to find or look, or even look at. They're not even going to go and look at this. They're going to get a guy come forward, say about the marathons and go, oh, that sounds good. A few words, blah, blah, blah. Right, stick that in the paper. That'll do for the page 5 story today.
Do you have a rape fetish?
Got free kicks, so just gonna send them.
Hey, Shinny! Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Very generous. Appreciate that. Well, it's not Wednesday yet. It's not Wednesday. Or was it from last week? Thank you. Thank you for that.
5 days.
Check your free kicks,
Crucially,
guys.
Shooting Stars Director of Fundraising and Marketing, Kim Darton, was reported as cycling alongside ARDAY on his 24th marathon and said, I stayed with Jason throughout and we shared life stories through the night. I'm stunned by this splendid man and found my moments with him tremendously inspiring. Then on the 25th of August, Middle East Eye report that the Richmond Twickenham Times said that after completing his marathon, he endured daily ice baths and a hairline fracture to his leg. That is a key claim by the baths and a...
Okay. Where are they getting this from? Dude, how can you go to someone that has been demonstrably proven to be have a track record for lying and then use claims that he is making in a local paper that are unlikely to have been meaningfully fact-checked because it's a local paper writing a feel-good story, and use those to validate the idea that the claims that he's lying are wrong? This is absolutely preposterous, and it's just shameful. It's fucking shameful that they've gone down this route with ARDAY and they're not seeing the problem with this. And it really calls into question the substance of their kind of broader journalistic endeavours, if this is the kind of line that they're taking with this. That we've gone and checked and ARDAY told a bunch of papers 15 years ago that he was going to do a bunch of marathons. And yes, there are some people that are, you know, acting as a third-party witness, but without understanding or knowing that person, how they came to talk to the paper. You know, it's difficult to discern from that while he's telling the truth about everything and all of it.
Hairline fracture to his leg. That is a key claim, by the way, which has been challenged about the hairline fracture. Middle East Eye note it's been falsely characterised as a broken leg, for example, by the Daily Mail. Now, Middle East Eye also quote another friend who spoke to a socialist worker, who says, by the time I knew him, he'd already raised loads of money for charity. He organised lots of events. In 2010, I was with Jason on the last of the 13 marathons.
Also, how do you rationalise some of this defence with the fact that when ARDAY was pushed on specific claims, like the £5 million raised, he walked it back to something else in a way that was non-verifiable. So when he was challenged about the £5 million, he said, oh, it was a syndicate of people, and because I've signed a non-disclosure agreement, I can't tell you who exactly else has raised the money. So how do you rationalize that? And then further to that, beyond that, there's the other thing too as well, about appearing in that TV show, and he claimed it shouldn't have been taken literally. So there were claims that he was challenged on that he wasn't able to come up with a good excuse for, and then he ended up walking them back. And obviously he's dead now, so you can't do this. But had these been put to him, would we have had a similar story where he's like walking it back a little bit? Because he already changed the 600 miles in 6 days claim and said he did it over 12 days instead. So would we have a similar thing here where there's a bit of an adjustment and a bit of a change to the story in a way that is not really verifiable?
He ran in 35 days. She's also quoted as saying, lots of people participated because he did the same route every day. A lot of the other students would meet up with him and run some of the way with him. A whole bunch of us ran with him for the second half of his last marathon. We all ended up in Sloane Square in Chelsea. I've got photographs of him with the various T-shirts he wore emblazoned with the charities he'd been raising money for. I can only vouch for the things that I know to be true, and these runs were true. He wasn't an ordinary person, he was extraordinary. Now, Middle East Eye also reported another claim about playing semi-professional football. They did establish he did in fact play for 2 semi-professional clubs, Walton and Hersham FC and Lewisham Borough FC. They find he was listed as a goalkeeper.
Okay,
Walton and
so
Hersham.
What's happening here is that this football thing, and I've read a fucking ton of articles about this, watched a bunch of videos, okay? This football claim was not particularly substantive in the broad narrative of what happened in regards to ARDAY. So it was one of those that was kind of chucked on, oh, he said he was a semi-professional footballer too. Now, in fairness, it could be true that he played for some shitter team and therefore was able to claim he's a semi-professional footballer. But the debunking of this is acting as if this was a substantive part of the narrative and a substantive part of the story, when it wasn't really. It was very much, oh, he also claimed this as well, if you can believe it. Did he? I don't know what he claimed about who he played for, but I do remember there being a claim he'd done semi-professional football, and there being this kind of derision of that fact. But they're debunking this as if this was a big part of the story, but it wasn't. It was like, oh, also, rather than being central. And it's just interesting to me that out of all of the claims they're debunking here, or all of the claims they're propping ARDAY up on, it's of the 30 marathons in 35 days with very flawed logic of, well, a local paper saying it means it's true. And then this, which is like, having read loads of articles about this, is there not something more substantive that you're able to back ARDAY up on? Is the best you've got, well, he did run a bunch of marathons. And also, he played football as well. Like, it's just not very substantive. There's not really much to go off here. And it suggests to me that the broad strokes of the story are absolutely true, which I know from reading all the information about it. And they're desperately clutching at anything they possibly can in order to try and, you know, sort of lend weight to this idea that there is more to this to be debunked than there truly is, you know? I was better than Messi. But let's see what else they've got. Maybe there's more after this. I don't know. Maybe
they find he was listed as a goalkeeper in Lewisham Borough FC's first team and was referenced in a report on a match in October 2018.
Oh, he's
the
a goalkeeper.
Wright Nels Abbey.
He was a goalkeeper. Okay, well, I mean, if you're going to call yourself a semi-professional footballer, I got to be honest with you, I'd expect you to be doing a bit more than a fucking footballer. I don't know football that well. Lewisham Borough. Does that classify as semi-professional? I don't know what the rules are. But this, okay. I tell you what this is. This is like zhuzhing up the CV. And if it was just the football thing, who would fucking care, realistically? It's the fact that it's a long list of everything else. But this is like, he plays for some shitter team and calls himself a semi-professional footballer. It's very kind of like overstating what you've done. Yeah, Sunday League or something. Yes, kernel of truth, but heavily embellished. Yes, yes.
Report on a match in October 2018. The writer Nels Abbey also posted a video of him in a changing room surrounded by other players.
Clap with clap, clap.
I wanna love you. Hey! Treat you right. I wanna love you. Every day and every...
Here is an example of how.
I love the fact that they think this is like a slam dunk. This is fucking pathetic, man. This is... You're better off just not making the fucking video. Because this is utterly pathetic. If this is the best material that they've got to bring to the table, is... Well, he played semi-professional football, actually. And he did do some runs. A man is dead. And this is the best that you've got. It's fucking pathetic, man. Oh, here's a video of him singing that overrides all the bullshit that he was stating. Also, yeah, let's see him on the pitch. Surely there must be some footage of him on the pitch with all these other videos that you got.
Smear campaign works. An obsessive focus on, again, a minor figure with no power influence of any meaningful description, in which anything and everything...
Bro, notice that as well again. Minor figure. Completely and utterly eliminating the context of the other facets of his kind of rise to fame. The press appearances, etc. Oh, he's just a little nobody that no one knew about. Fucking hell, dude.
Mix in an attempt to completely discredit and character assassinate in a total way. That's what this aimed to do. Every aspect of his life. That's what it aimed to do. And this was all initiated by an academic named Nathan Kofnas, who believes in so-called racial realism and who argues that blacks, as he calls black people, would disappear from almost all high-profile positions outside of sports and entertainment without affirmative action. I want to be clear. Britain does not practice affirmative action. Doesn't exist in Britain.
How would you explain ARDAY then? I mean, I agree broadly it's not the thing we have over here. But how do you explain, in this particular instance, him getting approved for Cambridge when, according to New York Times reporting, he was behind other candidates? And in fact, they lowered the standards in order to accept him. How do you possibly explain that in a way that doesn't end up admitting that there was some consideration of diversity when they took him on board? But why did, but he did, but that's the thing. According to a liberal outlet, he didn't deserve it. A liberal outlet has reported that he didn't deserve it. Not just the fucking rightoid racists.
I just want to compare this saga to someone else. Rachel Reeves. She was Chancellor of the Exchequer. Unlike Jason ARDAY, she was...
Bro, what? Rachel Reeves received substantive, repeated criticism over a credential. Dude, Rachel Reeves was fucking hated and derided by the press for months and months and months. What are you on about? Every day you'd wake up and there was a new negative article talking about Rachel from accounts. God, the dishonesty here is fucking shameful. It's never ending and shameful with these people. It was fucking endless. Rightly so, by the way. She was fucking Chancellor of the Exchequer. But why are we acting like she wasn't substantively and repeatedly criticised? Rachel Reeves. She was the Chancellor under Keir Starmer. Yes, Rachel from accounts. Because it was claimed that she'd had overstated her credentials. And so she was called Rachel from accounts to mock that concept.
White, and she was powerful. Indeed, she became the second most powerful person in the country, literally in charge of the British economy. This was as major a public figure as you'll get, other than the Prime Minister himself. In October 2023, the Financial Times found she'd plagiarised in her book more than 20 times. And then there was her CV. In a magazine interview back in 2021, which she herself posted on Twitter, she said, "I spent a decade working as an economist at the Bank of England and loved it." At Labour conference in 2024, she said, "I spent the best part of a decade as an economist at the Bank of England." That wasn't true. She worked at the Bank of England for 5.5 years. Nowhere near a decade.
Yeah, and do you know what I heard about that? in the mainstream press. The mainstream press discussed, spoke about, and covered that extensively. So why is it being brought up like it's a point? Yes, I know, because I read about it in the fucking papers, dude. Yes, and I saw the extensive, repeated, and totally justified, consistent negative coverage of her. But he's trying to present it as if, oh, look at this. Yeah, I know, because the press reported about it. And also, there was also coverage and discussion about all of the behaviour that she engaged in as Chancellor and the decisions that she made. There's this false comparison to act like, oh, well, what about this? Yeah, I know, because I saw it covered extensively.
Decade, and not the best part of a decade. Her LinkedIn profile also described her role at HBOS, Bank of Scotland, as economist. Now, after claims from multiple former colleagues that she worked in a mundane support department at the bank, she changed her title from economist to retail banking. Her defence at the time? She says she worked in retail banking, covering various areas, drawing on her background as an economist. Her LinkedIn has been updated to reflect that. You can claim to draw on whatever background you want in a job, but the fact is she worked in the retail banking department and changed her title from economist to retail banking only after scrutiny. Was there media coverage of this? Yes. Was there anything even approaching a 22-day-long unrelenting...
Bro, is he seriously trying to suggest that Rachel Reeves wasn't covered enough? Obviously, one facet of her background is going to be covered at a certain level because she's the Chancellor, and the predominant focus and attention is going to be on other aspects of her conduct because she's the Chancellor. And also, yes, it's like a fundamental misunderstanding of why the story took off the way that it did. It's because it was funny. It's because it was so fucking funny. It was so hilarious that he had all these fantastical tales. And yes, also, Rachel, I don't think, was defended on this point. I don't think people came out of the woodwork to issue this kind of defense of her and to say, no, she's actually telling the truth about all of this. You know? A lot of the content was focused on her work as Chancellor. Rightly so, because she's the fucking Chancellor. And then the entirety of her entire fucking career, her time as Chancellor was heavily and correctly scrutinised.
Scandal with 249 articles, including front page splashes, constant push notifications, constant new investigations, constant character assassinations on the scale that Jason Arday suffered? No. Did this force her to resign? No. And it certainly didn't drive her to a death. There's nothing remotely of this sort. Even though...
Well, that's because she chose not to kill herself over it. I mean... Well, yeah, she didn't fucking lynch herself. So of course she's not dead. Jason Arday decided to kill himself over it.
She was someone of actual power and influence. Someone running the British economy on paper. Not a minor figure that nobody had heard of. The vast majority of people hadn't heard of. 95% of people hadn't heard of. Is the argument that minor public figures like Jason Arday should not have scrutiny or questions? No. Nobody's arguing that seriously.
This only works if you believe that this woman, that Rachel Reeves didn't receive substantive, meaningful scrutiny when she 100% did. She received an absolute mountain of scrutiny. So this is just bollocks. Yes, there's one facet of her background that received, a little bit of press, but that's because the substance of what she did wasn't rooted in this claim. It was all about her being Chancellor and criticism and scrutiny of that.
What happened here, though, was a full-blown smear campaign. One of the most relentless onslaughts against any individual I have ever seen, which culminated in his death, and it leaves a grieving wife and 2 little children. And as we can see, that included entirely false smears. And the comparison with someone of actual power and influence, who is white, is deeply instructive. Please like and subscribe, leave your thoughts and your comments. Help us take on this catastrophic media ecosystem.
Yes, dude, yes. Rachel Reeves famously, very little scrutiny, I remember now. Anyway, guys, I am done now. For today, and with the ARDAY stuff. That's the last ARDAY thing. Unless he gets reincarnated somehow. Then maybe. But other than that, I'm done. I'm done with the ARDAY story. And for today. I know I did say that earlier, but I am actually done now. But guys, we're back tomorrow for a normal stream, ladies and gentlemen. So come by tomorrow. I'll be caught up on everything, and we'll be covering all the stuff. We'll be covering all the stuff.
Sadly, you're
hey, Isu! Thank you for the very generous 6 gifted. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Do you have a rape fetish?
Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wow, look. It's an article from The Guardian talking about it. Also, I do think, as much as Rachel Reeves deserves whatever scrutiny the press determine is legitimate, someone plagiarizing a book I would hold someone to a different standard. It's like, I mean, it's probably more egregious than the YouTube video, but the YouTube video is, you know, is even less of a problem. But the book thing is a bit more of a problem. And then plagiarism in any sort of academia is obviously at the pinnacle of bad plagiarism shit, you know? Chud, I know you hate when people mention dickers. I don't give a fuck when people mention dickers. I just don't care about whatever fucking e-girly sex thing. I couldn't care less about that. But anyway. But I'm pretty sure you bullied him into quitting streaming. Dude, I've barely spoken about the guy in fucking months. What were you on about, dude? I said on stream I do not give a fuck about his stupid controversy. So how have I bullied him into anything? If anything, it's the shitters, no, that have banged on about it for a week. Is it not them that have done it? I didn't do anything, dude. I've just been doing my thing. I've been away. Dude, I've been away for a week. What do you mean? Jelly's reaction to the dickish shit was impenetrable. What do you mean? Oh yeah, you got to know a bunch of shitter dynamics to know or care what's going on. Yes, I think that's what you're getting at. Oh, so we're not talking about him is what? Dude, I tell you what, if your plight as a content creator is dependent on whether or not someone else talks about you, you're just kind of raped, aren't you, really? Now, obviously, I'm not saying Dickers was ever going to be a successful content creator, but surely you could just get like an audience of 100 people and crack on, no? Not her, but the stream itself. Anyway, guys, I'm going now. Thank you for watching. Much appreciated. Good luck. Enjoy yourselves. I'll be back tomorrow. So this was just my return stream to get back into the swing of things. But I will be back tomorrow for a normal, regular stream. So come by for that. It's going to be great. Glad to be back. Thanks for watching. Be good. Enjoy yourselves. Have fun. And I'll hopefully see you all very soon. Good luck. Godspeed. And thank you and goodbye. See you tomorrow, guys. See you tomorrow. Goodbye. Goodbye.